Please ready to start. Thank you. If I can have your attention and if everyone can kindly take their seats. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the February 26, 20 Board of Education meeting. Before we start the meeting, I would like to share a few safety points and notes. Please note that the primary exit and entrance to this room is the door which you used to enter this morning. The main entrance is the door to your right. If you are leaving the room, please use this door. The restrooms are just outside the entrance door to your immediate left. During the meeting, we ask that you keep all aisles and exits clear. If you need any assistance during the meeting, please waive the attention of one of our security officers, and thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is February 26, 2020. We are holding today's meeting in the boardroom at 42 West Madison Street. I am Miguel del Valle. On behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for coming today. Madam Secretary, please lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The regular meeting of Wednesday, February 26, 2020 is hereby called to order. I want to open the meeting by talking about the importance of the
Mr.
census.
President, may I first take the roll call, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Sotelo.
Here.
Member Truss.
Here.
Member Tad Breland. Here. Vice President Reveluri.
Here.
Member Melendez.
Here.
Member Rome. Here. And President Del Valle.
Here.
We have 7 members present. There is a quorum, and I would also like to recognize Dr. Janice Jackson, our CEO, Joseph Moriarty, our General Counsel, Latanya McDade, our Chief Education Officer, Arnie Rivera, the Chief Operating Officer, and Joshua Torres, our Honorary Student Board Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Once again, I want to open the meeting by talking about the importance of the census. The CPS census strategy is driven by the core question: how do we ensure everyone is counted? It is a district-wide initiative. While we are partnering with the city and all our sister agencies on this, I want to highlight something CPS is doing that I think is incredibly impactful. Tomorrow, the Department of Social Science and Civic Engagement will be holding a school team census convening with 17 different schools. This initiative is part of the strategy to ensure we are supporting schools located in hard-to-count communities. Hard-to-count communities as defined by the census. Each school is bringing a team comprised of students, teachers, and administrators to learn about the census and its importance, analyze the count data relevant to their neighborhoods, and design action plans with a partner that is already doing census work in their communities. Then these schools will implement their action plans and work to ensure everyone is counted. This initiative leverages our students' expertise and knowledge of their communities and the important work of our community partners to make a real impact and ensure that everyone is counted. This type of partnership and ground game will make a real difference in the census count. This work is critically important, and I'm very proud of the work that CPS has done around making these connections and bringing all of the parties to the table to make sure, once again, that everyone gets counted. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize the CPS Inspector General, Nick Schuler. This will be IG Schuler's last board meeting with CPS. Nick, thank you for your years of service to the Chicago Public Schools and the city of Chicago. Under your tenure and the expansion of your role in the last few years, you and your staff have had a significant positive effect on CPS operations. We will hear from IG Schuler later, but I wanted to make sure to acknowledge his service as this will be his last meeting. Thank you. The order of the meeting will be as follows: honoring excellence and CEO remarks, CEO education leader remarks, CEO remarks, committee updates and announcement, public participation, followed by a 20-minute recess. Then we will reconvene after recess and begin with the CEO report presentations, followed by discussion of public agenda items, and then a vote on public agenda items. Then we'll follow closed session and a vote on closed session items. And that will bring us to adjournment. Chief McDade, please proceed with honoring excellence in your remarks.
Thank you, President Del Valle. Good morning. We begin each Board of Education meeting by recognizing the talents and accomplishments of our students and school communities. This month, schools around Chicago have spent time celebrating African American History Month. Through projects, assemblies, essays, and more creative ideas like Hampton Elementary's African American History Wax Museum, our students have learned about the scholars, artists, and civic leaders whose influence has made a profound impact on our country and its history. We are proud of all of our students for their work celebrating African American history, but the efforts of one young lady truly stood out. Mia Roberts, a fourth grade student at Dixon Elementary, was named the winner of a first of its kind oratory contest, sponsored by law firm Foley and Laudner LLP. This competition asked students to write and present their own original speeches with one question in mind. What would Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s vision for America be in 2020? Mia wrote a speech that is insightful, personal, and inspirational, and we are honored to have her perform that speech for us today. Mia, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a dream that this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I ask you today, are all men created equal? If the answer is yes, then I ask, are all men treated equally? I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. We don't know who to trust. We see police cars riding by with the words written on them, to serve and protect. But I'm not so sure anymore with all the bad news I hear and see about them on TV. Not all police officers are bad, just like I believe all people are not all bad. But change definitely needs to take place. How do we change this pattern of self-inflicted pain? I'm glad you asked. If Dr. King were here today, his vision will still be the same. I believe he'll break it down with 10 simple tips for the newer generation in layman's term to ensure that we all understand his vision for America in 2020. And it will go a little something like this. First, we need to start with self-love. If you don't love yourself, how can you possibly love others? Listen to understand. Most people only choose what they want to hear without really listening. The Bible says in all you're getting, get an understanding. Walk in their shoes, like coins. Every social interaction has 2 sides. Get to know a total person before making a judgment call. Even after knowing who they are, still don't judge them. Be polite. Rude people don't get along with other people. Quite simple, right? Always take the opportunity to say kind and encouraging words to or about someone. Show interest in others. Celebrate their success and achievements. Dance with people who are rejoicing and mourn with people who weep. Keep an open mind. Discuss but don't argue. Did you know that you can agree to disagree and still be cool about it? In other words, you can agree to disagree and still be friends. Listen because everyone wants to be heard. The tongue and the ears don't always work together at the same time. Someone has to learn to bite their tongue to free up your ears to listen actively. Be positive. Positive people are more welcome in any social atmosphere because they lighten up the room and they're very contagious people. Good vibes are always welcome. Be sincere. Combine the 9 tips above with the heavy dose of realness, and you'll find yourself getting along with people wherever you go. One person stood up and changed the whole world. Dr. King stood for righteousness and equality so that all mankind can have a better life. Will you be the one person who will love your neighbor as you love yourself? Will you turn the other cheek when you want to slap back? Will you heed these 10 wise tips today? Or will we continue on as if what Dr. King did was in vain? Together, we can be the change, but it must start with you. Be the inspiration this world is craving for. Be the hope that all little boys and girls can look up to for inspiration. I dare you to help keep Dr. King's vision alive with New Eyes in 2020 and not let it die. Be the one person who will love, pray, fight, sacrifice, and stand up for all equality so we can once say those mighty words. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
That was such a powerful message, Mia, and so much that we all can learn from. Mia is joined today by her principal, Dr. Teresita Perry, and I do want to afford Dr. Perry an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Chief McDade. Thank you to Dr. Jackson and the board members and our visitors. Well, first, I want to say that I'm so proud of Mia. I don't know what you guys were doing at 9 years old, but I know for sure I wasn't doing this. And this is just indicative of some of the things that we're doing at Dixon, pushing our students. One thing about our Dixon students, yes, they're intelligent, but also she was prepared. She memorized her entire speech. We didn't tell her to do it. She was actually supposed to have it written down, and she decided on her own to memorize her speech. She came to all of the practices. She practiced at home. She came to the practices. She stuck to the 3 to 5 minutes. And therefore, her being a shy child and a quiet child and a nervous child, she pushed through that. And I don't know if I could have done that at 9 years. Well, I know I couldn't have done that at 9 years old, and I didn't do it at 9 years old. And she reminds me a lot of me when I was her age, and the fact that she just had so much grit to push through it. I'm really, really proud of you. And you should be proud of yourself. Her teacher that worked with her, Miss Dixon, yes, her last name is Dixon. She she sacrificed, and that's a lot of things that we do at Dixon. She sacrificed her time over the Christmas break to help the students practice and push. I'm really proud of not just all of my students and all that they can do, but I'm really, really proud of my teachers. Any given day, if you walk or drive past Dixon, you'll see a car there. It could be 8:30, 9:30 p.m. while most are at home cooking and doing things for their family. My teachers are there, and I'm really proud of them. Saturday school, after school, they give up their lunch periods. They do everything they can for our students. They put a lot into it. In fact, we had a teacher who got locked in the building at 10:30 at night. An alarm sounded, and they called me because he crawled back out through the window. That's just how hard our teachers work. And so I'm very, very proud of them. And Mia just nudged me to remind me to talk about the parents. We have Mia's dad here, Mr. Roberts. And I'm very, very proud of all of our parents who work so hard. This couldn't have happened if he didn't allow her to, and his wife didn't allow her to practice at home. So I'm proud of our parents. I'm proud of our school. I'm proud of Mia, and I'm especially proud of our students. And I'm just happy to say I'm the proud principal of Dixon Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Mia. Mia, and I'm glad that the principal mentioned that you memorized that. But I was watching your eyes, and it wasn't about memorization. It was about feeling the words that you were saying, and believing truly, deeply in the words that you were saying. You are an inspiration.
Thank you.
And this morning, you've reminded all of us up here and in the audience of what our obligations are and what we need to do as change agents to make this a better world. And 9 years old, you've inspired all of us. But I have to say something about Dad. Dad. Mr. Roberts, you've produced a wonderful child. And I know that when it comes to raising children, the parent is it. What you do and the values that you instill in your child is what is reflected here today. And we're very proud of you. Thank you very much. And thank you to the school for being so supportive. Thank you.
And congratulations, Mia.
Mr. President, do we have time to allow
Yes,
the dad to get a picture with his daughter at the podium?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mia and Mr. Roberts. Thank you very much.
We are also proud of the 267 high school seniors whose work was selected as part of the 2020 All-City Senior Art Portfolio Exhibition. You saw examples of this work as you entered the board chambers today. This exhibition is sponsored annually by the CPS Department of Arts Education and the School of the Art Institute, Chicago. Every artist selected to be a part of the exhibition received the SAIC Competitive Excellence Award, which includes an $8,000 scholarship for our students so that they can fund their continued studies if they choose to attend the School of the Art Institute. I congratulate all of these seniors for this amazing achievement and for the dedication they have shown to their artistic practice. It's so thrilling to see so many of our students receive a scholarship that will help them continue their education. But it's hard not to think about the thousands of CPS students who are just as talented and just as deserving of a college education, but who have no way to pay for it. I'm talking about our undocumented students or dreamers. We know that federal financial aid is not available to our dreamers. So as a district, we need to take our commitment to them a step further. In 2014, CPS awarded the first Dream Fund scholarship to a few deserving students. 1 year later, an event was held to accelerate fundraising for these students. This fundraiser has now become an annual tradition. It is coming up again on Friday, March 27, and we need the support of our full CPS community. To date, the generosity of CPS employees and community supporters has allowed us to award 71 scholarships to deserving students who are pursuing their degrees. We have also provided mentoring support and assisted our Dream Scholars in landing internships and full-time jobs after graduation. I want to thank all who have contributed to these bright, creative children who have worked hard for their success. And I hope we can count on your continued support as we work to serve new generations of dreamers. For information on purchasing tickets to the March 27 event or to donate directly to the CPS Dream Fund, please visit cps.edu/CPS Dream Fund. In celebration of Crossing Guard Appreciation Month, I'm also asking for your support in thanking the hundreds of crossing guards who help guide our students safely to and from every single day. Crossing Guard Appreciation Month runs from February 14th through March 14th. I hope our parents and students will make it a point to thank their crossing guard during this time and let our crossing guards know how deeply valued they are. And if you know a crossing guard who goes above and beyond in their service, please consider nominating them for the Chicago's Most Outstanding Crossing Guard Award. You can nominate your favorite crossing guard by using the nomination form that's pinned on our Twitter page or on chicago.gov/OEMC. I would like to now update everyone on the steps that CPS is taking to better support our students with disabilities. In September 2019, CPS notified families about our Student-Specific Corrective Action Process, or SSCA. This process was developed to provide a remedy to those students who may have experienced a delay or denial of special education services during the 2016-17 and 2017-18 school years. After gathering feedback from parents, advocates, and the Illinois State Board of Education, I am pleased to report that we have improved the SSCA process to better serve our students. The district will offer an automatic universal enrichment remedy to students who may have been impacted by changes to the district's electronic individualized education program, also known as an IEP. For students who are not identified as eligible for a universal enrichment remedy, CPS will be scheduling an SSCA meeting with their parents and school staff. We began notifying eligible families earlier this month. The goal of the SSCA process is to ensure that every student with diverse learning needs is receiving the supports that they need to thrive. If parents have questions about how this process will impact their children, we encourage them to email ssca@cps.edu. Finally, I want to update everyone on where we are with our engagement process around the CPS School Quality Rating Policy, or SQRP. This is an important tool for evaluating the strength of our schools in the district, and it works best when our families and community partners collaborate with us to make it better. We recently held 5 SQRP focus groups for parents around the city, and what we heard was that they are eager to be involved. We all agree that there are things that can be done to improve our SQRP, and our families appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with CPS on this process. We also hosted a meeting for more than 40 community-based organizations to discuss the role of partnerships in developing a more effective SQRP. I want to thank all of the parents and community members who have committed to this important process thus far. Your feedback has been invaluable. And for anyone who still wishes to provide feedback, our SQRP stakeholder survey is open until March 31st at cps.edu/SQRP. We look forward to even more engagement as we work to create the strongest possible tool for evaluating the quality of our schools. Mr. President, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you, Chief McDade. We'll now proceed to CEO remarks. Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, President Del Valle. First of all, I would like to echo Chief McDade's appreciation to our families and community partners who have agreed to work hand in hand with Chicago Public Schools to strengthen the systems and structures that we have in place. We made a commitment around increasing the engagement between students and their families and the school system as a part of our 5-year vision. We believe that this must include everything from SQRP to programmatic investments, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. In keeping with that commitment, CPS recently announced our intention to hold community meetings around strengthening the school budget process. I'm pleased to report that we have now held 6 of those meetings all across the city, which have led to productive conversations with nearly 500 CPS parents and community members. This process also has a separate component, which includes the School Budget Working Group, which was also announced about a month ago. At this time, I would like to ask Heather Wendell, our budget director for Chicago Public Schools, to come to the podium and give a brief update on that engagement process to date, and also talk about the district's next steps. Heather.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. So as Dr. Jackson mentioned, we have been engaging around a couple of different strategies that are designed to align to the commitment that we've made in the 5-year vision, and then also a specific charge that was provided in July around the work specific to school funding. And so we have been doing a couple of different approaches on this, really designed to ensure that we are engaging and soliciting feedback from stakeholders around determining whether or not there's a more equitable way to fund schools across the district. And again, the alignment here with the vision, obviously going out in this way, in this new way, an approach to how we engage the community around funding really gets at both the integrity and the financial stability pieces of the 5-year vision, and really is also in support of the academic progress and the continued gains that we're making, schools and students are making. So our approach in this work was really to do the 2-phase process in 2 specific work streams. So in December, we launched the School Funding Working Group, which is a group of experts and stakeholder representatives that have been coming together over a series of months to really look deeply at some of the tensions and pieces, the current state, potential future state, and really trying to understand this work in a way that is, again, a different sort of approach for us in this. The 6 funding forums that Dr. Jackson mentioned were really our inaugural school funding engagement pieces, and those were occurring the last week in January and the first week in February. And the intent here is both the work of the working group as well as the public forum work to be reflected in a phase 1 report that will be issued by the working group in March. And the notion of doing this in 2 phases is really important in that the original charge was for a year-long or more stakeholder engagement process. So we wanted to do what we could to inform this year, set the path forward, and we'll be coming back both with the working group and the public engagement pieces in an ongoing manner starting in summer. So the working group is comprised of parents, students, principals, their CTU and charter school representatives, advocates who helped on the funding side, and then leadership from the mayor's office, the Board of Education, and within CPS. And I think we all in that space, in that room, have taken the charge very seriously and have appreciated the time to sort of collaborate and start to think about what this could look like in the immediate and then in the longer term. The 6 funding workshops, as Dr. Jackson mentioned, were attended by more than 500 people throughout the city. And so we were really excited about engaging people in that manner and making the commitment to come back and doing this again, which again is sort of setting the groundwork for a different approach for engagement and for the way that we've done this work. The agenda for the public engagement sessions was centered on really providing the opportunity for robust conversations. And so there was a presentation to sort of provide some base level information. Those presentations are on the CTU website in both English and Spanish as well, available there. There's small group discussions, and the intent here was to really allow people the opportunity to weigh in on a personal level in a way that 80 people in a room trying to have a discussion just would not be able to bring up. And then there was some notion at the end of reporting out so that people could hear from across the tables and understand the themes. The central questions that we explored in this were, where does CPS get its funding? How do we allocate our funding? And then most importantly, and core to this work, is how do we fund our schools? And the facilitated small group discussions, again, were designed really to allow stakeholders to engage in the materials and the work in a different manner. What they could say about whether or not the current approach is meeting or not meeting their school community needs. And then specifically around improvement ideas for increasing equity, transparency, and sustainability, which are tied to the vision of the district and also to the mission of this work. And then a last question around revenue and helping us understand prioritizations at the school level, understanding that it looks different for different school communities. The near-term next steps on this are really compiling the feedback from the public forums, which we've started to do, and bringing that back to the working group. The materials from these sessions have been posted on the website, cps.edu, again, both in English and in Spanish. And we're issuing a follow-up survey in English and Spanish as well that will go directly to the meeting attendees, as well as be publicly available to collect additional feedback. And the intent here is to incorporate the public feedback in the working group into near-term recommendations, and just as importantly, set the course for what the phase 2 engagement will look like. And so we look forward to continuing this discussion and to issuing the report in March and seeing some of the immediate impact when school budgets come out, and then the trajectory moving forward for the longer term engagement. Thank you.
Board members, do you have any questions about the engagement process this time?
Thank you, Heather.
Thanks.
Did you-
Sendel,
One
okay,
comment.
okay. Board member.
First, Heather, I wanted to thank you and your team for all the work you did on this and many other folks at CPS. There were really robust conversations, the 5 workshops I attended, lots of different perspectives, lots of questions, a lot of appreciation from people who attended that we were being not just transparent, but also really trying to help build understanding. One question that came up consistently across those workshops was, this is really helpful on the school budget front. And we know that because of the timeline that had some urgency, there are a lot of questions also about the capital budget and about needs that folks are seeing in their own schools and their own neighborhoods. Are we planning a similar process for the capital budget? And is that phase 1? Is that phase 2? Is that something else?
Vice President Revelori, I'll handle that. Given the sequence of how CPS rolls out its budgets, school budgets coming out in March or April, and then the capital budget draft being released on May 1st, and the final budgets being in June. And I think given the scale of this project, we wanted to have these forums and the report finalized prior to the rollout of the capital side, but we are going to be rolling out a similar type of process. Same, kind of priorities relative to visibility and awareness, how we fund our projects, and how we go about through the prioritization process. So that will commence in the next few weeks.
Okay,
Thank you.
Heather.
All right, thank you. Moving forward with the rest of my updates, I'd like to also provide an update around the programmatic investments for next school year. I'm excited to report that 66 schools submitted letters of intent for new academic programs for their schools, and 54 of those schools were invited to move forward with full proposals. We're now in the process of evaluating those final proposals and look forward to announcing these new investments for next school year later this spring during the school budgeting process. As a reminder, the goal of this application process is to provide equity of access to high quality programming across the city. And we remain committed to providing our schools with an equitable opportunity to request academic options for their schools. I would also like to provide an update on our initiatives around increasing the number of applications for our local school council. We are excited by the energy and enthusiasm around this process and also the increased number of applications thus far. But we would like to see this number go up before the deadline, which is next week on March 5th. I cannot overstate the importance of the role of the LSCs in our school. And as CEO, I continue to be committed around the process of fostering a positive and rigorous and well-rounded educational environment in each and every one of our schools. Parents play a critical role in doing that. I urge all CPS stakeholders to consider the good you can do by taking part in this critical, important role in your school community. As a reminder, LSC elections will be held on April 22nd and April 23rd. Materials are available outside of the board chamber for anybody interested in running for an LSC. You can also access these materials at any CPS school or by visiting cps.edu/LSC. Election materials are due next week, as I stated earlier, so please submit them as soon as possible if you plan to run for a seat. In addition to, before we move on, I want to briefly touch on some of the presentations that you're going to hear after the public comment participation session today. In addition to the OIG's presentation on his performance review related to the administration of the NWEA exam, you will also hear Chicago Public Schools response. We will also hear updates from key members around the closing of Hope High School, a school with 0 students. That presentation will be followed by a quarterly update from the Office of Student Protections, as well as the Office of the Inspector General, around the work being done specifically around protecting our children. At this time, I believe it is apropos for me to reinforce CPS's commitment to protecting our children. In 2018, we issued a plan entitled Protecting Chicago's Children as a result of the Tribune's Betrayed series and a subsequent report issued by Maggie Hickey. In that plan, we committed unequivocally to protect children in CPS. Today, our commitment to this plan is being tested. But I want people to know that this is a challenge that we welcome, as it is a true test as to whether we truly believe in the commitments that were outlined in that plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know where I stand as CEO on this issue. My responsibility, first and foremost, is to the 350,000 students that I serve daily in CPS. To that end, I have resolved in both spirit and practice to make sure it is crystal clear that any event where the safety of a student is violated, threatened, or that trust is breached, that we will act swiftly and in the best interest of children. You will hear remarks today that will try to convince you that the victims are individuals other than the students whose lives have been altered for the rest of their lives. They will try to convince you that they are victims. And the victims that I am here to protect are the children that we are responsible for protecting every single day. The victims are not people who stated those commitments through pre-service training. Again, recommitted to that when seeking licenses to work with children in the state of Illinois. Again, through mandated reporter training. Again, made a commitment through Title IX training and a host of other district communications and directives around how we address these issues. Don't get me wrong, I completely understand that these situations are extremely difficult when you encounter them. They are even more difficult to manage. This is probably why for decades, administrators and people in power did not address these issues in a more proactive manner, instead waiting for a smoking gun. Except in that metaphor, the smoking gun is a child that has been harmed. I want to be clear that we cannot allow any breach to that commitment to stand because this will set the district back by decades. I know that these situations are further complicated when there are people who are well liked or have even done good work on behalf of the district are impacted. But let us be clear that past performance and a pleasant personality is not a defense to inaction in a particular situation. CPS is a public trust. We act in local parentis when children are in our care. To that end, I am acting in the exact same manner that I would act if this was my child. The question is whether or not everyone else is willing to do so. My appeal to those here today who will ask me and the board to ignore the facts and use past performance and personal relationships to reverse my decision in this particular case, I will ask you to consider this. If you cannot stand with me in the district as we fight to ensure that students have the right to be educated in an environment free of sexual abuse, harassment, and violence without equivocation and exception, then please at least allow the process to unfold without interference and distraction. After all, the children are watching, and more importantly, other survivors and potential victims are watching all of us to see how we handle these situations. Thank you, Mr. President. These conclude my remarks at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We'll proceed to committee updates. There will be no committee updates at this meeting. We'll have updates in the March meeting. Now for announcements, please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you need to seek assistance or want to meet with a board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of a board meeting. Madam Secretary, please share the details for the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next board meeting scheduled for Wednesday, March 25th, 2020 will be held off-site at the South Shore International College Preparatory High School located at 1955 East 75th Street in the gymnasium. The board meeting will start at 5 p.m. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. on Monday, March 23rd, 2020, and will close on Tuesday, March 24th, 2020 at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for our assistance. Thank you.
Let's now proceed with today's public participation session. As a reminder, union representatives will speak before public participation, and any elected officials will speak after the recess upon arrival. Madam Secretary, please share the rules for public participation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. When you hear your name, please immediately proceed to the staging area to the left of the podium and check in with Les. He will line you up in the right order. When it is your turn to speak, proceed to the podium and state your name. After you state your name, I will then start the 2-minute clock, which is visible to all in the audience. And I would also like to note that there is a timer on top of the podium for the speakers to see. When there are 30 seconds remaining, the color will turn yellow. And when the 2 minutes are up, the light will turn to red. Please immediately take your seat when your time is up to allow for the next speaker to begin. Also, for anyone who plans to stand in support of a speaker, please be aware that the only walkway in the boardroom is behind the podium. Therefore, if you would kindly make a single file line and stand as near as the railing as possible, this will still allow people to pass through the area safely. Thank you. So, Mr. President, we will start by calling CTU President Jesse Sharkey, followed by the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association President Troy LaRivere, please.
Good morning, Mr. President, CEO Jackson, members of the board. I've got more to talk about today than I have time, so I'm just going to be brief and try to choose my words halfway carefully here. So it's a bit of a list. First of all, veteran pay remains an open contract issue. We want to settle it. We view it as an issue of respect for experienced teachers. If we can't, it has a potential to unwind a lot of progress and agreements that we've made. Number two, during the strike, we agreed that we'd craft a letter together, the union and the board, to address sanctuary for our immigrant students and their families. We're trying to work that out, but that's stuck. I'd like to ask your help getting it unstuck, especially given that the Trump administration has recently assigned BORTAC, SWAT teams, style enforcement teams to Chicago and other sanctuary cities. We'd like the board to go on record opposing these tactics, and we'd like to get this letter out. Number three, the CT was on record supporting renaming the October 12th holiday as Indigenous Peoples Day. Another quick point. We also support the proposed change to the way the board recognizes outside teaching experience. And I think there's a policy you're going to vote on. Fifth, the coronavirus isn't here yet, but when it comes, it has a huge potential. If you're not tracking that, we need to be tracking it. Another issue, the legislative session is underway. We'd like the board to support an elected representative school board in that space, as well as going on record supporting the fair tax that would add much needed revenue for school coffers across the state. Next to last, I want to briefly mention the OIG and the NWEA test that's been, there's a report and that's been in the news. In the CTU's view, this comes down to this. People are gaming the NWEA and taking too much time on an untimed test. It's a logical outgrowth of the overuse and inappropriate stakes that are placed on standardized tests in the district. That is school ratings, which in turn drive whether a school can attract students, whether the budget is healthy, and ultimately whether a school stays open, come down to test scores. These are not appropriate pressures to place on individual students and tests. These have more to do with adults and the communities of people who are in charge of schools. This comes out of SQRP. Similarly, teachers' ratings, which determine whether ultimately we can be fired, come down to the scores of our students on tests. The reason that people are gaming these tests is because there's inappropriate stakes that are being placed on the NWEA. No teacher is going to be against assessment. Assessment is critical to instruction. We're not against assessment. We think the SQRP and the school's ratings policies put too much pressure on these tests, which in turn drive a number of other adult consequences. And the logical outcome of that is that people game tests. And if we want to stop gaming tests, we need to look at the SQRP and the underlying policies. Finally, I just want to say something about the board's response at Lincoln Park High School in similar situations that involve allegations of adult on student harm, misconduct, or student on student misconduct, and say that the board's response here has not been adequate. I say that as a person who has personal experience with these issues. I don't think it's easy what the board is trying to do. You're balancing protecting students as an overwhelming concern. You've got to deal with legal processes, observe due process in general. These things are not easy, and I do give CPS credit for stepping up. Dr. Jackson, I identify with a lot of what you said. There is a problem, however, with our approach. And from my point of view, the problem has a lot to do with the fact that teachers who go into buildings every day are our most valuable resource in trying to set school cultures in such a way that we can have healthy, as opposed to harmful, but healthy adult and student relationships. The vast majority of adults that go into schools, the vast majority, go in there to protect students, and want schools to be healthy environments that teach people the right ways to have healthy sexual relationships or relationships in general. And the problem is that right now we have an inquisition style process in which people don't know and can't see the investigators, and nothing about the process is open. It's steeped in fear. What you know if you're a teacher is that someone disappears as a colleague and that rumors sweep the building about someone being hurt and they're gone. At Lincoln Park, the CPS removed a principal, an AP, and the person who was in charge of student discipline. Teachers got a 10-minute meeting before school started, in which they're told, these are the things that are happening today. Question, why? We can't tell you. What's going to happen next? We can't tell you. What do we tell our students? Use your professional training. And that was it. And look, I'm not saying it's easy. Like, I'm not saying that CPS should be divulging details of what's going on with a student or going to put yourself in a difficult situation with a legal investigation. But we have to have the ability to let adults lead conversations in school communities about what healthy looks like. And right now we're failing to do that. And what's going to happen if we keep failing to do it is it's going to keep regenerating these crises at schools, in which someone's going to be removed. There's going to be a investigation. Maybe there'll be a consequence. You know, maybe there won't be a finding of guilt, but we're not going to really learn things as a school community, and we have to do a better job at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, beautiful people. Today, this board faces the issue of an improper removal of school officials at Lincoln Park High School and findings about NWEA testing. I'm here to address the root cause of both of these issues: questionable findings from disgraced Inspector General Nicholas Schuler. Given that Schuler was forced to resign because of accusations of sexist and racist comments and creating a toxic environment where he pushed investigators excessively hard, it is alarming to note that no one is asked, what was he pressuring his investigators to do? Violate investigative ethics? Engage in biased harassment of principals, teachers, and staff? Schuler has targeted and harassed individual principals with multiple investigations that drag on for years and has a troubling history of reaching conclusions that are not justified by the evidence. Based on the calls we get at the Principals Association, Black women appear to be his most frequent repeat targets, investigating the same person multiple times. What he's done to Dr. Joyce Kenner at Whitney Young is a case in point. Nearly every year for the past 4 years, he has opened and reopened the exact same case against Dr. Kenner for the actions of a staff member, and then feeds his redundant findings to the media each time to malign her name and reputation. In another case, he recommended a Black female principal on the West Side be terminated for the actions of a staff member. When the district did not terminate her, Schuler harassed her by opening another investigation when she became principal of a South Side school where she raised attendance rates at her new school to more than 96%. She told me that his office questioned the legitimacy of her attendance and repeatedly accused her of fraud because Schuler did not believe that a majority Black high school could have attendance rates that high. His office interrogated her staff members and kept the investigation open for more than 2 years with no findings of wrongdoing until she eventually left the district to free herself from the stress of his perpetual harassment. After a principal was removed in response to Schuler's findings in 2017, those findings were overruled by CPS's own law department and the principal was reinstated. The law department stated that Schuler's report contained, and I quote, serious errors, omissions, and exaggerated key factual findings, unquote. And this principal, too, was a Black woman. Before coming to Lincoln Park as their assistant principal, Michelle Brumfield, a Black female administrator, left Simeon High School where Schuler was investigating. And she is now one of the 2 administrators targeted by Schuler in the report that led to the fiasco this district created at Lincoln Park when they gave credence to the findings of this discredited and dishonored Inspector General. Whether it be at Lincoln Park, whether it be Lincoln Park or NWEA, it is time for CPS to stop treating his findings as if they have any merit at all. In naming Schuler Inspector General, CPS put a badge on a reckless vigilante, and it's time to bring that vigilante to justice. while also seeking justice for the scores of educators and school communities that have been victimized by his incompetence and his bias. I ask you to bring in an independent federal or state agency to conduct a comprehensive review of every finding his office has made against educators in their schools. Lastly, the Inspector General is not the only CPS official who has victimized and failed our educators in schools. A recent survey of principals clearly indicates that district officials right here in this building have, number one, provided contradictory information to school leaders regarding procedures for reporting or investigating sexual misconduct allegations. Number two, failed to get them the support and resources they need to keep students safe. When they do have a clear written policy, district officials often instruct principals to do the opposite of what's in the policy. And a principal called me last week to tell me that because of the failure of the people in this room to recruit enough teachers to fill district positions, she and her assistant principal are teaching 5 hours a day in classroom, and as a result, struggle with meeting the day-to-day requirements of the position, let alone keeping students safe. In conclusion, the people in this building failed to communicate a clear and coherent set of policies. The people in this building fail to get principals the resources they need to follow those policies and keep students safe. But when an incident or procedural misstep happens that is largely the result of the failure of the officials in this building, you send people out to walk principals out of their buildings for your failures. It is time to walk some people out of this building, whether it be OSP, Title IX, the law department, or the CEO's office. The message from principals is clear. Don't walk us out for their failures. Walk them out for their failures. And put some people in to replace them who will get principals the clear communication, support, and resources they need to keep our young people safe.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll now proceed with the speakers on the speakers list, please. Our first speaker will be Matt Major, followed by the Indigenous People Day group, and there's a few speakers that I'll call in order now. Speaker number 2, please, Sarah Dennis. Number 3, Andrea Mitchell. 5, Leah Alberton. 6, Monica Robert Bolter. 11, Jonathan Brooks. 14, Vanessa Oniboni. 22, Miriam Bimani. 24, Heather Hathaway. 28, Francesca Peterson. 48, Cynthia Soto. 52, Ryan O'Donnell, and 54, Jazz Park. Mr. Major?
Good morning, President Del Valle, members of the board, and Dr. Jackson. My name is Matt Major, and I'm the policy manager at the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. And today I'd just like to speak on behalf of INCS and comment on 2 discussions we've heard a lot of talks about over the past couple months. One being charter schools and LSCs, and a second being our organization's stance on school quality. I'm going to start with charter schools and LSCs. For those of you who don't know, the charter school model is based off of a nonprofit governing board, and that board has oversight and policymaking decisions over the charter school itself. An introduction of an LSC to that charter school would really complicate who oversees that school, and as an authorizer would likely complicate your oversight abilities as well. In fact, INCS pushed a bill, HB 3659 last year with legislators down in Springfield to really strengthen what that nonprofit governing board looks like. So now every board is required to have at least one current parent on the board, and every board member must go through annual board governance trainings. And we think these 2 components really strengthen that nonprofit governing board model. Second, going to move on to our organization's stance on school quality. We've heard some discussions about how can INCS kind of support current charter schools while also supporting the closure of low-performing schools. And at INCS, our vision is to ensure that every student in Illinois has access to a high-quality public education. And we believe that every school in Chicago, charter or district run, really needs to show that they can educate their students well to be trusted with that charge. So it furthers our mission when we support high quality schools while also advocating for students to receive a better option somewhere near their house or somewhere near the school they're attending. So that's why we've taken the stances we have. every decision we make is driven by the best interests of students. It's not to advocate to close schools just to
Mr.
open
Major,
up a space.
thank you for your
And
comments.
we know that school closures are not to be taken lightly. So we
Thank
share
you.
that best
Our
interest
next
of
speaker,
student peace
please.
with you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Dennis, please.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Sarah Dennis. I'm an adjunct professor of education at UIC. Thank you for naming the second Monday in October Indigenous Peoples Day. Research shows that having a positive racial identity is associated with more positive academic outcomes and attitudes. This holiday's name, as well as the accompanying curriculum, will teach the truth versus the myths of manifest destiny and doctrine of discovery taught when I attended CPS in the 1980s. Some of the 5,700 signers of the petition supporting Indigenous Peoples Day included Italian Americans who said funny things like, "Can I sign it twice since I'm Italian?" Or, "Did you know that in Italy they don't recognize Columbus at all?" We want to reiterate that this effort is in no way anti-Italian or meant to bring any ill will towards our Italian sisters and brothers who we know were wrongly discriminated against in previous decades. Avanti Popolo, Italian-American writers Sail Beyond Columbus, edited by the Italian-American Political Solidarity Club, recently opens, "Historically, Italian Americans adopted Columbus as their hero for an obvious reason. We needed to feel validated in a land where we were not accepted. When we arrived here in huge numbers in the late 1800s, we weren't exactly greeted with open arms. In fact, there were no Italians need apply notices in shop windows and lynchings in the South. During World War II, thousands of Italian immigrants were forcibly relocated from their homes or tossed into jail under suspicion of being enemy aliens, losing their livelihoods while their sons fought overseas on behalf of the US. In Little Italy, signs cautioned residents not to speak the enemy tongue, which discouraged parents from passing on their language to their children. We are all sorry that this was part of this country's racist history, and this must also be taught in schools. However, in 2017, over 50 Italian-American scholars of Italian-American history and language requested the repeal of the federal status of Columbus Day. Congress has never decreed Columbus Day as an official day for Italian-Americans, and it was not even made a federal holiday until 1968. Only 23 states observe Columbus Day as a paid holiday. Many Italian Americans oppose Columbus Day. Millions more nationally support Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you for your actions today to do the equitable thing for CPS.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. And their next speaker, please, speaker number 3, Andrea Mitchell.
Yes. Good morning. I am so pleased for the opportunity to address you today on the importance of Indigenous Peoples Day. My name is Andrea Mitchell. I'm a native Chicagoan, a homeowner, and a CPS parent. My second grader is at Decatur Classical, where construction is underway on the expansion projects that this board granted last year, and we thank you for helping us grow our community. In addition to all that, I'm the granddaughter of Italian immigrants. Early on, my family lived right off of our own storied Taylor Street, and later when my grandparents married, they moved near Addison and Austin. I grew up shopping along Harlem Avenue, and I even bought my wedding papers there. So I empathize with the objection to rename Columbus Day that are rooted in wanting to celebrate our heritage. However, we have so many opportunities to celebrate Italian Americans who represent core Chicagoan values. The discoveries of 7 Nobel Prize winners can be explored in science, labor and civil rights leaders such as James Groppi, Vito Russo, and Angela Bombaci can inspire and guide our future leaders. Artists like Frank Stella and Ralph Fasanella and musicians from Frank Sinatra to Frank Zappa can be incorporated into our fine arts curriculum. The texts of literary geniuses like children's author Anthony DiPaolo and poet Lawrence Ferlinghetti can be studied. And there are so many more listed in the powerful poem, Whose Day Is It Anyway, by my fellow Italian American, Diana De Prima. These individuals have made major contributions to our history and culture. And key here is that they've done it without the erasure and decimation of the history and culture of others. So please, I ask you to consider how we might balance this opportunity with that for justice, reform, and progress in renaming Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples Day in Chicago Public Schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. And the next speaker, please, speaker number 5, Leah Albritton.
Hi, good morning. I'm a Chicago Public Schools parent of 2 children. I would like to invite us to acknowledge and pay respect to the traditional customs of custodians of the land that we are meeting today. Recognizing that we are on unceded land is important because it acknowledges that the present United States is a collection of chopped up territories and land purchases accumulated by genocide. We are thankful to be here and have this event. We ask that everyone be conscious of their place here on the ancestral homelands of the people of the Council of 3 Fires, the Ojibwe, Potawatomi, and the Odawa. Chicago was also a site of trading and healing for the Miami, Ho-Chunk, and Sauk. Today, there are more than 65,000 Native people representing hundreds of tribal nations who call Chicago area home. Let us all be aware of our role in colonialism. Remember the history and honoring the contributions and traditions of Indigenous peoples is one step towards fighting their erasure. We pay respect to the elders past and present and extend our recognition to their descendants. Land acknowledgements are more and more becoming a practice, utilized as a move towards innocence, while ignoring the ongoing violence Indigenous people endure every day. Land acknowledgements are a promissory note to uphold the customs of First Nations of the lands you visit and those you occupy, which you cannot do without active and consensual relationships. We must do more than acknowledge the past and present, but understand the ways in which colonial forces continue to overpower Indigenous peoples. We have understood the relationship the United States has with sovereign Native nations and why the 5 treaties made with Native people that directly impact what we call Chicagoland area have not been honored. And the destruction and dispossession of land and life of Indigenous peoples continues until this day. We must understand that colonialism is an ongoing structure and build our mindfulness to our present participation to deconstruct the romanticism of forced removal and prevent further genocide of remaining Indigenous peoples. I'm here to thank you, the board and CPS staff, on naming the Monday of October as Indigenous Peoples Day and commit to more equity in the curriculum to promote a better future for all youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silbert. And their next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker number 6, please, Monica Rickert-Bolcher.
Bonjour. Hello. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Monica Rickert-Bolter. I am African-American, Prairie Band Potawatomi, and German. So I represent the transatlantic. So I am also here as a board representative of the American Indian Center and a former employee of the Chicago Title VII program that was housed here at CPS. I ask that you honor the decision to change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. It's a long overdue that Indigenous peoples of the Americas are remembered and celebrated. Having worked for the Title VII program firsthand, I know that CPS can do better, and it has strived to do better and continues to. There were countless times when teachers and administrators had never even heard of the program, and it has been around since the 70s. There's a lot of name changes that go with that, but being part of mass emails and communications is something that we constantly had to struggle with and trying to fight to make sure that Native people were represented on curriculums, and knowing that we had resources and other materials and we have speakers that can come out and get to these different schools and do other workshops. So that being said, our program had to fight for all these things, and it's a systematic problem that we constantly had to face. It can change as long as Indigenous people are acknowledged and respected. Again, I ask that you be part of the progressive change and this positive change that we're seeing throughout the city, where people are actually acknowledging that this is Native lands and honoring the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolter. And the next speaker, please, Reverend Jonathan Brooks.
Good morning. How are you doing? My name is Reverend Jonathan Brooks, pastor of Canaan Community Church in the Inglewood neighborhood, member of the LSC King College Prep, which helps stabilize King in these next few months, and a parent of a CPS student as well. Thank you for public comment today and for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief just to say, I'm here today in solidarity with all these amazing people and the over 5,700 who signed the petition in which Sarah holds today. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for doing the right thing for CPS by honoring Indigenous people with the second Monday in October. As a man of African-American descent and as someone who loves all people because of my love for God, I mean no disrespect to anyone of an Italian heritage. As a matter of fact, I quote two Italian-American scholars, Dr. Roberto and Dr. Ciora, that during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Italian immigrants saw the American idolization of Columbus as a way to deflect the onslaught of xenophobic and racial prejudice and violence that they encountered, and for which they were relatively unprepared as new arrivals in the United States. They bought into and contributed to a specific Italian reading of Columbus in relationship to their brutal experiences of bigotry. So what we see here is that in response to the very thing that we're trying to overcome now, an incorrect reading of Columbus was created. So I say to you, there are plenty of groups, the No Columbus Day group. There are others, such as the Italian Americans Against Christopher Columbus, that have over 1,100 people in it who agree with the decision we made today. So I say again, thank you. Thank you for keeping your eye on equity, not for some, but for all Chicago public school students. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Brooks. And the next speaker, please. 14, Vanessa Oniboni.
I am a parent of an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I'm worried. We don't have much time to stop the destruction of this planet from getting out of control. If we continue to celebrate the lives of those who represent genocide, supremacy, and the destruction of nature, then our time is completely out. But we can change this. These narratives can be changed, but not without you. To celebrate Indigenous peoples and their knowledge is not only a first step towards accountability and their sovereignty, but also the only way out of this inferno we have created. It is a very small step, and there is much more work to do. But if we cannot change this small negative narrative, then what hope is left? To eliminate Columbus Day and to celebrate only Indigenous Peoples Day in all CPS is precisely that small step that can make a big difference, and we desperately need that. But we just can't celebrate both. We can't celebrate the murderers and the survivors. Those narratives confuse our children. We need children that are experts at caring, who can take radical actions out of love. If our children learn to celebrate the people who represent the damage, those who forcibly remove and kill Indigenous land and water protectors to destroy nature for profit, I'm afraid the change won't happen. It all starts with the power of a story, and you can change that story. You can make that urgent change so that our children are able to follow the lead of those who really know how to take care of this land in the right way. So I want to thank you, because I trust that you won't send the message to our children that there is no hope. I trust that you will make the right choice, because although land acknowledgements are good, they're not enough, and we don't have enough much time left. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 22, Miriam Bimani, please.
Good morning. My first grader tells me holidays are for big days and important people. Native people are important. She knows school is one place she learns what is important and who is important. Being here today means we are closer to celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day at Chicago Public Schools. So many of us applaud the board's commitment to working toward curriculum content that is culturally relevant and includes honoring Native histories, peoples, and culture. Indeed, many more than just current students are excited about this possible change on the calendar. Alumni from Lane Tech have been discussing Native history for quite some time and would have loved classes offered to teach Native history. One alumni succinctly puts it, quote, "It would also make the environment more welcoming for Native American students." With the conversation then continuing on to discuss restoration of art meant to honor Native histories, the removal of other dated art that does not uplift Native histories, and creation of scholarships meant for Native students. As a CPS parent, I am beyond thrilled that my daughter will experience at school and learn about Native histories and current accomplishments. Through learning and celebrating, she will also internalize the importance of honoring Native peoples. It means so much to honor and celebrate in school. Including Indigenous Peoples Day on the calendar helps push these discussions to action items, ones that students need, parents support, and alumni are excited about. I commend the board for making this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bimani. And the next speaker, please, speaker number 24, Heather Hathaway. We'll move on to the next speaker then. Speaker 28, please, Francesca Peterson.
Hi, my name is Frankie Peterson. I am Listigoge Mi'kmaq First Nation and the Communications and Campaigns Coordinator for the American Indian Center of Chicago, and also a member of the Shy Nations Youth Council. Today, I'm here to talk about recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day as the second Monday of October in lieu of Columbus Day in CPS. First and foremost, I want to say that this isn't an anti-Italian campaign, rather an anti-Columbus one. I recognize the history of Columbus Day and the significance this holiday has to Italian Americans community. I acknowledge that Italian Americans experienced terrible discrimination and their resiliency should be celebrated. I just don't think it should be celebrated at the expense of genocide and colonization. We all know that Columbus never set foot on the mainlands of the United States, and he believed that he was playing a part in a divine plan to convert the world to Christianity. What's also typically left out of this narrative is that Christopher Columbus initiated the transatlantic slave trade. Columbus's 4 trips across the Atlantic Ocean laid the foundation and model for chattel slavery. By choosing to celebrate Columbus Day, we are upholding the ideologies of white supremacy and colonization. The narrative that Columbus discovered America erases the histories of Indigenous peoples from all across the Western Hemisphere. But instead of looking at this through frustration, I'm looking at this as a learning opportunity. I'm looking at this as an opportunity to uplift Indigenous students in CPS, as a way to teach a more accurate history that is inclusive of all people, not just white Europeans, and to learn the true history of this land and the Indigenous peoples who are still here, who are a diverse, modern, and contemporary people who don't just exist in history books. And I think this all starts right now with Indigenous Peoples Day in CPS. And honestly, I think it's the bare minimum. Walayak, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. And their next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker number 48, please, Cynthia Soto.
Chante Washte, Cynthia Soto Machiape, Sichango Yate. Hi, my name is Cynthia Soto, and I'm an enrolled member of the Lakota Nation. I was also born and raised here in the city of Chicago and graduated from CPS. Also graduated from UIC in education and have over 25 years of working in Native educational programs. But most importantly, I am raising my daughter here in Chicago, and she attends Agassiz Elementary. I am here speaking as a Native American parent of a Native American child and an educator in support of Indigenous Peoples Day and its recognition by the Chicago Public Schools. From experience, Native students tend to feel invisible and when their cultures, identities, and histories are incorrectly taught or forgotten in the curriculum. During my years attending CPS, I was only taught about Native Americans in one paragraph in a history book every other year. It's still at times a challenge to have schools recognize and teach accurate Native histories and living stories today. However, I do want to praise my daughter's teachers who are doing the work of including Native American curriculum in their school, not just for one day or month, but ongoing. Particularly after school one day in October, my daughter told me that the teachers and classmates all talked about Indigenous Peoples Day. They talked about some of the history, but also about Native Americans today and in Chicago. I asked her, how did that make her feel? She replied, I felt proud. This is a result of educators understanding the importance of recognizing the beauty of Indigenous peoples instead of celebrating a murderer. With the CPS calendar recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day, it will be a positive push for all the schools to move beyond stereotypes and false histories. My hope is it continues and you all make the decision to continue the equity work of teaching the truth and having all our students celebrated for who they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. And their next speaker is speaker number 52, please, Ryan O'Donnell. And the last speaker then, Jazz Park.
Good morning. I'm Jungyoon Jazz Park. I'm an employment attorney and professor at Chicago Kent, but I'm here in my capacity as the parent of a pre-K daughter who attends Pierce, and I'm also a member of Pierce's racial equity group. I attended CPS K through 12 myself, Hibbard, Ogden, and Lincoln Park High School. I'm a strong believer in the importance of allyship with other people of color, supporting these efforts by CPS, the mayor, and the Native American community in Chicago, and especially the American Indian Center. Nothing would please me more than to be able to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day next year with the student community at Pierce. As the governor of Michigan stated, as they are commemorating Indigenous Peoples Day, it's a day to uplift our country's Indigenous roots, history, and contributions. We can all be a part of this history making as well. We'll be joining in the ranks of 10 other states and DC. We'll also be joining the ranks of approximately 155 cities. So we're a little late in the game, but late, it's not too late by any means. So to highlight, I'm just gonna share some other big cities, Berkeley, or noteworthy cities, Burbank, Santa Cruz, Boulder, Evanston, Oak Park, Davenport, Iowa, Wichita, Kansas, Amherst, Massachusetts, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Ann Arbor, Michigan, East Lansing, Michigan, Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota. I would very much like to see Chicago right there with this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Park. And that concludes their speakers, Mr. President. I'll continue with the group from Lincoln Park. Speaker number 4, please, Susan Waichaki. Number 13, Sarah Schechter. 15, Daniel Gahn. 17, Rebecca Eden. 21, Judy Wall. 23, Beth Rosenberg. 25, David Marin. 26, Michelle Horsch. 30, Scott Rosenberg. 37, Mary Shaughnessy. 38, Mary Beth Jones. 41, John Moser. 44, William Cheslovsky. 45, Mike Wachowski. 49, Shannon Waterfield. 53, Charles Jackson. And 56, Jocelyn Bello. Ms. Wachowski?
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Waichaki, and I'm a parent at Lincoln Park High School. I'm also a Lincoln Park community member and a social worker at the University of Chicago, which is an organization similar in size and scale to CPS. I mention this because, as you can imagine, policies and procedures are extremely important in each and every interaction we have with our patients. And UC does this extremely well. Because of that, I feel supported in my work and can focus on supporting my pediatric rheumatology patients. Today, I want to make part of the public record the results of a commissioned survey by the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association and its approximately 1,000 members. The survey asked about its policies and procedures for principals and administration in CPS. Here are the consolidated replies to just 4 of these statements. Number 1, CPS and the Office of Student Protections and/or the network officials provided contradictory information to school leaders regarding procedures for reporting or investigating sexual misconduct. Over 84% of the replies agree, strongly agree, or do not disagree. Number 2, I get the support and resources I need from the district to effectively follow reporting and investigation procedures for incidents of alleged sexual misconduct. Only 29% of the respondents believe they get the support and resources necessary to effectively master and engage these procedures. Number 3, under the current system, CPS holds leaders responsible for the things that are the fault of the district. Only 7% of the respondents disagreed with this statement. Number 4, I feel discouraged and disheartened as a result of how CPS mishandles its responsibility to protect our students. Almost 70% of the respondents agree or strongly agree. And this is not a small selection of results. Of the
Ms.
other
Waichaki,
8
thank you for your comments.
statements, all answers have negative responses between 84 and 57%.
Thank you.
If the University of Chicago managed things this way,
The
they
next
would have
speaker,
shut down.
Mr. President, thank you. The next speaker is speaker number 53, please, Charles Jackson.
I just wanted to start off by saying 2 minutes is not even close to enough to explain how you have destroyed 4 years of hard work based on false rumors, innuendos, and one-sided allegations. And now I get all of the 2 minutes. My name is Charles Jackson. I am a senior at Lincoln Park High School. I was a member of the basketball team, varsity basketball team at Lincoln Park High School. A month ago at this time, we were 20-3. We were first in our conference, and we were on our way to greatness. But you took that away from us, killing our dreams and 4 years of hard work that our coach, Pat Gordon, built. But that's not the worst part. Nobody, no adult has yet to tell us why our season was canceled. We only know what we have read in papers. You talk a good game about transparency and communication, but what have you done here? You suspended Coach Gordon on January 2nd, but we still don't know why. Neither does he. Let me repeat that. Neither does he. Let that sink in. This is a man who has coached for 20 years without a single disciplinary incident, including at prestigious private schools like Loyola Academy and Francis Parker. He is a disciplinarian and the best of the best, one of the best coaches in Illinois. He demands greatness and accountability. He graduated every player in his program. Then 4 weeks later, without notice, on January 31st, you suspended, canceled really our season. Again, not telling us why. Just basically throwing all our hard work down the drain. 4 years of hard work down the drain. Though you suspend both our coaches, no players were suspended. So even if you had cause to suspend our coaches, which we do not believe, we did not. Why did you have to penalize us, the kids? Don't make excuses. The JV or freshman coaches could have coached us. Instead, you cancel our season
Mr.
without.
Jackson, can you please conclude?
You cancel our season without.
I'm going to insist on order. We'll listen to everyone, but I'm going to insist on order. So please complete your statement.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you. You cancel our season without courtesy of saying why and hide behind hollow words like student safety, but provide no details. Safety, really? Our school is way less safe now after the actions you took than before. That's why you have that's why you have the double security. You are the board, right? Did you investigate or just accept whatever claimed information that were spoon-fed to you? So though your fancy suits and ties, we come to you and you can look us in our face and explain to us why you have killed our dreams. You have destroyed our dreams, really? We are here to get specific answers, not hollow statements that you have told us, but we just want to ask, if our team was predominantly white instead of predominantly black, would you have done so? Would the community just sit so quiet and just take it? Once all the facts, not hollow allegations, actually come out, the adults will sue. You are rightly and will rightly get big dollars for deframing and maybe eventually reinstated. But how do you give us our season back? How do you give us our dreams back? This is really not about words on a paper. It's really about our future. We have 4 seniors in our program, and all of our lives have been destroyed by decisions that the board have made. And I feel like I have nothing anymore. My whole life was based off basketball. Our coach made sure our grades were intact. As you heard, like he graduated every student that was walked through his program. There was no reason for our season to be taken away from us. And it's just that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Their next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker number 13, Sarah Schechter, please.
Hi, my name is Sarah Schechter, and I'm a parent of a sophomore at Lincoln Park High School. And Dr. Jackson, after your opening comments, I don't think the first half of my speech you'll be interested in. So I just want to say my concern is that you think we're asking you to ignore the facts, but our feeling is that you don't have the facts. No one has talked to our fired administrators. They don't even know why the allegations have been levied against them. Of course, kids come first. Of course they do. It would be crazy to say anything else, but that's what our administrators were fighting so hard for. How does it help students when administrators working hard on their behalf are dismissed with no explanation at all? Our students who protested, who came down here to these buildings, see that CPS will not talk to them, will not talk to their parents, will not talk to the administrators, will not talk to their teachers. You said at the beginning of this meeting that the LSCs matter, but you will not meet with our LSC to date. I feel like I'm trapped in a dystopian novel where there's an impenetrable force that's punishing without any explanation and without any feedback. I understand that if you feel that kids are at risk, the adults should be removed. I can see suspending them, I can see reassigning them, but to fire them with no explanation, without any kind of exit interview, without telling them why those allegations have been levied, with no due process seems completely wrong to me. And you can bet that young administrators and teachers are watching. Would you choose to work in a district that might fire you without warning or explanation? I think you are losing families who are watching this, and you are losing talent. And it is my deepest hope that CPS will not double down on its errors, and it will not guard its flanks. I hope our administrators will be reinstated and at least given the chance to be heard. I hope that the way in which CPS ran its investigations will, in and of itself, be investigated. And if not, there's no reason for any CPS parent to believe they'll be listened to when they disagree with the district. And I'll no longer encourage families to sign up for 13 years of CPS, though I have been a CPS cheerleader for the past 13 years. Not when so much good that came from these people can be undone in a heartbeat. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Their next speaker, Mr. President, speaker 15, please, Daniel Gahan.
Thank you. I'm also a parent at Lincoln Park High School. I have a junior there. And Dr. Jackson, your comments at the beginning resonated with me, and similar to Sarah, I said I need to kind of rework what I'm going to say. I think all the people standing up here, none of us would be here, honestly, if we trusted the process. The problem is it's hard for us to trust the process when we're being told that an ongoing investigation is happening. Yet at the same time, we're told in writing, and I quote, "These people are never coming back." To me, that feels very much like judge, jury, and executioner. So we don't trust the process that's happening. I think also for everyone that's up here, none of us would for a second put the needs of these adults, these administrators, above the children. However, I think finding easy scapegoats doesn't undo what happened. It's not going to provide any lessons learned. It's not going to punish those that are really responsible, and it's really not going to prevent it going forward. A lot of what I was going to say here, I think I'm just going to focus on two items, and that is the Thuot administration from a security and safety standpoint. They actually performed an exemplary way. Security improvements were being made, but now since that administration has been ousted, we have administrators in charge assaulting students. We have a security force that's more of a threat to the students than a safety. We have students being carried off in an ambulance during a protest. So from a safety and security standpoint, we are failing these kids. And also from a student support standpoint, I can tell you that Administrator Thuot, there was a junior in my son's class that committed suicide this year. It was devastating for the school. And to be honest, I've never seen an administration handle something better. So I feel that, again, you're punishing a group that couldn't be doing more. They couldn't agree with you more, that the students need to come first. So I'm asking you, I know it's difficult, but if you've made a mistake, if we allow the process to play out, if we give them a proper hearing, allow the facts to come forth, then I'm asking you to do the difficult thing, and that is to admit that you've made a mistake,
Mr. Gannon?
reinstate them, take them off the do not hire list. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Their next speaker, please. Speaker 17, Rebecca Eden. Moving on to the next speaker then, 21, please, Judy Wall.
Hello, my name is Judy Wall. I am a parent of a sophomore at Lincoln Park High School. I value the hard work of the administrators that we had in place, the endless dedication of the teachers and the staff at LP, and the feeling of being a real school that anyone can attend and be successful. This year, everyone felt there was a newfound force of community support and success, and that was led by our LP change agents, John Thuot and Michelle Brumfield. I am here to demand their reinstatement of these administrators and the staff. My understanding is that these are still allegations. There's nothing been proven, and there are still ongoing investigations. You've put them on a do not hire list. Today, I implore you to show your work, CPS. I'm more than disappointed and discouraged in CPS since the beheading of our top 3 administrators. The way you handled the situation from the very beginning deserves an F. You failed and you refuse to show your work. You roll your eyes at the community and hide the truth from your constituents. I was just disgusted at the way that the community meeting was handled. The message from Laura Lamone given to us was not a positive message. She did not take the time to get to know our community. Parents play a critical role in the schools. And CPS, you continue to say to us that you promote the safe and supportive educational environment for our children. And yet you are failing to do just this. And it started from the moment you sucker punched us all. We teach our students to learn from their mistakes. How can you continue to not learn from yours? Your newly appointed people since this decapitation have put their hands on our students. You've not created the safe and supportive environment that you've stated. The teachers and staff have expressed to me their frustration that they were not included in the transition process.
Thank you for your
You
comments.
failed to show your support to this community. You failed to engage the community of teachers and staff in the cooperative efforts from the beginning, which you could have
The next
significantly
speaker, please.
minimized.
Speaker number 23.
The messaging, the communication, and the transition, it was handled poorly.
Please conclude your comments.
One last thing here is from the Student Voice Committee. The Student Voice Committee plans for school improvement were strongly supported by Mr. Thuot and Ms. Brumfeld, and right now they've been derailed. The funding for special activities such as Black History events and assemblies have been derailed. The efforts to keep our community safe have been derailed. You need to right your wrongs, CPS. You need to put our school back together. You need to reinstate our administrators.
Thank you.
Their next speaker is speaker number 23, please, Beth Rosenberg.
Like everyone else, I have a quick alteration. Betrayed and the Hickey Report document over a decade's worth of failures to protect the students of Chicago Public Schools. Suddenly you expect you got it right. Out of nowhere, you are under the obligation with the OCR demanding a complete overhaul of your structure and procedural actions to actually protect our students. The Lincoln Park community received a communication that Thuet and Brumfield were dismissed. An ongoing investigation was underway, and you assured our students' safety. You said, we can't tell you anything, but trust us. What actually happened was 3 days earlier, they had already been terminated, placed on a do not hire list, and there was no process. It was denied. CPS communicated, Miss Judith Gibbs has determined she is not a good fit with the LPH students. In full transparency, CPS writes, we share this information to assure your students' safety. Trust us. What you meant to say is that CPS appointed this administrator and was afforded a graceful exit following her physical disciplinary act against a Lincoln Park student. The video captured had gone viral by second period. Our community received communication at 9 p.m. that evening from you. Another communication relays the dismissal of another Lincoln Park employee following a physical altercation with a Lincoln Park student. But your child's safety is our top priorities at CPS.
Ms.
Trust
Rosenberg,
us.
can you please conclude?
What you meant to say was that this was another CPS appointed official.
Please conclude your comments.
Ms. Jackson, I present this to you, specifically in light of your comments. I stand before you all in honor of all the victims, the recent ones and the decades worth of victims that CPS has failed to protect. The Lincoln Park community, we demand justice, we commit to expose your failures, and we are not going away. Trust us.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be speaker number 25, David Marin, please.
I too have altered my comments. As an LSC member, as a member of two different LSCs for 10 years, I'm appalled at what you said, Dr. Jackson, because you said that LSCs are important to you. If they're really important to you, why won't you meet with us? Why have you refused doggedly to meet with us? I'm so angry. I'm having a hard time believing you. That's for sure. At Lincoln Park, there was a profound failure of the network chief and CPS headquarters to plan for the radical transition that took place on January 31st when the Thuet administration was decapitated. John Thuet reported to the LSC in December that he was planning on replacing 3 teachers because they were pregnant and they were due for maternity leave at the end of the semester. Well, when that happened, when you decapitated that, there was no planning involved. What happened was that one of the teachers was a special ed co-teacher in a classroom, and it had real world consequences. Last Thursday, the mother of a child with an IEP plan desperately called the AIC to tell her that this child with a special mental health diagnosis, that her daughter was about to have a meltdown because her cell phone had been stolen earlier that day. AIC Jones attempted to round up her daughter's counselor. And in the meantime, she was surrounded by 8 security guards. And then one of the security guards jumped on top of her and was reported to say, this is what you really wanted, isn't it? That's safety, huh? That's one of the white coats that you brought in, the extra security. And what do? They jump on a kid. She's been out for a week because of that. She has lumbar and back issues because of that. The girl attempted to kick him to get him off. And what he did was he overruled the
Mr.
AICs And he,
Mr. Marin,
just a
thank you for
second.
your comments.
Yeah, no, he overruled the AICs and called the police and had her arrested. She is to be arraigned next week on battery charges to this guard. She's a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, and here she is. And the worst part is that her IEP has been violated every day because of the fact that there's been no co-teacher in her classroom for the whole month. And that's a direct result of your decision.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
The next speaker is speaker 26, please, Michelle Hirsch.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Hirsch. My daughter is a sophomore at Lincoln Park High School, and we live in the neighborhood. I ask you, the Board of Education, and Dr. Jackson, to please really listen to me and my fellow speakers. We need to be heard. We have listened to everything that's been said, but nobody has listened to us. As a concerned parent, community member, taxpayer, and hopefully just a reasonable human being, I'm frankly outraged by CPS's actions. The complete lack of transparency and divisiveness on the part of CPS regarding the hostile firings, defamation of character of acting principal John Thuet and assistant principal Michelle Brumfield, 2 among the 6 beloved administrators and educators, is inexcusable and leaves me no alternative to presume the obvious, that CPS had a knee-jerk reaction. You ask us to believe you. You admonish us for putting children in danger. Shame on you. Shame on you. These talented, respected administrators were yanked out of the high school where they were valued leaders and where they'd made remarkable improvements. What does that tell you when hundreds of teenagers stand up and speak out for authority figures? It tells you they value them, they believe in them, and they want them back. Do these student voices count for nothing to CPS administration and the Board of Education? I've read all of your bios on the board, and I'm actually pretty hopeful because you all seem like you've got a remarkable history and have been doing the right thing for your whole careers. So I am hopeful. So if you ignore their voices, the voices of teachers, parents, the community, who are you listening to and why? I can't understand it, and I don't think anybody else can either. Are you intentionally trying to tell students and parents and teachers that they have no voice in our schools? This has repercussions across the entire school system, encouraging those who can to flee CPS for private schools
Ms.
in the
Hirsch.
suburbs. Yes, I'm almost done. Where their voices do matter. Further, the loss of productive educational hours, lost scholarship opportunities, the consequences of an unstable environment, and the damages that can and are being quantified, and the cost is tremendous and gets larger every passing day. As a taxpayer and reasonable human, I implore you, the members of the Board of Education, who are ultimately responsible for the quality of education and well-being of students, and also presumably reasonable human beings, to reinstate John Thuet and Michelle Brumfield, among others, so we can start rebuilding the positive educational environment that was LPHS. We won't back down until you do, and our coalition is growing stronger every minute.
Thank you
and
for
includes
your comments.
The
representation
next
from many
speaker,
schools.
please,
Thank
is
you.
Scott
I
Rosenberg.
am going to request, and I really appreciate the fact that you are all here today and everyone who signed up is being given the 2-minute opportunity. You're part of a list of 60 individuals. That's how many individuals we have testifying or providing public testimony at every meeting. And so, and make sure you keep in mind that your 2 minutes are 2 minutes, okay? So thanks for your cooperation, please.
Yeah, good morning. I have three children in the CPS program as well as a freshman at Lincoln Park High School. Let's cut to the chase here. I will not alter my speech. CPS has blown, I mean really blown, what has occurred at Lincoln Park High School. It is now clear that there are no legitimate allegations, despite the slides that were presented at the CPS meeting on February 3rd saying so. It is clear that at worst, there were reporting violations under whatever your new protocols are that weren't explained or even trained on. All offenses are not equal. A foot fault is not the same as a mugging. I've heard enough to know that your first domino, suspending Coach Pat Gordon, was a mistake. There's no report of wrongdoing. That first domino triggered a false dominoes all throughout the school. These educators are wonderful. Collectively, they've had more than 80 years in education and none had a prior blemish. 80 years. This begs the question, did they screw up so badly to all be terminated, suspended without notice or explanation or interview, or is it CPS that screwed up? If you have the goods, meaning proof of such terrible conduct, bring it. Show us. Don't hide behind confidentiality. You've already destroyed 6 lives. Your confidentiality neither protects them nor the students. And please excuse us if we question CPS's competency and trustworthiness. Not our 6 leaders who have given every indication they are competent and trustworthy. This is from a district that has shown a lack of competence for decades and stuck its head in the sand. This is from a district whose former leader now sits in jail. Last time I checked, we live in a country where you are innocent until proven guilty. We are not going away.
Thank you.
Their next speaker, speaker 37, Mary Shaughnessy.
Good afternoon, kings and queens. That's how our assistant principal addressed all of our students when they walked down the hall. My name is Mary Shaughnessy, and my son is a junior at Lincoln Park High School, and he was on the basketball team. I want to speak to you all on a very human level, because we're all just people living together on this planet and hopefully doing what's right. Each of you on this board has dedicated and devoted yourselves to public service. You care deeply for others. I'm sure there is no question of that. President DeValle, your bio says you have grandchildren in CPS, and I'm sure you're very proud of them. So I'm sure you can understand that we as parents are so upset to hear reports of the newly installed CPS security team dubbed the White Coats, who have manhandled our children, herded them through security lines, grabbed their faces, and tackled the most vulnerable of our kids. Miss Rome, my fellow Hawkeye, go Hawks. You fight for social justice and teach it in schools. Where is the social justice for Lincoln Park? Ms. Melendez, hi. You too have a personal commitment to justice. Again, where is the justice for Lincoln Park High School? Mr. Saletto, it says you enjoy coaching your son's basketball or baseball team on your bio. Did you know that John Thuet is no longer allowed to coach his son's team? He was asked to no longer participate due to these allegations. Imagine that, imagine that. I spent more than 4 hours listening to Principal Thuet and AP Brumfeld tell their story.
Ms.
Something,
Shaughnessy,
by the way,
thank you
the
for your
CPS
comments.
has never done.
The
You've
next
never
speaker,
spoken
please.
to them.
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, please, 38, Mary Beth Jones.
To the 5 board members who are parents or grandparents of Chicago public school students, when you send your children to school each day, do you feel they are safe and believe CPS is taking their best interest into account? As of the last month, I definitely cannot say yes. My name is Mary Beth Jones. I'm an LSC parent rep at Lincoln Park High School. This is my 20th year and last being a Chicago public school parent. I believe in public education and have always been an advocate of CPS. My advocacy has recently changed while watching CPS make the reckless decision to remove our top administrators. It's difficult to stand by an entity who is thinking politically rather than humanely. For years, hard work has been put into making LPHS an excellent school. While academics excelled, the climate, culture, safety, and security still needed work. Parents and community members continue to challenge leadership at CPS for help in these areas, receiving little or no response. A gift was given to us in late August with the arrival of John Thuet, Michelle Brumfield, and promotion of John Johnson. It felt like the final piece to the puzzle was in place. The energy they brought was undeniable. For the first time in years, positive changes were happening. We hit the jackpot. But on January 31st, all that had been built was destroyed in one swoop when our top 3 administrators were removed without explanation. CPS states allegations stemming from what they call an investigation, but has yet to provide evidence. Where is it? What have these 3 individuals done that was so bad it warranted termination? To be clear, John Thuet was an interim principal. There is no doubt he was in constant contact with Network Chief Lamone, the Office of Student Protections, and the legal department with whatever was going on at the school. What guidance was he given? Who was telling him what? Were the policies unclear? We ask our students to prove their answers by showing their work. Vice President Ravulari, as a math teacher,
Ms.
you
Jones,
should know this best.
Thank you for
In
your
this
comments.
situation, CPS is refusing to show their work. Would you accept that in your classroom? And if not,
Thank
why
you.
should we
Our
expect
next
any less
speaker,
of
please.
CPS?
Our next speaker will be speaker number 41, John Moser.
Hi, my name is John Moser. I'm an LSC parent rep at Lincoln Park and the acting chair on LSC as it relates to the dismissal of John Thuet, Michelle Brumfield, John Johnson, Pat Gordon, Donovan Robinson, and Larry Washington, and Mr. Gonzalez apparently as of the other day. Looking at your bios, I see several of you are LSC alumni and parents, and that's super. Like you, I serve because I believe in public education. I also believe in due process and hearing both sides of the story. Your oversight of CPS is a powerful and important duty. Powerful and important duty. I'm going to talk about three things: partnership, leadership, and accountability. As an LSC, we thought we were partners with CPS on principal oversight. Partnership with CPS? Not in this case. I think you already heard that we haven't met. I'm the acting LSC since February 7th. This is my first time talking to anybody in CPS. First time. And still, a month later, only allegations and no proof for what the six did or didn't do to merit such harsh and terminal consequences. One strike and you're out? For all six people and now seven apparently? Accountability, not in this case. In this case, CPS, six trusted leaders with track records of success have had their lives and reputations ruined by allegations that are still being investigated. Those are your words, not mine. Without pay. While CPS leaders still in place and responsible for oversight of our school remain free from accountability despite an increase in significant and serious issues at our school in the last 3 weeks, far more than in the previous 5 months. Not one district leader showed up at our last LSC meeting on February 13th. Why not? In this environment, none has shown accountability for their actions or decisions. At the town hall, they were defensive, backs to the audience, on their phones, rolling their eyes, not listening to questions. Trust has been further destroyed by hiring administrators and guards who have assaulted students and lacked
Mr.
empathy,
Moser.
doubting security, and already these tough situations leading to more problems. Leadership, not from CPS. We've heard the whispers. Back off. If you only knew. I wouldn't let them near my child.
Mr.
Well, finally,
Moser, thank you.
I fully trust John Thuet, Michelle Brumfield, John Johnson.
The
Pat
next
Gordon,
speaker will be
every
speaker
single one
number
of them.
44,
Donovan
please.
Robinson, everyone with my child. You know who I don't trust? The CPS leaders who have been ruining our school.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker, please, William Cheslowski.
My name is Bill Cheslowski. I'm a CPS parent of 3 kids, 2 of whom are students at Lincoln Park High School. For what it's worth, I'm also a former LSC member at their grammar school. In my short time, I want to quickly address 2 things. First is the high school. My position is very simple. 1, what is each of these 6 adults who were fired or suspended alleged to have specifically done? 2, can you actually prove it? 3, and if you prove it, what is the it? Meaning, is it worthy of immediate firing without explanation and placement on a do not hire list? Is a reporting violation treated the same as punching a kid in the face, both terminable? Is everything a 1 strike and you're out offense? No progressive discipline, restorative justice, or common sense, those big words we use all the time. Is that your new standard? However well-intended, this is a severe overreaction. I would like to argue more they, quote, didn't do it. But you haven't told us, or them for that matter, what the it is. So we can't even respond. It's garbage in, garbage out. These educators were the solution, not the problem. In short order, they had unified every stakeholder, students, parents, teachers, staff in the community. How many of your 400 plus schools can you say that about? Principal John, and now they're gone. John Thuet, he was a young Arnie Duncan type, had his head in the right place, his heart in the right place, and his actions. And now he's driving for Uber Eats, kicked to the curb like a sex offender. You watch when the dust settles and you scrape all that egg off your face, and you're going to have it. You will pay big time when he and the others sue for defamation, but you can still probably avoid that. All they want is to be back. And that's all we, the community, want too. Trust us. That leads to the second point, which is far larger than any one school. You have created a climate.
Mr. Shedlovsky,
I
thank you
need
for your
about 30
comments.
more seconds and I'll wrap up.
Please conclude.
You have created a climate where principals and teachers, this is bigger than Lincoln Park, are now rightly afraid to interact with their students. They won't tutor kids after school one-on-one in their own classrooms or hold office hours. That doesn't foster the education mission. That fosters a police state. However well-intended, you overreacted. OSP, Office of Secret Prosecutions. You destroyed 6 people's lives and a school and community in the process. Now I ask to conclude, do you have the courage? That's what this is about. We're going to walk out of here and leave and you're going to
Please conclude.
Do you have the courage to investigate, explain exactly what you've done and reverse your decision? That's called leadership and it will heal the community. You had
Thank
Mia
you.
Roberts up here quoting
The-
Martin Luther King.
The next speaker,
Injustice
please,
anywhere,
Mike
injustice
Wojciechowski.
I
everywhere.
continue to ask for your cooperation. Thank you.
I'll try to go quickly. I'm also here today to express my anger and disappointment handling the situation at LPHS and my support for Mr. Thuit and Mrs. Brumfield. And it is not as insultingly stated over friendships. Unfortunately, the public comments today regarding the LPHS is really just public theater, in my opinion. And it's bad and disingenuous public theater at that, which is apropos as I feel that CPS has badly and disingenuously handled this situation at every turn. So why not expect the CPS to continue this pattern in this meeting? The preemptive attack and smirks and eye rolls to open the meeting prove my point. CPS has provably and repeatedly lied to the public about the situation and ruined 2 careers of 2 superstars, caused a needed turnaround situation at the high school to slide backwards and then some, and has invited and deserved the ridicule and now potential lawsuits it deserves. Since CPS refuses to share the details of this situation to the public, despite the word public literally being the middle of your title, and despite the fact that you all work for the public, have salaries paid by the public, and are employed by to protect all public students, I see the audience here today is to see if we can turn around this slow motion train wreck that you are all driving. So I stand here before you on one hand, an angry LPHS parent about the short-sightedness that you have put us all in. And on the other hand, a true supporter of Mr. Thuit and Mrs. Brumfield and their potential lawsuit against you. If suing the CPS to protect the truth, to protect all the Lincoln Park parents and students, to protect themselves and their livelihoods, and to protect the public is what they have to do, then I support that. So you report to the public. And because you won't speak to the public,
Mr.
when
Wojciechowski,
given
can
the
you please
chance,
conclude?
I look forward to hearing public court transcripts. Thank you.
Thank you. And their next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 49, please. Shannon Waterfield, please.
Thank you. I too will alter part of my prepared speech, but first I just want to let you know I'm talking on behalf of one of the most important stakeholders like Charles back here, a student who haven't been spoken about very much in this conversation because Ms. Jackson, and I respect you, but your insults in the beginning of this meeting have really rocked all of our speeches right out of this building. So I want to read this letter that a student asked me to read to you today. It says, Dear Board of Education and CEO Janice Jackson, my name is Madeline Mallinger. I currently attend Rutgers University, New Jersey. I graduated from Lincoln Park High School in June of 2019. I'd like to begin by sharing a letter that I wrote to Principal Boraz back in June before I graduated. I never sent this letter because I didn't think he'd make any changes. Hello, Mr. Boraz. With all due respect, I'm frustrated with the school because I feel that many of the things students want to make happen can never come to fruition. Since decision day, I got my hopes up. They were going to draw the chalk in the wall and the chalk since we discussed it. Due to the rain, it got pushed back. Instead of leaving LP with a bad taste in our mouths of graduation practice, something beautiful like creating art in the mall would be a wonderful celebration of our time here at LP, as well as tribute to our future potential. In addition, it would help to raise school spirit, which we are definitely lacking in Lincoln Park, is looked down upon Jones and Lane and others because we fail to celebrate the components that make our school so wonderful. Students don't become excited about the school on their own. It has to come from the administration. And I'm going to skip over a few more examples so I can have another parting shot, because you parted a big shot to us, Dr. Jackson. All I've ever wanted was to help the school. I didn't go to these LSC meetings because I wanted to damage your reputation or to hurt the school, but I wanted to improve it. I wanted those LSC meetings for some reason. I did all the recruitment work because I believe in the school and see its tremendous potential. In the same breath, when I stand up in front of the 8th graders and talk about how much the school will support you and care for you along the way, I sometimes find myself raising an eyebrow and wondering if that's really the case. She returned to Lincoln Park over this winter break. The atmosphere was completely different. The building finally felt secure. I could
Ms.
tell.
Waterfield?
I'm going to give you 30. I'll take one more second because I'm going to just talk about what Dr. Jackson declared war on us parents at Lincoln Park High School. I've been working there for 5 years.
Please conclude.
My
your
conclusion is, Dr. Jackson, you are not a great representation anymore of CPS, and I think you should seriously consider stepping down after this incident. Thank you.
And their last speaker is speaker number 56, Jocelyn Bello.
Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Bello, parent at CPS at Belmont Cragen. We are standing here today in representation of a group of parents at Belmont Cragen School to express some concerns that we all have in common. For as far as we have known, the Belmont Cragen School has had an open door policy to the parents, which has made the perfect environment for parent engagement and involvement in our kids' education. It has been a great feature and one of the main reasons we can all agree that this particular school is unique. We have valued the 10 to 15 minutes we got with our kids every morning before the instruction time started. On February 11, 2020, there was a parent meeting hosted by the school where very worried and upset parents tried to state their school concerns and voice their suggestions, but were immediately shut down from being heard. By the end of the week, on February 14, there was a letter sent home with our kids stating that CPS created a Kiss and Go program and that the parents will not be allowed into the building unless given permission from the main office. This program was implemented to the following school day on Tuesday, February 18th, causing confusion, fear, and distress of the sudden change on our younger children. Many parents were in discomfort of this new policy and decided to get together to brainstorm possibilities to maintain the open door policy. Surprisingly, a huge statement from some of the parents gave the meeting a whole 360-degree turn, which is why we decided to come together to support these parents and the strongest reason why we are standing in front of you today. With all the respect to you, the Board of Education, we ask for an open investigation directly and with DCFS due to evidence from some of these parents that there has been multiple cases of misconduct abuse to special ed students. These parents have evidence of what they are stating and which they will not show in public for their kids' safety and well-being. We request this matter to be solved and
Ms.
actions to
Bello?
be taken immediately. With a lot more to say, but no more time to finish or to share it, we kindly ask to meet with you, Mr. Miguel del Valle, as soon as possible to further discuss and resolve this matter. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, did we hear from all the Lincoln Park
Yes, sir.
speakers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure we weren't
Yes.
leaving anyone out. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We'll continue with the speakers, Mr. President, and I'll call the next group from Whittier. I understand that Alderman from the 25th Ward is here with that group, Byron Chinto Lopez. So I will call him first, followed by speaker number 18, Nora Arroyo, 27, Maria Herrera, 32, Fabiola Torres, 33, Manuel Medina, 35, Guadalupe Diaz, 36, Josefina Tercera, 40, Esmeralda Romero, 43, Ana Leon, 46, Ana Teresero, 50, Susana Fendley, and 57, Amanda Reyes.
If we're not, if if they're not in the room, then,
They're coming in. They were
okay,
just here.
I was
and-
going to suggest you proceed to the next speaker.
Yes, they're coming in. I think we're having a little bit of a here they come. Technical issues with the speakers in the overflow
I
room.
see. Okay, can we have the first speaker, please?
Nora Arroyo, please.
Hi, Ms. Arroyo unfortunately had a death in the family last night.
So
She got
the
a call.
next-
So we
the
will go
next
to the
speaker?
next speaker then.
Maria Herrera, please. Or
Maria?
the alderman.
Well, thank you. And thank you again for giving us some time. I think this is a community effort that has been a long time coming. So I know we had a conversation last time about the importance of creating solutions in communities like Pilsen that are rapidly being gentrified. We have a serious issue of displacement and the numbers are astonishing. And we know a little bit of how that happened and how corruption continue to take a toll in communities like Pilsen. Today, we have the opportunity to hear about solutions that come from the community. So I'm here proud to support a community effort. So I want to thank the parents of Whittier Elementary who have been working for this plan for a long time, the advocates, the Pilsen neighbors, the principal, the network chief, Ms. Minerva Garcia also, and everybody involved, the teachers and the community that comes together to provide solutions. I hope that the Board of Education, and if there's a new day, takes these urgent solutions into account and act on it. We have an issue of lack of cultural sensitivity to provide solutions. Today, we have the opportunity to review and make a priority a dual language magnet program that I believe, and I strongly believe will address some of those issues, will create a great sample for the Southwest region, and also to make sure that as a community, as public officials, we're listening to the parents who have been speaking for years. I hope that we don't have to wait 4 more years. I hope that we don't have to wait until all our families are displaced before we take action. So I want to make sure that the parents are here and they're going to provide some testimony. I'm here to express my full support and the urgency for this solution that is culturally sensitive and I think provides a real solution to the issue of displacement and the numbers of enrollment that have continued to decrease.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. So their first speaker, Mr. President, is Maria Herrera then, the next speaker? Maria Herrera here? Then the next speaker is Fabiola Torres.
Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Fabiola Torres. Soy madre de 2 niños en la escuela Whittier. Yo manejo media hora cada mañana para traer a mis hijos a esta escuela porque quiero que mis hijos tengan los beneficios de hablar 2 idiomas, porque van a tener más oportunidades de trabajo en un futuro. Yo sé que al igual que yo, hay padres que también quieren que sus hijos dominen los 2 idiomas, pero tal vez no tengan transporte, porque yo al principio los tenía que traer en transporte público y sé lo difícil que es. Estoy aquí porque queremos una respuesta sobre el estatus IMAN.
Gracias. Thank you.
Their next speaker, 33, please, Manuel Medina.
Next
35,
speaker,
Guadalupe Díaz.
Guadalupe. Next speaker, please.
Josefina Tercera.
Josefina.
Ok, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Josefina Tercero, soy madre de la escuela Whittier, pertenezco también a la escuela de padres de liderazgo. pues estamos aquí de nueva cuenta, como ven, aquí con mis padres y el apoyo de la comunidad y del concejal y maestros. Más que nada estamos aquí para darle seguimiento a lo del estatus de nuestra escuela, que ya hace más de 4 años que hemos estado luchando para esto. Entonces, queremos ya una respuesta, queremos ya que nos den solución, no nos den largas. Somos padres, tenemos ocupaciones, el tiempo está muy malo, traemos niños también. También queremos que nos den un respeto, porque las ocasiones que hemos venido aquí, siempre casi somos los últimos. Y yo pienso que lo primero son nuestros hijos, porque son los que van a cambiar el futuro, ¿verdad? Y otra cosa también, me gustaría invitar a miembros de aquí de la mesa directiva a la escuela Whittier para la respuesta, que podía ser, puede ser en marzo, si se pudiera, lo más pronto, en marzo, no sé la fecha, ustedes deciden.
Gracias. Let me just let you know, because we've had you here before, and I've been out to the school. We've met, we've talked about this quite a bit. We explained the application process. You have applied. Your principal has done everything that was required, and there is a timetable. Latanya, could you please share the timetable? Because that's the question you're asking, about the timetable
Right.
for decisions that CPS will be making
Yeah.
regarding those proposals that have been submitted.
Yes. So the applications have been submitted, and we are conducting currently site visits. And I do believe that Whittier has already been scheduled for a site visit as a part of that process. And decisions will be made in mid-April. So all schools will be notified in mid-April of those decisions.
Así que para mitad de abril es cuando la decisión final se hace y es
Ok.
cuando se le informa a las escuelas, ¿ok?
Sí,
Esa es la fecha.
Sí, está bien, yo le entiendo en todo,
Ok.
pero es ya el temor que tenemos los papás, que a
No,
veces,
sí, yo entiendo, pero ya yo le había explicado
Yo sé.
anteriormente que ese es el proceso
yo sé.
y ya tienen fecha fija para la decisión que resulta del proceso, ¿ok?
Sí, pero más que nada queremos asegurarnos que
Sí,
todos estemos
quieren
en la misma
afirmar.
página, y de hecho aquí
Sí.
están los folders para las personas que no están todo informado. Aquí está la actualización de los apoyos de las cartas, y queremos que esto lo tomen en serio, o lo tomemos en serio todos,
Oh,
porque es algo que en verdad usted conoce, y más que nada no sé quiénes conozcan la lucha que ha tenido esa escuela, es de sudor y
right,
sangre.
right. Thank you,
Entonces,
thank you.
Mr.
So,
President, they do
Gracias.
have 5 additional speakers on the list.
do you want to, those who register to speak, we can hear you. But I wanted to give you a response to your question about the time frame. Okay, but if you want to speak, if not, we'll continue. Okay?
So their next speaker is
The other
Esmeralda
names?
Romero.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Esmeralda y soy una exalumna de la escuela Whittier, y estoy aquí para seguir apoyando a mi escuela y a la comunidad, porque yo sé qué difícil es llegar a esa escuela cuando te sales de la comunidad solamente porque la renta ha aumentado, y no siempre los padres pueden ajustar para dar para el transporte y ¿cómo dice? ¿Qué estaba diciendo? Disculpa. Y yo quiero que otros estudiantes tengan la oportunidad de aprender ambos idiomas, porque yo sé que en otras escuelas se les quita el hablar el español, o no tienen las mismas oportunidades de balancear ambos idiomas.
Gracias.
I'm going to be translating for her. Is that okay?
Wait,
Sorry, can I?
wait 1 second.
Sure.
Before you translate for, you just say you graduated from Whittier,
Yeah.
right? Could you translate your message and just speak to us?
Oh, okay. Okay. My name is good morning. My name is Esmeralda, and I graduated from Whittier, and I continue supporting my school for the magnet status, and I also wanted and also because I know that the struggles of getting there to that school, and also like the financial, like the money,
Okay.
and that's what I experienced. And also because of my sister, when we moved out of the community because because of the rent, my parents struggled with the bus fare, and I want other students to have the opportunity to balance Spanish and English.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Their next speaker, 43, Ana Leon, please. 46, Ana Tercero. 50, Susana Fendley. And their last speaker, 57, Amada Reyes, please.
Okay, we've called everyone from the Whittier group that signed up to testify. So once again, thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
So, Mr. President, the next two individuals that I called were in the overflow room that they didn't hear on the Indigenous Peoples' Day. I'm going to call them at this point and then proceed with the speakers list, please. It would be Speaker 24, Heather Hathaway, and Speaker 52, Ryan O'Donnell.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Chicago. Chicago.
Can you hold on one second? Are you Heather?
Yes, I am, sir.
Oh, okay, great.
Chicago. Chicago. Honoring the four directions and the original inhabitants of this land. Ottawa, Potawatomi. I am a professor of Latino Studies at St. Xavier University on the south side of Chicago, and also teach for the National Autonomous University of Mexico on Erie, their English courses. Algonquin, Blackhawk, Chicora, Chippewa, Delaware, Erie, Escanaba. Please raise your hand if you hear your street. Greenwood, Huron, Indiana, Iowa, and forgive my pronunciation, Kearsarge, Headvale, Kenosha, Kentucky, Keokuk, Keota, Kewanee, Keona, La Crosse, Lehigh, Leoti, Leano, Mackinac, Manistee, Mankato, Massawat, Montine.
You're going to run out of time naming all the streets. So I just want to make sure you don't. Okay.
All right, let's hear it. Let's honor them. Miami, Milwaukee, Mobile, Mohawk, Narragansett, Natosha, Natchez, Natoma, Navajo, Nina, Neola, Niagara, Oconto, Ogalla, Ohio, Okita, the street my parents, as a young girl, my mother got her first home. Onarga, Oneida, Ontario, Osage, Osialo, Oshkosh, Oswego. I go all the way down to Winnebago, Winnemac, Wakana, Wabanja, Tahoma. Please vote this afternoon. Thank you for considering renaming Indigenous Peoples' Day. Okido means shore, named after an Indian chief of the Iroquois. Please vote Okido for Indigenous Peoples' Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Hathaway.
you.
Our next speaker then is Ryan O'Donnell, please.
Good morning. First, I would like to thank the new board for giving us your attention today and for recognizing the support of the diverse people of Chicago to recognize Indigenous Peoples' Day and to end Columbus Day. As you've hopefully learned by now, Columbus was not someone worth celebrating. Columbus was a monster. And what can be said for societies that glorify monsters and name holidays after them? What can be said for civilizations that cover up the crimes of the monstrous? How can they be civilizations and torment the descendants left from a genocide with regular reminders that the brutal, sadistic subjugation and violence their ancestors suffered was insignificant, and that the perpetrator of these crimes is to be esteemed? What can be said for leaders of a city with such diversity to say the marginalized should suffer further marginalization to appease the descendants of their oppressors? What is to be said is that society, those leaders are oppressive. But you don't have to be oppressive. You can be part of the solution. Removing Columbus Day will not solve all the effects of racism and oppression, but it is a step forward. Take this step with us. It matters. These steps matter. Let us recognize that we are in the month of February, Black History Month, a month that has been an indispensable step forward in healing and reversing the oppression of Black people, educating the nation and reuniting Black children with a sense of pride and hope. We know the profound difference that reclaiming the truth has on an oppressed people, and together we have the power to reclaim the truth in Chicago Public Schools. When you are considering making this change, remember it matters. Remember Indigenous people matter. Remember the truth matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. I'll continue with the speakers list, Mr. President, and I'll call speaker number 7, Damian Lopez, 19, Irvin Burial, and 31, Jose Gambia with the Noble Network Charter Schools, followed by number 8, Jenny Biggs from Raise Your Hand. Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Good afternoon, members of the board, President Novalle. My name is Damian Lopez. I am a 2016 alum from Chicago Bulls College Prep, a campus of the Noble Network of Charter Schools. I am currently enrolled at Harold Washington College pursuing my associate's degree in engineering sciences. I have been a full-time intern for the Government and Community Affairs team at Noble for 3 years now. My family has 2 Noble graduates and a freshman at Mansueto High School on the southwest side. I'm here today to tell you about the exciting work that the Noble Alumni Career Office is doing, specifically the recent Noble Winter Externship. I was one of 115 alumni who participated in a week-long opportunity to gain exposure and get hands-on experience in my field of interest at a partnering employer in Chicago. I was matched with a startup tech company called Innovare. There, I learned about the data management platform the founders built and how they were trying to integrate it into schools throughout the country. My team and I, consisting of other alumni, were tasked with cross-referencing public data to identify school leaders who would most likely use Innovare's platform to consolidate their wide array of databases. Our work truly impressed our hosts, and I have maintained a solid connection with them post-externship. I am so grateful for the amazing people at the Alumni Career Office for providing alumni like me with this incredible opportunity to continue to build my network and sharpen my skills in the real world. They truly make being a Noble alumni a special thing. I would also like to add that I am a new Noble Alumni board member and will be at the Summer of a Lifetime fundraiser on February 28th. Summer of a Lifetime sends Noble sophomores to summer academic enrichment programs on college campuses nationwide. You should consider attending the fundraiser to support the cause and for a great time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. The next speaker, please, Irvin Burial.
Good afternoon. My name is Irvin Beriel, and I'm an alum of Pritzker College Prep, class of 2015. Pritzker is a school in the Noble Network. I'm also a graduate of the Illinois Institute of Technology, thanks to Pritzker's Access Scholarship that is dedicated to helping undocumented students like myself go to college. This scholarship is specifically for Noble students, and I was able to graduate in 2018 with 0 debt. I have a BS in Business Administration and a minor in marketing. Not only did Noble set me up with the scholarship to college, but they also gave me my very first job as an intern during my freshman year. I worked as an intern for the talent team and learned skills that set me apart from my peers. I learned important communication skills, clerical skills, data management, and I became proficient in software that helped me excel during my college career. My favorite part of the internship was when I got to interact with Spanish-speaking families and help them with their applications. My parents were in the same situation, trying to navigate the Chicago education system, and Noble had the staff to support them as they did. Now, I was that staff to other families. I was overwhelmed by how full circle my life was becoming. When I graduated from IIT in 2018, I thought my road with Noble had ended. I did it, I got my degree, they had fulfilled their commitment to me, but little did I know my journey with Noble was only just beginning. After graduation, I was connected with Noble's Alumni Career Office. I received weekly support, including resume building and interview preparation. With the coaching I received, I was able to land my current job as a talent coordinator at none other than Noble. I wanted to share my story with you because oftentimes you only hear the work that Noble does as it pertains to high school. But Noble is so much more than that. They guided me through all the tricky transitions for the last 5 years since I graduated high school. And I'm proud to be in a position to pay it forward. Please continue to support Noble so that many more students like myself will have the chance to become their own success stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veriel. And the next speaker, please, 31, Jose Gambia.
Good afternoon. My name is actually Jose Romero Gandia. Hello, everyone. I'm a proud father of 3 amazing young adults who all graduated from Noble Network High Schools. I'm a Chicago native who was raised in Puerto Rico and moved back to the States at the age of 15. I attended 5 different high schools in some of the toughest and underserved areas of Puerto Rico, New York, and Chicago. Throughout my academic journey, I was presented with a collection of shortcomings by the educational systems of all 3 places where I attended high school. So I was determined to make the right educational choices for my children. Enter the Noble Network. My daughter, and oldest of the 3, was the first to attend Golder. They had a culture of discipline and pride that fostered a sense of belonging and an amazing staff of educators that would go the extra mile even after graduation. She graduated with the 3rd highest GPA in her class and went on to graduate from DePaul University in Indiana on a Posse scholarship. With the support of the Noble Alumni Career Office, she landed an amazing job as a community organizer. This was not a coincidence or a lucky strike. I have proof. When my middle son attended Golder, he graduated as the valedictorian. Yes, the valedictorian, a word that I can barely spell or pronounce correctly. He went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison with 29 AP credits on a Posse scholarship. While in college, he has benefited from the work of Noble's Alumni Career Office by landing not 1, but 2 externships, one with Allstate Insurance headquarters and another one with a Chicago marketing firm. I can keep going and I will, because I have a 3rd child with an IEP his whole entire career. The staff at Golder got him to reach his highest potential. My youngest son is currently a freshman at DePaul University here in Chicago and receives constant support from the alumni coordinators at Golder with things like FAFSA applications and such.
Mr. Gambia, thank you.
To finish up, I would say that there's one thing I would like to tell the board: please acknowledge the work that the schools do and the positive impact they have on families like mine.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. As Ms. Biggs approaches the podium, I'll also call speaker number 9, Dee Barrett, 42, Barb Cohn, number 10, Elizabeth Davis, and number 12, Hu Nayan.
Good afternoon. Jenny Biggs, CPS parent of 3, raise your hand. Thank you for hosting board, committee, and school funding meetings and publishing all the materials. Thank you, CPS, for your support of and work on the inclusive LSC's bill. Thank you for the inclusion of raise your hand in the CBO meeting on the SQRP. The Whole Child Committee and the CBO meetings both focused on the SQRP. We must reframe these discussions. The only place to start is what makes a great school. It was resoundingly clear that the attendees want a new, more humane way of measuring school quality that results in school and student supports and has an accounting of the inputs or resources instead of punishment and labels that stigmatize. No parent listed attendance or test data as how to measure school quality. The OIG report on NWEA testing should surprise no one. CPS's long-standing use of standardized tests for high-stakes decisions against the recommendations of the test designers and without any independent validation creates unnecessary anxiety among educators and students. Promotion, school ratings, teacher and principal evaluations, and selective enrollment admissions hinge on these tests. The duration of more than 25% of NWEA tests in CPS lasted more than twice the national norm, and over 10% lasted 3 to 5 times the national norm, and the durations have been growing each year. Independent assessment experts told the OIG that this calls into question the validity of the results. But this is not an irregularity in need of correction. This is the predicted effect of the high stakes testing regime this and prior boards have imposed. The durations are greatest in 6th to 8th grade, where students are old enough to understand what's at stake. Students have learned, they've learned to adapt to the high stakes pressures you have put them under. You can't fix that by more proctors and spending resources the district can't afford on security. I am almost done. CPS must remove the high stakes nature of the test. We must replace the focus and time spent on high stakes tests with developmentally appropriate learning environments, adequate resources, and sufficient social workers and instructional time. Finally, parents, students, educators, and clinicians should be at the table to help inform the practices and protocols with respect to the district's communications and response to sexual misconduct allegations, as well as to help inform CPS on the supports needed to aid a school community during and after incidents. Further,
Thank you,
stakeholders
Ms.
should be at the
Biggs.
table discussing implementation of preventive measures and methods for building supportive, strong school cultures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Biggs. The next speaker, please, Dee Barrett.
Good afternoon. My name is Dee Barrett, and I'm here today on behalf of Schurz High School. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the board for the actions taken over the last year in addressing the serious capital needs at the school. I'm a CPS parent of 3, a founding member of Friends of Schurz, as well as a Schurz employee. I've taken the day off to be here today because it's my job as a parent to continue to advocate for my neighborhood school. Last winter, a group of us came before the board requesting additional custodial staff. Schurz is a building of over 450,000 square feet of daily use space and is the 3rd largest school in CPS. We continue to do the best we can with our assigned 11 permanent full-time custodians, but in reality, we are rarely fully staffed. Whatever the magic formula for determining the appropriate number of staffing levels at a school building is, we'd like to know it. Recommendations that I have read state 20,000 square feet per custodian per an 8-hour shift, in which case our school would require 20 plus custodians. That said, we are aware that Aramark does not have the workforce available to properly staff our school and is subcontracted to other vendors. In an effort to better track our issues, the LSC has implemented a Google form tracking system where teachers and staff can document with words and photos evidence of the uncleanliness of the building. Our engineering staff is still overtaxed. We thank you for the 3rd position, evenings and Saturdays, that was granted at the end of last school year. However, staffing needs at nearby schools this year have taken one of our daytime engineers off-site for most of the day. Every day for the past 5 months, he has been subbing at 2 neighborhood feeder schools. The only time he is at Schurz is if our head engineer is out. The needs of this historic building cannot be met by one on-site engineer. There are schools in this district with less square footage and newer facilities that have more engineers than we do. So all told, we are in an even greater predicament than we were in last year. A few other items that I would like clarity on. Number 1, a timeline for the installation of the new Schurz Aquaponics Lab. 2, a copy and timetable for ongoing future work on the many areas of need identified by the CPS architect in last year's capital needs assessment. And 3, copies of CPS documentation and contracts regarding 2 TIF-funded projects dating back to 2011
Ms.
and
Barrett?
2017. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker for Schurz is 42, Barb Cohn. Moving on to the next speaker, speaker number 10, please, Elizabeth Davis from Goethe.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Davis. I'm a parent at Goethe Elementary, and I'm here with other parents from Goethe Elementary. We're here to discuss our annex building. Last month, we told you about our school, which is a thriving 1+ school in Logan Square. And we also told you about a health and safety risk to our students at Goethe School. Goethe's annex building houses 400 of our students and staff. And as you recall, it's a temporary structure that was meant to be replaced 25 years ago. First, we'd like to thank you for your responsiveness. We feel heard and we feel that things are moving forward. We'd specifically like to thank Chief Arnie Rivera, Deputy Lindy McGuire, and the entire CPS Facilities Department. Since the January board meeting, CPS has promised $3 million in repairs this summer to address health and safety issues. These repairs give Goethe families and staff peace of mind temporarily. As a physician who focuses on health equity, I view these repairs as a Band-Aid. The root cause of the problem at our annex building is that the foundation is moving. After the repairs, the foundation will continue to move. As it does that, we will once again fail our active shooter drills with the Chicago Police Department because our doors won't lock. As it moves, we will once again have small children, 3-year-olds, at risk of asthma exacerbations when they come to school because there's that much mold.
We will once again have water seepage so bad that wild mushrooms grew in one of the classrooms over the summer. We want to thank each of you and CPS for your focus on educational and health equity. We share that value strongly. In the Whittier community, we are diverse. 75% of our families identify as Latinx or African American. 63% of our families are living with low incomes. We hope that you take those factors into account as you evaluate our
Ms.
request from
Davis?
an equity aspect. And pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. They have one additional speaker, please. Speaker number 12, who, and excuse how I say your last name.
It's Win.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, good afternoon. Again, my name is Hu Win. I'm an LSE parent rep at Goethe. I have 6th and 7th graders who have been attending Goethe since pre-K. So last month, we shared with you a timeline of our school's requests. So very quick recap. In 2010, our principal began requesting a replacement building. In 2016, CPS placed Goethe on a short list for new construction. In 2018, an inspection determined that that building was at the end of its useful life. And last March, Goethe requested a scope of work to evaluate the structural integrity of the annex. So today, we are back to request 3 things. First, we need transparency. We know there are many, many other schools in CPS with needs. Goethe, like all CPS schools, needs to know what criteria and what process CPS will use to decide which schools need a new construction. We know we can show that Goethe is a high priority school in accordance to the Educational Facilities Master Plan. In fact, Goethe has the highest utilization rate of all the nearby schools at over 91% capacity, and that does not even include our pre-K program. Second, we need a thorough evaluation of the structural integrity of the building. There's no way to predict how long the building can be used and repaired without more information. We need assurance that the investing of the $3 million in some of the structural needs is not going to jeopardize our priority for what we actually need, which is a new permanent building. Third, we need a timeline. Our staff and principal have to field questions all the time, right, from prospective parents and also existing families about the conditions of our annex. And before the next board meeting, we need to know the district's timeline in reviewing our school's capital needs for a permanent building so that we can answer those families' questions honestly. Despite the miserable physical conditions of our crumbling annex, we are a thriving school. But I make no mistake, those conditions pose serious safety threats and hazards to our students and staff. And we believe we're well overdue, over 25 years overdue for more permanent capital improvements. So we appreciate you and we hope that you will, honor our requests.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker number 16, please. Charlotte Myers from Catalyst Circle Rock. We'll move on to speaker number 20 and 34. 20 is Konstantinos Arfanakis and 34 is Chris Schumer for Saginaw School. And then we have number 29, Hope Sheldon, regarding Piccolo.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Catalyst Circle Rock, we would like to thank you for granting our 5-year charter renewal. We appreciate the opportunity to demonstrate the increasing vigor of our school's accountability system and to impact scholars in the Austin community. Our educational goal is to provide quality instruction, academic opportunities for every child. With the 5-year charter renewal and the trust of Chicago Board of Education, that goal is now achievable. Our newly built K. Ryan Center for the Arts has opened doors of service not only to our scholars, but to the Austin community and surrounding Chicago areas. Catalyst Circle Rock will continue to be a pillar in the Austin community by changing lives and touching hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. The next speaker, please. Speaker number 20, Konstantinos Arfanakis.
Hello, my name is Konstantinos Arfanakis. I'm the father of a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. The 7-year-old is a 2nd grader at Shogunas Elementary. And we're here to discuss with you the overcrowding problem that we have in Shogunas. We moved to Shogunas particularly for this school in 2012. And a few months before my daughter first joined the school, we visited the school just to see the facilities, to talk to the teachers, etc. So I entered the school, and then suddenly I started seeing kids being taught in the hallways. That was kind of surprising. So then we proceeded to go inside the room, and I saw at least 35 kids little kids in a room that was very hot. You know how rooms feel when you go in a room and there's a lot of people and it feels very stuffy. So at that point, I realized that there is a problem, and this problem has stuck with us for all this time. Now she's a second grader. My second kid is going to be joining the school in a couple of years, and we need to fix this problem. It's not good for the students' education. It's not good for their safety. It's not good for their health. It's not fair to the teachers who do an amazing job. I don't know how these teachers can handle 35 kindergartners in one room. I really don't understand how they do it, but they do, and that's why we stick with this school, because I see that they're doing an amazing job. But this cannot continue anymore. It's not fair for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Chris Schumer.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Schumer. I'm a parent of a second grader and an incoming kindergartner at Sauganash Elementary on the northwest side. I've been a resident of Chicago since 2005 and moved to Sauganash Park in 2012. Today, on behalf of the LSC, I'm here on our third visit this school year, to remind you of our critical space issue. I also want to thank you. I know there have been visits, there have been parallel discussions, so we do feel that we're not being entirely ignored. But I also want to be here to surface some new data, remind you of the urgency, and ultimately this is urgent for us. We need to be here until there's a commitment and we have a timeline. That's what our parents expect. I'll say in our neighborhood, the large lot near my home, when I moved there in 2012, had been empty for several years. Now I look at it, it's got 35 single family homes sold out. We have 2 large new houses of worship opening nearby. We have a new residential and commercial building planned on Pulaski and Devon. People's Gas has moved to our neighborhood and is bringing 400 jobs. And this is growth. This is great for Chicago. It's great for our neighborhood. What we as parents are nervous about is that there's no plan that we can see yet to grow the school with the neighborhood. Give you a few numbers that are from one of your more recent reports. Sauganash Elementary reached 100% capacity 5 years ago. 5 years ago, growing at 4 to 6% each year. This year, we reached our record high of 123% capacity. And that puts us close to the top. We're the third most overcrowded elementary school in the entire city of Chicago. And we know capital investments aren't to be taken lightly. We also know they take time. So you can understand our anxiousness. If you look at an individual class at about 800 square feet, we're talking about a studio apartment. We're putting 40 K through 4 kids in there, 40 desks.
Mr. Schumer.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up. As previous parent mentioned, our tireless creative teachers have done a great job mitigating, but it's not without sacrifice. The scores don't tell the whole story. I want to remind you, we've given up our library 15 years ago. We've given up our music room years ago. We have gym class once a week, 40% of the CPS guideline amount. We give up a science lab. We realize we've given up enough. There's not much to give.
Thank you, Mr. Schumer.
I'll just mention, we cannot accept redistricting or close enrollment as a solution. We're excited to work with you to what we think is the right size for our long-term space at Sauganash. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker then, speaker 29, please, Hope Sheldon, followed by speaker 39, Roy Walden.
First, I just want to say, totally impressed by your level of focus and concentration during this meeting. I'm a middle school math teacher, and it's really quite remarkable. My name is Hope Sheldon. I'm not here on behalf of Piccolo. I'm here on behalf of myself. Today, you are making the final decision as to whether or not to end my career with CPS. I've sent each of you an email with a link to the CPS investigatory hearing. I feel that recording does a very good job of contextualizing my situation. I feel that the recommendation made by the CPS lawyer is unjust. I'm asking that you suspend your decision until you have had a chance to listen to the hearing. I am a 20-year veteran teacher with a master's degree, a middle school math endorsement, and additional training in developmentally appropriate practices for middle schoolers. I've worked actually at John Hope in Inglewood. I've worked in West Garfield Park, North Kenwood, East Garfield Park, Belmont Cragen, and Ravenswood. I believe that the foundation for being a successful middle school teacher is to build strong relationships, sustain a level of consistent expectations, and provide rigorous opportunities for students to make sense of mathematics. Ultimately, it is my goal to empower students to be academic and social problem solvers. I take this responsibility to heart every day in my classroom. The basis for my termination is a series of complaints made by my students at Ravenswood to the principal in the fall of 2018. The students—
Ms. Sheldon, can you please conclude?
I am not done. I am a teacher at my core. I miss my students at Piccolo. Their education has been derailed as a result of my suspension. I think about them every day. I want to return to my classroom and finish the school year strong.
Thank you.
Please consider me.
The next speaker, Mr. President, is 39, Roy Baldwin. He will be followed by speaker 47, Cheryl Anthony.
These things don't adjust too well for taller people, but anyway, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here on behalf of Lower Ward Elementary School, where I currently serve as the LSC Secretary and Community Rep. I've been serving on LSCs for 20 years, and it appalls me when you have principals that don't want to work with LSCs. I commend you, Dr. Jackson, for recognizing LSC members when you spoke, but Lord knows I had to come to your school plenty of times at Westinghouse to work with your LSC members. But when you've got LSC members that are trying to work with a principal, it makes it difficult for us to do our job. We have a principal now that's sitting up here moving monies, not getting LSC approval, which is a no-no, and a violation of our uniform principal contract. We're being tired of being treated like we're miscellaneous staff and not decision makers and partners with the school. You don't sit in a public meeting and tell us that you're doing these things, and then you say it in a cocky way like it doesn't mean anything to you. And then when you're questioned about your network chief and these behaviors, oh, I'm not concerned about that. Okay, I'm glad you're not. Then you have grants that are coming into the school, a $100,000 grant, which you never told us about. We question that. TV monitors coming into school, question, never given any information on. But yet you want to target specific LSC members, which is my chairperson, myself, and my vice chair, who's been calling me repeatedly since I've been sitting here. We are not here to make waves. We're here to work with you. But if you're going to do things that are engaging in misconduct, I'm not going to support that. I have an issue with that. And I have seen principals walked out for less than what she's doing. But the thing is, you cannot move monies in your LSC and don't get their approval, because that would consider that be a budget amendment, which would require the chairperson's signature. I've seen plenty of principals do that. Then when they get audited, they want to start running to the chairperson. Can you sign this? They've asked me to sign off on documents for PAC. I'm not doing that. Your network chief don't know how to talk to people. The first time I met her, she came off on me the wrong way. Didn't know me from a can of paint. And you flipping your hand in my face and telling me what you're not going to do when I'm trying to explain things. I got you.
Thank you.
But my thing is, I'm giving you a packet. One last thing, the principal was told how to put a teacher rep on the LSC that was never appointed or elected. However, she failed to do it the correct way, and she falsified the document that she sent to you guys to approve on July the 29th, on July 24th. That teacher position should have been posted as a vacancy for other teachers to know about it. That never took place. And how do I know?
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin.
We were in the building every day trying to complete the evaluation. So look at that documentation for me.
Thank you.
The next speaker, please, Cheryl Anthony.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Anthony. I have a child that attends Ray Elementary School, and he has an IEP that is being violated. He has an IEP that is being violated. He has an IEP that is not being implemented. He has an IEP that his BIP is not being implemented. I have a DCFS case open against Ray. I have a police report open against Ray. My son is struggling, and he has an anxiety. He's just now been asked to see a counselor. We are on a waiting list for a counselor. My son is being touched inappropriately at school. He is being harmed mentally and physically. My son was just put, and I'm sorry, I'm about to cry. He was just put into a hot closet the other day at school, week before last, to enforce consequences against him. My son has asthma, and he said he begged them to let him out this room. My son is a third grader. Let me remind you, the school is not doing what they're supposed to do. I have reached out to CPS over 25 times, to Dr. Jones, to the network, to safety and security. No one is responding to me. Board of Education, I need you guys to help me, because my next step is legal. I need you to help me now, and I need to help today. This has to stop. Dr. Jones knows what I'm going through, because I have reached out to her on so many levels. Please help me. When my son told me he was put into this hot closet the other day, y'all don't know what went through my mind. I am not sleeping. The Board of Education was the only place for me to come to get help. Please help my child. I need your help. Dr. Jackson, I've tried to reach out to your office on several occasions, and I've never been able to reach out to you. Please help us. We need help. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jones, Latanya,
I was
please
just going to
respond.
respond really quickly to the parent that I have been made aware of the concerns that you have in working with both Dr. Jones and Cammie Pratt, who's our Title IX officer, to look into your situation. Before you leave here today, I just ask that you would give your contact information to one of my supports in my office, Elisa Botello, and we'll follow up with you immediately
Absolutely.
after
There was
this.
not enough
She just
time
raised her
for
hand.
me to give a speech, but
Yes.
this is,
Make
it's a
sure
lot.
the
Elisa
person
here
who's
is gonna meet
standing
you.
will get your information.
We'll get your information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll continue with the speakers list, and I'll call 51 Howard Ehrman, followed by Speaker 59 Raul Contreras, and the last speaker, Speaker 60 Timothy Noonan.
Good afternoon, Board, CPS, and the general public. My remarks are for everybody in the room. I'm here to announce, as a member of the faculty of the University of Illinois, and also as a member of BV, the community organization, that we are today beginning to build a coalition to expand public and to end privatization and cutbacks in the city. We are here to basically request that you flip the script, that you do not sell one piece of CPS property, whether it's a building or a vacant lot, because basically you are enabling what Mayor Daley decided to do 30 years ago in one of his first press conferences, when he said, there are too many poor people in Chicago. Since then, we've lost 300,000 African Americans. We are now losing thousands of Latinx people. And if you sell property, you're going to enable and speed up that situation. Let me give you one example. You sold William King Elementary School, closed it as part of the 2014 closings. I know none of you were here, but the board did that. As of 3 weeks ago, there are houses on that property being sold for $590,000 to $650,000. That's at 2500 West Lexington if you want to go by and see what happened to an elementary school. On your website as of today, you talk about, on your real estate website, what you've gained, $7 million since 2013. That's what your website says. You want to sell 31st and Kedzie and several other properties, and you're going to get $5 million for your $6.9 billion budget. We urge you to consider co-location, as you have in several schools, with any other city department, county department, or state department. In the next few months at the Alkale Gardens will be an amazing project of 40,000 square feet, where a public library, a daycare center, and a community center co-located are opening.
Mr.
You
Urban,
need to
can you
do the
please
same
conclude?
thing with all these properties. Please do not sell them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, please, 59, Raul Contreras.
Good afternoon. My name is Raul Contreras. I'm a 22-year resident of the Little Village community. I'm here speaking today as a representative of Mi Villita, a community organization that has been meeting systematically with people in the community over the last 6 months. So I see myself also representing them. We are asking the Chicago Public Schools vote to cease the sale, to permanently cease the sale of all of its vacant public properties, and in particular to stop the sale of the 11-acre site at the corner of South 31st Street and Kedzie, commonly referred to as the Washburn site. We want this property to remain public. Ostensibly, CPS is selling the public land at 31st and Kedzie to shore up its $6.9 billion budget. Yet the potential revenue from the sale of the Washburn property is estimated at $5 million. While that's a big sum for you or me individually, it would be something with no meaningful effect on shoring up the multiple billions of the CPS budget. Instead, the interest of the people of Chicago and the Little Village representatives that we have been meeting with over the last 6 months is for the Chicago Public Schools property at Washburn site to remain public and available for the public sector needs of our community. For example, over the last 2 years, the city of Chicago has been engaged in public location projects, bringing together the various agencies here in the city in order to construct these COCO projects, these public projects that would be a more meaningful and worthwhile process and direction to take with these public properties, and particularly the public
Mr.
property on
Contreras?
31st and Kedzie. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And the last speaker, Mr. President, will be speaker number 60, please, Timothy Noonan.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if you recall, the students from Kellogg Elementary spoke about 2 months ago about Kellogg Elementary's capital needs. And they did a great job too, which I anticipate seeing them probably next month as well. We at Kellogg Elementary are looking for capital investment for an addition to our school. As you know, there are many needs throughout CPS, and Kellogg is a safe bet. Beverly is a stable neighborhood. It's not going through any major changes. All the while, Kellogg Elementary's enrollment is rising. As a neighborhood school, Kellogg exists to educate all children, regardless of ability. Our poverty rate, while low for the district average, is relatively high for the neighborhood. Our diverse learner rate is far above the district average. This is a mark of Kellogg's inclusiveness. Our growth rates are strong. Kellogg is a 1+ school and has been since 2016. A matter of fact, in 2019, Kellogg made Chicago Magazine's list of top elementary schools. Kellogg is such a strong performer academically that the head of Chicago's Archdiocese Schools recently visited him to learn what is Kellogg's secret sauce. In addition to Kellogg will allow students with disabilities the same access to our secret sauce, as we are not ADA compliant. There are many schools that need and deserve capital investments. CPS needs to spend wisely. Kellogg is a safe, solid, responsible investment that we will pay dividends for many years to come. What we are asking for is a plan that would position Kellogg for the long term. CPS would be investing in a high-performing neighborhood school with a strong community, excellent growth rates, and demonstrated need. Investment in Kellogg is a sure thing for taxpayers, parents, CPS, and especially our children. Thank you for listening and look forward to working with you on bringing Kellogg's addition to reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. Mr. President, this concludes public participation.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I want to thank all the individuals who took time to come here today and participate in our public participation segment. Board members, any questions or comments related to public participation? If not, this concludes public participation. We will now move into a short recess. Board Member Rome, do you have a motion?
I move that the board take a 20-minute recess.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Sotelo?
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Vice President Revelry.
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Member Rome,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes and 0 nays. This meeting will now go into a 20-minute recess. Please note that if you leave the building, you will have to go through the screening process again. Thank you.
The meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. We will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. CEO Dr. Jackson, we are ready for your CEO report.
My apologies, Mr. President. I do not have my remarks in front of me, but I believe Bing is going to do a presentation about Hope High School. Thank you, Bing.
That is the first order.
Thank you. Got a lot of paper today. So.
Pass the test. Yes. Good afternoon, President Del Valle and esteemed members of the board. My name is Bing Howell, and I'm the Chief Portfolio Officer for Chicago Public Schools. I'm here today asking the Chicago Board of Education to approve the closure of Hope High School at the end of this school year due to zero student enrollment during the school year. As you're aware, Hope High School was originally voted by the Board of Education to be closed on June 30th of 2021 as part of the school actions that led to the opening of new Englewood STEM High School in September of 2019. Now that there are zero students enrolled, we are asking to move this closure up by 1 year. The district has supported former Hope High School students with transition supports and some supplemental funding to ensure their academic progress, social, emotional well-being, and safety. Due to the fact that there are zero students enrolled in Hope High School this year, I ask that the board approve the closure of the school effective July 1st, 2020. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
Sorry, I had a question. I know that there was concern over what will be done to preserve the history of Hope High School, particularly materials and concerns by alumni as well as members of the community. Can you speak to any plans with respect to that?
Yes, and thank you for that question. So we did hold two community meetings, and one of the loudest resounding themes were alumni that were sharing the impact that the school had had on their lives and just the overall want to understand what is going to happen to sort of keep that idea and that impact alive. Because of the feedback that we've received between our arts division, our civic department, as well as our family and community engagement team, we're currently at a process where we're both understanding from students, and then furthermore, we'll be understanding from alumni what they actually believe, students at the Englewood STEM High School, to understand what they think we should be doing to actually keep this feeling and the idea of hope alive. One of the things we've already done to start this process is our arts department has already gone through and documented via photograph all the artwork in the school, and we've already started the process of cataloging that. What the answer to your question is going to translate into is going to be dependent based off of what we hear directly from the students that are at the school as well as the alumni group.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other questions. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will now proceed with the presentations from Cammie Pratt, our Title IX officer for Chicago Public Schools, followed by a presentation from the Inspector General.
Hi, good afternoon, President Del Valle, Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, members of the board, and members of the public. I'm Cammie Pratt, the Chief Title IX Officer for Chicago Public Schools. So this presentation will include data. The data in the presentation will show the first semester of the school year. So it'll include September 3rd, 2019 till January 31st of 2020. And as well, I'll start with some other key updates. So in our effort to build a safe and supportive district culture,
Our office has provided trainings and our district-wide trainings for the 2019-20 school year that were completed by over 43,000 CPS employees this year. First, you'll see our Protecting Chicago Children's training, which is 67 minutes in length. It's an overview of Title IX, CPS sexual misconduct categories, consent, related district policies and guidelines, reporting procedures, investigations, and those are civil rights investigations that our department and the Office of Inspector General, as well as the Equal Opportunity and Compliance Office conduct, and also creating a culture of consent. Each attendee received also the comprehensive non-discrimination policy. It's a non-discrimination harassment retaliation policy, the reporting child abuse policy, staff and student acceptable use policies, and the guidelines for maintaining professional staff and student boundaries. All employees also took the Illinois mandated reporter training. That's a 60-minute training. It's an overview of how mandated reporters can protect children and recognize and report child abuse. Finally, there was a sexual harassment training that was 35 minutes in length. That's an overview of related policies and procedures, including legal obligations, key definitions, and reporting and investigative procedures. To further reinforce the policies and the training and learning outcomes from the trainings that we've conducted, we instituted an awareness campaign. So there are posters throughout the schools, and we also ensured that all employees had the posters. They're geared posters towards employees, staff, and as well as towards students. And those posters go over the proper reporting procedures for sexual misconduct. So we've also have a training that goes above and beyond, and this training is for our Title IX school representatives. We have 100% Title IX school representatives at all district and charter schools. They've completed a 3.5-hour in-person training on how to lead the on-the-ground coordination of responding to sexual misconduct concerns at their schools. The training covers many related topics and focuses on the following interactive activities and hands-on learning. It focuses on defining CPS sexual misconduct categories. The trainees are grouped into small groups, and they explore the differences of how attendees versus students may define sexual misconduct categories. Then they come back together as a group to discuss. There's also small group work and sequencing of steps for reporting. This work identifies the appropriate sequence for steps to reporting either adult or student sexual misconduct. There's also small group work in appropriately responding to student allegations. This work discusses how appropriately to respond to disclosures made by students, both complainants and respondent students. And then finally, there's a large group activity on who are you going to call is what we call this activity. And this is to help go through case scenarios that actually do occur and help identify the appropriate authorities to contact, either OSP, OIG, DCFS, or other authorities. And just we always tell, just pick up the phone. If you're not sure who to call, that's just fine. That's why our office has a hotline number that we're always available. No problem if you call the wrong entity. The same goes for the intake team at the Office of Inspector General. If it's a call there, they know if it's a student on student sexual misconduct, they will just refer it over and walk through the process. And so some specialized trainings for groups, staff this year. We conducted over 100 trainings for various audiences since beginning in 2018. But this is a summary below here of the key trainings that we conducted for specific staff groups this school year that covers Title IX, OSP sexual misconduct categories, OSP reporting procedures, and related CPS policies and guidelines. So we had over 1,100 charter school administrators, district principals, APs, and other school leaders were trained during the CPS legal conference. That was a 50-minute training. We trained 100% of the CPS security managers. That was a train the trainer training. So we trained the security managers and they went and trained 1,400 security officers. Again, a very long training. It was a 3.5-hour training for the security officers. Trained over 60 CPS athletic directors on sexual misconduct and sports equity. We also trained over 130 junior reserve officer training corps from 46 schools, and finally trained the team of the parent support administrators. This school year, we've instituted a school-specific training for schools that have either reached out and requested training, or we've noticed that they have a higher level of incidence. And so we want to go in and really do a targeted training for whatever that particular school community is experiencing. We found some benefits to doing this training. We definitely get an increase in calls, reports after these trainings. Our data team is beginning to analyze the impact on these school-based trainings on reporting from those schools. The training provides a custom format for these school trainings. Again, we really want to target the behaviors that are happening at the school and the particular instances that are occurring. And so what we will do, of course, everybody at the school needs to be at the school every day, and they all have jobs there at the school. So we will cycle through the staff at the school throughout the day, provide large staff sessions for schools focused on their needs and concerns. And a lot of times we've also stayed and done a parent training at night for the parents. Here's some new, within the last month, we've instituted this. This is how we respond to specific school communities that are experiencing a high need. In several ways we are able to do this. We already have the OSP mainline number, and so that number is always available. But we did institute a new OSP hotline number, and that is listed here. So in addition to the mainline number, this new hotline allows for students and parents from schools with a high number of OSP related cases to request assistance or make additional reports without having to re-explain what is occurring at their school. They will have somebody that answers the phone on the other end that is aware of what is occurring at the school and better suited and able to assist them. We also instituted an OSP student parent support email address, which is listed here. And this is really, again, for students and parents that are requesting any supports, and they can just email our office directly through this new email address. And also on our website is a new OSP online complaint report form. This will allow for people to report anonymously if they wish to do so. Of course, we're limited by whatever facts are provided in the report form, but it is up and it's running, and it is available to students, parents, and members of the community to file reports. With that, I'll move on to the data from, again, this is from our first semester. So on this first slide, you'll see that the case volume remains higher this year than it was last year. This is a year-over-year comparison of the adult on student, student on student, student on adult, and then our total, as you'll see in the gray areas. We do see a 29% increase in cases being reported this year from last year. This is very natural. I think as we move on, it's the department's second year in existence. There's been a lot of training, there's been a lot of awareness campaigns, and so the reports are being appropriately reported to our office. Here you'll see that just like last year, we saw that the majority of cases are student misconduct. So it does account for the majority of cases that we're seeing this year as well. 78% of the cases are student misconduct, 15% are CPS adults, and 7% are non-CPS adults. Looking further into the student allegation types, here we can see the top categories for our student misconduct are comprised of sexual gender harassment, inappropriate touching, and sexual electronic communication, which we do see a high level of that at the high school level with the sexual electronic communication. This slide shows our reports of adult misconduct. Here we show 66% are CPS employees, 2% CPS vendors, 0.3% CPS volunteers, 19% home-based, and 13% community-based. And just to note too that the CPS affiliated adult cases are investigated by the Office of Inspector General with OSP providing supports for all the students that are impacted. For the adult allegations, you'll see that our top category this time is grooming. So we have seen an increase in the reports of grooming, and most of those grooming cases you'll see are CPS affiliated adults. We are actually glad to see this because grooming is really identifying behaviors that can lead to very much more serious sexual misconduct in the future. So we see that these are getting reported very regularly and much more than we saw last year. And so it really allows for us to intervene at an earlier level with these cases. Again, top category is, after that is sexual violence. You'll note that most of those are not CPS affiliated adults. And then finally, sexual gender harassment is also a top category. And this last slide, we just wanted to really just try to gain or provide an understanding. So you'll see that the Office of Inspector General data is a subset of our Office of Student Protection's data. Again, we are always supporting all of the students that are impacted, whether it is student-to-student misconduct or it is misconduct that is investigated by the Office of Inspector General. And so all of that data makes up the CPS sexual misconduct data as a whole. And Nick Schuler will be presenting the Office of Inspector General data in further detail.
Any questions or comments? Yes.
I have a couple.
Member Sotelo.
Thank you for this update, and thank you for the last slide, because that was one of my questions, if it was inclusive of what the OIG data says. So
yes, absolutely.
Let me start with the training. How do we test if it's good?
Excuse me, Board Member Lucino, can you move your mic closer to you?
It's right. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
Okay, now it's on.
Okay.
How do you test if it's working?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. Thank you. We are looking to do that. So first, it's really, we pushed to get the information out the last couple years. But what we're going to institute is going to be a pre-assessment and then a post-assessment so that we can test for the knowledge.
Okay, so as part of the training process, just walk me through the scenarios of the hands-on, who do you call, but more equally important, when do you call? And when are you using common sense versus a manual to quickly act, especially when you're dealing with these type of issues?
Yes, absolutely. And so we do want to give people the information. This is who you can call for these scenarios. But again, we're always stressing, just call, even if you're not sure. We don't anticipate that anyone on the school level is like an expert in this area, so they can always pick up the phone. Somebody will always be available to speak with them and walk them through the process. A lot of the phone calls that we do get do not end up into full cases. They don't need to. So we're fine to just call and have that conversation. So the who you're going to call, that is a large group activity. There, the staff go through actual case scenarios that have occurred and which are the appropriate authorities to pick up the phone and call for those case scenarios. Once they do that, then the group comes back as a whole and has a conversation around the different scenarios so that everybody can share and learn from the other groups as well. Does that help?
Yeah, the other question that was related, the question behind the question is, how quickly do you call if you don't know? I mean, how do you quickly act on the information that's at your fingertips? I don't want to spend too much time on process and procedures and making sure that quickly following up with whomever is making an assertion of what happened.
Right. Absolutely. There's ever a question, you just pick up the phone and call.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah. If you're not even sure, pick up the phone and call. Just like you would report child abuse to DCFS. If you're not sure, it's best to just pick up the phone and call. And then we also do, like I said, we do have the awareness campaign posters that are around and really do walk through the process. It is a complete outline of the process for reporting. And so they're posted around the schools. Every staff member is given those. Children are given them as well, but the children have a little bit of a different focus on their posters.
Question. On the slide where it said 1,100 principals and APs, is that all of our principals and APs, or is there a order that it's happening in?
Okay, so that's for the legal conference, right? So I believe they're all invited to the legal conference. I actually think it's more than just the leadership at the school, like principals and APs that are invited to the legal conference. And that's the attendees at that particular training.
Okay, so by this point, all of our high school principals and APs should have had this training.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Does that go for interim principals as well, or is it only if you have a full appointment?
Yes, they've all had the training.
Thanks.
Yeah.
On that same slide, the it says only 60+ athletic directors. What about the coaches?
Yeah, so the sports administration does have a special training that they've instituted with coaches. We are actually going to design our own training from our office for the coaches, but this particular training, we were invited to train the athletic directors, and so we always take the opportunity when it presents itself.
And that includes volunteer coaches.
The sports administration, I can't speak for their training, so I'm not 100% sure if it's the volunteer coaches or not that are getting trained, but definitely the coaches.
Yeah, well, following up on President Duvallier's question, because yeah, you have a lot of volunteer coaches that goes, through the background check, et cetera, but the issue comes down to training. Like, what information do they get in reference to protocol, supervising the students, whether it be practice or away, to make sure that they're properly given training and notice as to what to do and what not to do,
Right, absolutely. So the Protecting Chicago's Children's training is across the board training that everyone takes. So everybody needs to be taking that training, and that in of itself is like a very high level. So some of these other trainings that you're seeing, everybody's already taking the higher level training that all employees have taken. And so this is in addition to that training.
for the volunteers.
Yes.
I have a question. And it has to do more with the follow-up to the trainings. And I congratulate you on a plan to make sure that everybody has received at least the basic training. But one of the things that, as someone who has worked in school in other capacities, is knowing that when you do this kind of trainings, follow-up is always important. Is that the responsibility of the Title IX officers that work with particular schools, or how is that, if not being done now, what considerations are, maybe going on in terms of how to make sure, because this is a lot of information and new efforts. I mean, this is a titanic labor. And so I just want to know, how is the information being followed up? Because working with adults as many years of that, I know that there's some remains, but a lot needs to be revisited.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that goes back to, our ability to start doing the assessments so that we can understand that. We also do send a binder with all of the training and links also to a Google folder that has all of the information in there. So everything that was presented at the training, they actually have back at their desk.
But there is nobody at every school or at every network that is responsible for following up, or,
What we encourage is that they really just reach out, because we're happy to just be on the ground with them. And if they're not sure at all how to conduct it, because some of the investigations are conducted are school-based investigations that they're responsible for conducting. That's okay. We don't expect them to be experts. We will come to them as much as we need to until they feel very comfortable in conducting those investigations. So we're always available to provide extra support.
And I did want to remind us that we have the Title IX coordinators at every school as well. So that's another opportunity to bring them together to get feedback from them. So
So there is a Title IX, that
Yeah,
I just
at
wanted to
each school.
clarify.
Right, so there's
Somebody,
a Title
and that
IX
person may be also engaging actively.
Mhm.
Yes,
after
actively
the trainings
engaging. We're
are-
actually providing the Title IX school representatives with trainings that they can conduct at the school themselves.
Yeah.
And so the training will be a complete package. It'll have our voiceover on
Mhm.
there so that they can sit with their community and conduct that training.
Okay.
Are the coordinators, are you giving them that option, or is it, you're asking them to do that?
The Title IX school reps?
Yep,
Yes,
to
we
do
are
that follow-up
asking them to
training.
conduct follow-up training.
And how are you monitoring or verifying that?
We haven't begun to do it yet. We will begin to do it soon. And then we will just keep track of, we do compliance. So our training department also does compliance for all of the trainings, goes back and makes sure that all employees have taken this Protecting Chicago's Children's training. And so we will do the same with the Title IX school reps.
Thank you. Sorry, I jumped in. I have a few other questions. So first, I wanted to thank you for providing more information on the different populations you're targeting and the context on what the length and the mode and the topics were for each. That was very helpful. And I think it's really good, to Louisiana's point, that we ensure that there is reinforcement, and that starts with assessing, understanding, and professional learning is any learning. When will you be reporting back to us about that assessment? Is that, and I'm just trying to get a sense of the timeline. Is that June? Is that sooner? Is that
So
later?
we'll report back as we want to keep being transparent. And so we're happy to come and do it during our next quarterly report.
Okay. And the other question I had, kind of to other perspectives we've heard today, in addition to assessing retention, understanding, application of information you're sharing in the trainings, are you assessing the satisfaction of the coordinators, of principals, of other populations about how ready they feel or how clear they are on, as Lucino said, on what to do and when to do it?
Yes, absolutely. We actually have done that. We do surveys after the trainings, and we've received very positive feedback from those surveys. And we'd be happy to share those.
And that's for the participants in the training?
Yes.
Okay, but at this point, to the other question that was asked about principals and APs, pretty much every principal in any CPS school would have received that learning experience and been assessed in that way.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any comments on the survey responses that were shared today from the independent survey from CPAA? Have you seen that before? Do you think it's of any concern? Does it tell us we need to do anything?
I can't really speak to the survey. I didn't see it myself, and I don't know if they surveyed all of the principals, all the
Yeah, I don't know
so I
either.
don't know the extent of the
Sure.
survey, but
Yeah, I don't know either. And I don't know if it gives us actionable information. Is that something that you think we, whether it's OSP or another part of the district, should be reaching out to principals to get information so we can actually answer that and say, we actually know who was asked, we know what was asked, we understand the results in a way that informs our future steps.
right.
Because a
so-
part of it is about, anytime we do professional learning, we want to, do those good practices. But the goal of this professional learning is to equip people so that in their roles of leadership and responsibility for our students, that they are ready and they feel ready. And that can also give us useful information about, actually, now that I think about it, I don't know when to call, or maybe there are different perspectives about the support they are getting from their end than from your teams, understandably, because you have different expertise and are, in different positions.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we've done is we're working with the Office of Network Support to hear from all the chiefs and get feedback. And we've also already had feedback that has come up from the principals, from the networks, and it's been provided to us. So we're happy to hear that feedback. We are happy to make any changes that will make the job a lot easier on the principals and system principals. Again, we don't anticipate that they would be experts, but we do anticipate that they will have taken the training, understanding what is needed from their perspective. They don't need to be experts in this area in order to ensure that things get reported properly.
Okay. Sorry, I had
One more. Go ahead.
unrelated question. On your earlier slide, you were comparing this year with last year, or this first semester with last year's first semester. I just wanted to confirm, for last year, was the start date the first day of school, or was it before that, or was it after that? Because what I remember, this was before we were on the board, but your office sort of started in its current form right around that time, but maybe a
That's
little
correct.
later.
And I think the question was in particular that the Office of Inspector General started a little bit later in the semester. So they started in October 1st of 2018.
But your
so-
office was operating at
But
the
our
beginning of
office
the
was
2018 school year?
operating, and so we do have, again, because we're tracking the cases, right, from the student support perspective. And so it does encompass all of the cases from the 2018 fall semester and the 2019 fall semester.
Got it, thank you.
And you indicated that they don't have to be experts,
Right.
but there has to be clarity. And there has to be consistency. Are we there? And were there implementation issues in the first year that have been addressed adequately?
Before Cammie responds directly to that, I do want to clarify. First, we do need to go back and look at the survey and substantiate that. It's my understanding that it was a small sample size, and it's also a fact that about a little over a third of our principals are even in CPAA. So we need to take into consideration this is not representative of all of our schools. Cammie interacts far more with our principals than any outside entity. I just want to be clear. We do believe, based on some of the comments, that deeper follow-up is needed. So I'm thinking about focus groups to look at the fact that we've been doing this for, almost 2 years, what's working, what's not working. I am positive there are things that we can tighten up. But I want to be clear that majority, almost all of our principals have done what they need to do. And so this narrative that principals are being pulled for this is not true. In fact, there have only been 3 principals pulled, and 1 was allowed to go back to their school. So it's not like we have 660 principals running around CPS who don't know what to do. Almost all of them know what to do. That has been proven by the numbers that we see in Cammie's presentation, the number that we'll see in the OIG's presentation. So I just want to make sure we don't make this a bigger issue than it actually is. We're talking about 3 cases out of 660 schools. Most of our principals do know what to do, but it is a new system. It is a new process. And for sure, there are things we need to tighten up, and we're committed to bringing back specifics around that at the next quarterly meeting. But I'll let you respond based on your.
The tightening up part is what I was trying to get at, to see where we're at in terms of tightening things.
Yeah,
up to the point
absolutely.
where-
So I think,
where it's
last
done.
year,
It's in
was our
place.
first year, learning year. We learned a lot. We've tried to look for other districts to see how they're doing it, but we are going to be the gold standard. This is it. And so I'm on the phone actually with other districts a lot of times to share what we're doing and what this work looks like for a large school district and for any school district, because it's just not out there. So we don't have anybody else to model this by. Our closest models would be something like higher education, but obviously very different student base for higher education than we have here. But yes, we have often thought of ourselves in the first year as more of a startup organization. And so we were tweaking along the way. We feel very comfortable this year with where we're at, but very happy to sit down and take feedback, because again, we want this to be the best system in place, and we are committed to that.
Very good. Yes.
See if it comes back on. All right, it's back on. It's a good way to not ask questions anymore. So first of all, thank you for the transparency of this. You preempted my question, but I still want to make it on the increase that we've seen attributed to the awareness, to the campaigns, to make sure that people speak up. And you've said you've reached out to other districts. Are there any other districts? Is this 1211 or this 361 or this 1598 underreported by 1,000? Right. So is there a benchmark? Is there a mechanism to understand, are we hearing from all? And if not, what else? And so you've answered some of that you're breaking new ground, new territories, but reach out to other districts, see what are they doing that they're not sharing in the public domain that you can use as benchmark to say, you know, are we hearing from all that we need to hear, right? And if not, what else do we need to do? And then secondly, and tying back to the question that the president just made, which is why I asked the question to begin with, right? Who do you call, but when? And when in doubt, right? Where's the common sense rule, right? When in doubt, what do you do, and how quickly do you do it?
So again, it's just not out there, right? And so I've talked to other districts. I've talked to very large districts that have seen us present on our model, including Philadelphia and New York City. We also work with the Association of Title IX Administrators. And so they're at the forefront of Title IX since 2011, the Dear Colleague letter of 2011 from the Office for Civil Rights. And they see across both higher education and pre-K through 12. In fact, they did our Title IX certification training for pre-K through 12. So they hold us out and offer us actually to other districts. This is mostly why I'm hearing from the other districts. And I asked again, even in the last month, you know, what is going on out there? You know, what do the cases look like? And again, they're just the same information. It's just not there. And so we're going to have to stay here and stay the course here, and we'll see if the cases level off at some point, if they peak at some point, which is what I think would be anticipated and what they're saying as well, that we should anticipate. And then again, you can see some of the cases like we showed with the grooming, right, where it's a lower level incident, but it's something that we're catching much more quickly. So people are feeling comfortable to call and report behavior that is concerning to them.
I don't think we have one more question.
Yeah, just real quick, in reference to like when you say when it comes to parents, because in some communities you may have custodial parent, well, relatives having custodial, not legally, but homeless, you know, living in their household, and that is it. Do you take cases from, let's say, non-custodial parents, for instance, grandchildren living with their grandparents while the parents are, you know, absent and going through some stuff, but they don't have legal custody?
Yeah, absolutely. We will take cases from a witness. So anybody that wants to report to us, we will take that in. What we're looking for, obviously, is that we would have a CPS student involved, and we would support that student no matter what, whether it's a case that we would actually investigate because the respondent of the case is affiliated, either another student or an adult from CPS, or if it's a home-based situation, we will still take that case because we really want to make sure that we are providing support to the student that is raising the concern, or if the concern's raised from somebody else on the student's behalf, we will still make sure that we're supporting that student. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that that student's education is not impacted. And so whatever that support looks like, we will be there to provide that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Jackson. We can move on to the next report.
Thank you.
I think it's the
Since everyone's going to be hearing from me for a bit in a while on the NWEA presentation, I'm going to let Amber Nesbitt from our office, who's the team chief, talk. And of course, if you have questions for me or her, I'm happy to answer afterwards. I'll answer. She can answer first.
Good afternoon, President Devalle, Dr. Jackson, and members of the board. I'm happy to be here presenting our data for this quarter. We can start off. I will note that this report is slightly different than previous ones that we've given. This only reports data from the first half of this fiscal year, so July 1st of 2009 through the end of January 2020. Our previous reports,
Would you mind moving the mic closer?
Our previous reports were cumulative, and so this is limited to the first half of this fiscal year. So as you can see, we are still receiving a lot of reports. 271 cases have been open since July 1st. And it's pretty steady, although there's some fluctuations by month. This slide shows the average case intake per school day. We are at about 2.7 cases open per school day, which has been pretty consistent since our unit opened in October 2018. We've always been between about 2.5 and 3 cases a school day, possibly trending slightly upward for this school year. And here we have our case inventory for our active current cases. We, as of January 31st, 2020, we had 291 active cases pending. 70 cases were closing, which means the investigation is substantially complete. It's being reviewed by our attorneys and written up. We do write reports in every single one of our cases, substantiated and not. So that process takes some time. And then from July 1st of 2019 through the end of January, we closed 211 cases. To put that number in context, our unit has closed 351 total cases since our inception. This slide we've all seen many times before. It's the categories that we use to categorize our allegations as they come into our office. And so obviously cases can change as we get into the investigation. So this is just what we categorize them as they are received by our office. This slide shows the cases that we have open by category and grade level. You can see that the concerning other category continues to dominate the types of cases we're receiving. We currently have about 58% of our allegations categorized as concerning other when they are received by our office. It's a pretty even split between elementary school and high school, as you can see by the shading there. And then the other categories go down from there. The concerning other category does seem to continue growing. For example, from October 2018 through the end of January 2019, 49% of our allegations were concerning other. So it does seem as though that is continuing to grow. And oftentimes it does include kind of grooming type behavior that Ms. Pratt referenced earlier, the, hard to describe behaviors that people are noticing that maybe are not overtly sexual. This slide shows the rate comparison between elementary school and high school allegations. Our cases have essentially been 50-50 between elementary school and high school since our unit was formed, and that is continuing. We do have 76 allegations per 100,000 students. You will note that there are more elementary school students than high school students, so even though we have approximately the same number of complaints, the incident rate is higher in high school. Here we have the allegations by job category, and you can see that the teachers continue to be the #1 subject. They obviously, there are 19,000 teachers, and so that's not surprising. And 1.5% of security guards have been the subject of a complaint in a case open since July of 2019. And that has, we are watching the security guards as we have noticed or noted before, and there's been additional training in that sector as well. To put these job categories into context, we've also compared the allegations we had from the previous time frame of October 1st through January 31st of 2018 and then 2019. So you see that the number of teacher complaints is remaining relatively consistent. Security guards, we do see some improvement. I think in the next half of the fiscal year, we'll see if that is continuing or if this is just an anomaly. And we are watching the other categories, and we'll hopefully be able to dig into those, the coaches as was discussed earlier, SICAs and others that may warrant some additional training or considerations. And here we have the comparison with charter schools. We are seeing some improvement in reporting coming out of charter schools, and there has been a dedicated training effort by OSP. So I suspect that that is probably contributing to this. We are now, district schools have 1.7 times as many cases being reported as compared to charter schools, and previously it was 2.1%. This slide is a summary of our closed cases and the category that they came into our office as, and whether or not they were substantiated or not substantiated. You'll also see on the end, there's a yellow category that we call referred post-inquiry. These cases have come into our office, and perhaps it's not entirely clear that they are meant for our unit. Maybe the allegations aren't, blatantly clear that it's involving a CPS affiliated adult. So we do initial investigation. We make calls, do some interviews to try and ascertain what the actual allegations are. And so those cases have been referred out from our office before a final report has been issued, because we determined it was not appropriate for our office and perhaps is more suited for OSP or the law department. Of our 76 substantiated cases, you can see that concerning other is the biggest portion of those that have been reported since the beginning of July as well. And I think the more interesting slide is the following one. Because we do categorize our allegations as they come into our office, cases do change, facts change, and new evidence is made. It comes to light that may change the nature of our investigation. And so this chart on the left side shows the allegation that it was categorized as we received it. And then the remainder of the chart shows how it was substantiated. So these are only our substantiated reports. You'll see that grooming, we had 19 reports that came into us as grooming that ultimately were substantiated. Only 2 of them for grooming, but 17 for concerning other behaviors. And then the same with concerning other. Generally from this chart, it appears that what comes in as concerning other kind of stays that way. It rarely blows up into something different. And here we have the personnel actions taken as a result of our investigations. We currently have 97 adults who have been pulled or blocked from our schools because of the allegations against them. 31 of those are teachers. We are working with the law department and OSP to try and prioritize those investigations as much as we possibly can and reinstate individuals, to the extent we think it's appropriate. 15 of our subjects have been reinstated based on our recommendation, and then 28 individuals have either been terminated, resigned, or retired. And the following slide just shows the police involved cases since July 1st of 2019. We have had 3 individuals, that says 2, it should say 3, charged with aggravated predatory criminal sexual assault, and that just identifies their role. I should say that none of these individuals are currently being paid by CPS. I think 1 resigned, 1 was terminated long ago, and 1 is suspended without pay. And that is all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay. Thank you for your report.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right. And then we have another presentation from the Office of the Inspector General regarding the NWEA performance review.
Good afternoon, board. Have some prepared comments, and then we'll dive into the PowerPoint. Over the past year, the OIG's Performance Analysis Unit conducted a review of CPS's high-stakes test for 3rd through 8th graders, focusing on the spring 2018 test. Last fall, the OIG submitted a written report on the results of the review, including numerous recommendations to the Board of Education and CPS leadership. Since then, the OIG and CPS administration have discussed CPS's response to our report, and CPS has agreed to take action on all of our recommendations. In short, the OIG found a concerning level of unusually long test durations, high counts of test pauses, and other irregularities during CPS's spring 2018 administration of this untimed adaptive test. This occurred in a minority of the cases, but it is enough to be worrisome and to warrant action. Specifically, we found that tens of thousands of CPS students are taking at least twice the national average duration to complete their tests, and some are taking 3, 4, and 5 times. The test vendor has warned that excessive durations can make it difficult to accurately compare CPS results to national norms. As it stands now, CPS's average durations have been above national norms since at least 2016 and increased even more in each grade and subject since 2017, 2018, and 2019. The OIG also was concerned that a small number of tests, about 4%, have at least 5 pauses each. Some were paused 10, 20, and even more times. Some of these pauses could reflect attempts to game the test, which could compromise the results. Excessive durations and pauses can occur for benign reasons. Importantly, even if benign, such irregularities risk making CPS's results less meaningful. This is a major concern given the many ways CPS uses these results. However, in untimed tests that carry stakes for students, teachers, principals, and schools, high durations and pauses could also be indicative of improper attempts to win higher scores or gains. OIG interviews with a small sample of 20 students and 10 teachers suggested this might be the case in certain instances. To be sure, data alone cannot say whether high durations and pause counts are due to improper motives. The OIG also has not sustained here any individual cheating cases. The OIG does not have, and perhaps no office has, the resources to do a deep individual dive into a significant number of unusual 2018 tests. Accordingly, the OIG has taken the approach that improving the administration procedures and general security of the test going forward is the far better solution from a cost-benefit standpoint. During its performance review, the OIG had extensive exchanges with the test vendor, and in the wake of the OIG's review, the vendor has published clear guidance on some of the duration and pause concerns raised by the OIG. This further reinforces the need for swift action. It is worth noting that many of the issues discussed in this report may well have arisen because this untimed adaptive test may not have been designed with CPS's multiple high-stakes pressures in mind. It's possible that some unknown level of gaming or cheating sits in the mix of potential reasons for the high durations and pause counts. The recommendations the OIG has made and which CPS is acting on are intended to ensure that this test can be used effectively for CPS's current purposes. And at some point, CPS might want to consider whether the test is the right test for its multiple high stakes needs. So I just want to give an overview of where we're going and sort of what we're saying before we jump into sort of the nitty gritty of it. So as we said, this was a performance review. A little background on that is the OIG's performance analysis unit uses data to identify broad issues. Here they analyzed 3 years of data focusing on spring 2018. And as I said, we interviewed 20 students and teachers. The key takeaways, I've already sort of said that, but the key recommendations are to reduce long durations, preferably by setting a time limit, trim high pause counts, institute proctor and proctor data reforms, implement tighter controls with the help of a test security expert, and if the test vendor cannot provide recommended enhancements, consider another test vendor with the input from the test security expert. I think it's been said several times here today by other people, but the stakes are numerous in the NWEA test. It involves students, stakes for students, teachers, principals, and schools. It helps determine promotion from 3rd, 6th, and 8th grades. 7th grade results affect admissions for selective enrollment high schools and other competitive high school programs. Results from other grades used for grade 5 through 8 selective enrollment elementary schools. Teachers, 20% of reading and math teacher evaluations are tied to student growth based on a value-added model. Principals, 35% of principals' evaluations are tied to test results. Test results impact independent school principal status also. And schools themselves, 60% of an elementary school's SQRP level is based on test results, and test results of students from priority groups can carry extra SQRP weight. Distinctive features of the test. The math is 52 or 53 questions. The reading test is 42 or 43 questions. It's untimed. It's designed to be finished. Students can take as long as they want. The test vendor generally expects a test to be completed in 45 to 75 minutes, and that varies depending on the grade level. Like I said, it's adaptive. Correct answers result in harder questions. Wrong answers result in easier questions. But once we're at the students, the test is at the student's performance level, students are expected to get half the questions at their achievement level right and half of them wrong. We'll talk about pauses, timeouts, and durations. Pauses, the test can be paused for a break, which replaces the current question with a new question of similar difficulty. Timeouts, the test times out and you get a new question after 25 minutes of an activity. Generally, the test will time out. When students are logged back in and continue testing, they are given a new question of similar difficulty. It's worth noting here that the pause counts do not distinguish between pauses and timeouts. So we can't tell whether the test is timing out because of somebody's taking 25 minutes of an activity or whether the test is being administratively paused. Each test reported duration only reflects the time spent on answered questions. So the time spent on questions that were paused or timed out is excluded. So that means that the duration figures we have are actually longer because than is reported, because the reported data doesn't include questions that had been skipped or paused out. Here we have side-by-side comparison of reading and math. I know it's too small to see. I'll put up a bigger slide in a second, but you can see that both slides sort of mirror each other. The national average is on the bottom. CPS is results from the top. And you can see that they start to diverge widely at about 5th grade from the national. They're always above the national norms, but they diverge widely. It's CPS durations in grades 6, 7, and 8 were especially far from the norm. And CPS's high duration averages were not driven by diverse learners who were less likely than non-diverse learners to take long tests. So this is CPS math durations versus national average by grade. It's just a clearer view of it. So you can see that. And you can see how much farther, if the average test is supposed to take around an hour, give or take, you can see by 8th grade how much longer CPS tests are taking. It's a similar result for reading tests. And, as we'll talk as we go through this, the important thing is that when you start to diverge this far from the national average, you can compromise the use of the test results for comparing to national data, national norms. CPS tests that took multiple times national norms. 1 out of 4 CPS tests took twice as long as national norms. Thousands took 3, 4, or 5 times. Tests that took 3 or more times national norms were clustered in certain schools. About 20% of those tests were in just 2.8% of the schools. NWA is comments regarding test durations. So we had extensive conversations with NWA during our review, and this is what they've said about the test in general. Tests should be administered in reasonable time as guided by the test duration norms. They were first published in August 2018. The validity of any test is based on certain presumptions about the conditions under which the test was administered, including that tests are administered in Chicago in conditions that do not differ substantially from testing conditions elsewhere. And when test durations exceed normal test durations by large amounts of time, CPS's ability to make accurate inferences may be compromised. NWEA could not tell the OIG at what point a duration became problematic, as it had not researched the issue. That's what they told us initially. During duration problems, the duration problems were worsening over time. As I alluded to in the opening remarks, each spring 2016 to 2018 CPS duration averages were above national norms. Over those 3 school years, durations jumped by double-digit percentages in each test. By subject, the biggest duration hikes were in 7th grade, where the results impact selective enrollment high school admissions. A recent OIG analysis showed that every test duration jumped yet again in 2019. So if no action is taken, durations may well continue to increase, putting CPS results at increasing risk. Then critically, NWA has issued some updated guidance regarding test durations. And it was issued since our report, and we believe, and I believe CPS believes, that they're responding to our inquiries in this matter. Since the OIG's report in December, our report, which is earlier, but in December 2019, NWA published updated guidance on maintaining test integrity. NWA addressed many issues raised by the OIG's review, including excessive test durations and pauses, intended to skip difficult questions. NWEA's recommendations included that district procedures state average test durations of classroom and grade levels should not substantially differ from its norms. Durations should remain relatively constant across terms, from each time the test is given. And as I said, the durations keep increasing and increasing. So that's contrary to this new guidance, and test durations should be monitored periodically to ensure consistency across schools, classrooms, and terms. Excessive duration, again, updated NWA guidance, did not set a clear standard for excessive durations, but it did offer an example of examples of problematic durations. That included Mr. Dietzen, who we believe is a hypothetical 5th grade class, which averaged 150 minutes on a spring test. NWEA said the average test duration is beyond the 99th percentile of all NWEA tests for this grade. Mr. Dietzen's tests are unreasonably long, given that there is no reason for students to need to average 2.5 hours to complete a MAP growth assessment. Durations this long invalidate comparisons between his students' test results and NWEA norms, because the conditions vary so much from the typical test duration for NWEA students. Mr. Dietzen should be coached to encourage reasonable testing durations by making sure his students are aware of the need to try their best and that there is minimal benefit to the student to take that long to complete their assessments. Duration protocol. Current CPS rules state that all students, including general education students, can take as long as they want, are allowed frequent breaks, and can take the test over multiple days. About 30% of CPS tests take multiple days to complete. A few students and teachers describe tests that took a week or more. We have recommended that these rules be revisited because, as written, they could be abused under the pressure of CPS's high stakes. What experts have told us about high stakes tests. High stakes tests should be administered in one sitting or in self-contained units, according to the chief of investigation at a test security firm. He said there are too many things that can happen during those breaks that can affect the validity of the test results. Professor of education measurement, leading expert in the field, told the IG that he would definitely set a time limit for such high stakes tests. He noted that on high stakes untimed tests, educators have absolutely no incentive to tell kids to finish. If I knew my rating depended on this, I'm going to tell them to keep checking their work and taking their time. Pauses. CPS tests by times paused or timed out. More than 12,000 tests, like I said earlier, 4% were paused 5 or more times in spring 2018. Tests with 5 or more pauses were clustered in certain schools. Over 20% were in just 1.7% of the schools. Percent of 2018 tests with 5 or more pauses by grade. You can see the breakdown on the chart. The highest pause rates were in 7th and 8th grade, which both carry high stakes for students. The tests with the highest pause counts were more likely to be taken by non-diverse learners than diverse learners. Pause rules are needed. The pause function, which replaces the current question with a new question of similar difficulty, is not adequately addressed by current CPS rules. Proctors currently could be pausing tests to help students skip questions that they can't answer, as warned in an April 2018 CPS audit. Such actions were reported in a small number of OIG interviews. NWEA told the OIG the validity of the assessment can be compromised if the tests are paused for the purpose of producing a new question. Example of a high pause 8th grade math test. So you can see that the test was taken over 3 days. The last day had 14 pauses or timed out 14 times. This is an example of one of 200 plus tests with at least 20 pauses. On the last day, as I said, on the last day of the student's test, 3-day test, her test was paused 14 times in under 2 hours. All pauses were too brief to be timeouts. There were 14 consecutive pauses in just 9 minutes. The OIG sees no reason for the proctor to pause and resume the test so frequently in such a short period of time. Timeout reforms needed. NWEA told the OIG in general, there is no reason for a student or proctor to allow a question to time out. Doing so should be considered a possible gaming practice. So this is intentionally doing it. Also, the assessment's validity may be compromised if a student intentionally allows a question to time out because he or she does not know the answer and would like a new question. OIG interviews with a small sample of students indicated some students are intentionally timing out questions so they can get a new questions. This may be occurring more often in the high stakes grades of 7th and 8th, where pause rates were the highest. And then we'll talk about relationship to growth. To be clear, there are legitimate reasons for high growth. Among them are previous test score was uncharacteristically low. Student made large strides in language proficiency and was therefore better able to show his or her true ability. Student was diagnosed with a learning disability and given new accommodations for the first time. Student clicked with a particularly effective teacher, a new curriculum, or a new learning strategy. How the OIG analyzed student growth. The OIG analyzed student growth by comparing each test's score gain from spring 2017 to spring 2018 to the gains of other CPS tests taken by students in the same grade level and subject and taken by students with the same spring 2017 score. The OIG defined unusually high growth as 2 or more standard deviations above the average growth of comparable tests. In other words, having a Z-score of at least 2. In grades 3 through 8, 1.9 of CPS tests met this standard overall. Duration and unusually high gains. You can see as the length of a student's test increased, so did the occurrence of unusually high growth. The data does not establish a cause for this. The pattern was true for both diverse learners and non-diverse learners. And regarding this table and the one relating to this for pauses and gains, I'd like to say CPS has publicly and privately criticized our duration and pause growth charts because there is not a strong system-wide correlation. However, a national testing expert told us these charts are the most accurate way to depict this relationship and that it is a strong relationship. He felt that a correlation analysis would mask the relationship because so many tests are taken within normal times, while we here are interested in tests with unusually long durations. So, we can't say for sure why this happened, but it adds to concerns about our high durations and our belief that CPS should rein in these very long test times. This chart shows that at the extreme end of the duration range, among the 2,600 students who took 301 to 360 minutes, or 5 or 6 hours, they were 4 times more likely to have unusually high gains than average CPS students. Kids took more than 6 hours. Kids who took more than 6 hours were more than 6.5 times more likely to have an unusually high gain. Pauses and unusually high gain. And there was a similar pattern with pauses and growth, but again, the data does not establish a cause. The pattern was true for both diverse learners and non-diverse learners. One expert noted that other than for diverse learners who require accommodations, there's no educational explanation for why pauses would improve test scores. Our interviews with a small sample of students in schools with unusual results indicated some cheating was going on, some gaming of the test was going on, and some long durations may have been due to students merely taking their time due to the high stakes nature of the tests. Insufficient data. NWEA currently does not provide CPS key data that would be helpful in detecting test irregularities, such as the proctor of each test, who paused the test and whether it was paused or timed out, the number of pauses on each test. Although NWEA can provide this on request, the OIG recommends that CPS analyze this data annually. And how many days each test took, the length of those test sessions, and which dates the test was worked on. This can be requested as a custom report, and that's how we were able to get the information. Teachers as proctors. CPS reading and math teachers whose evaluations are tied in part to their students' test results currently can be the sole proctors of their students. NWEA says in high stakes situations, students should be proctored by their teachers, as well as a second proctor who has no direct investment in the student's performance. And that's according to that January 2017 NWEA guidance. NWEA also said a second proctor protects the integrity of testing results and teachers from false accusations of cheating. Prior CPS audit and reforms. In April 2018, CPS audit April 2018 CPS audit of testing protocols found that CPS controls were for detecting as well as preventing irregularities needed to be strengthened. In response, CPS instituted several reforms, such as boosting preventative training by requiring all proctors and test coordinators to undergo training and pass a 5-question exit slip. Having 3 departments collaborate on a new method for flagging unusual test results, and auditing a much larger number of test sites in 2018 and 2019 than 2017. So, we think CPS should be praised for the audit and responding to it, but we don't think that they acted on all the reforms or went far enough in some areas. Despite the reforms, the OIG found that some key audits suggestions were never executed or were insufficiently executed. So we'll focus on what everyone can read the slide, but things that weren't implemented: analyze pauses as part of the process of flagging schools with unusual results, try to avoid having reading and math teachers proctor their own students, and include a warning about the penalties for cheating in the test security agreement all proctors must sign. So the conclusion: the OIG conducted a performance review of the administration of the NWEA test. This was not an investigation of test cheating. The review did not establish malfeasance. Instead, it recommended system-wide reforms to proactively prevent future problems. The OIG found a concerning pattern of unusually long durations and high pause counts in a minority of tests that could reflect some degree of gaming and/or cheating. Interviews with small sample of students in schools with unusual results uncovered some reports of test administration irregularities, gaming, or even cheating. And so, I think it's not in the slide, but it's also worth noting that what we're recommending too involves sort of better definitions about the giving of the test and the protocols for the test. And, in a lot of places, this gaming/cheating question is a question of things being ill-defined and poorly defined. And that's what we want to lock down is better training, decide what's going to be acceptable regarding pauses and durations. And that really the main driving thing is that we can make sure that this test is strengthened and it can be used for everything CPS wants to use it for. And that we can start to make sure that the questions about the test go away, because the administration of it is more uniform and it matches more the conditions of the test nationally. So, and I'll close with, to be clear, unusual results could be benign. However, even if benign, particularly long durations may compromise the validity of test comparisons to NWEA norms. New guidance from NWEA makes this especially clear. So happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And I know you have staff here that is available
Yeah.
to assist you in responding to
Roz, you wanna-
questions that board members may have.
Right.
Questions?
This is Roz. She's the head of the performance analysis unit, Rosalind Rossi.
Oh.
And maybe Pete too. You want to come on up? This is Pete Weber.
Questions? If not, there are no questions now. Maybe we'll hear the CPS presentation and then come back for questions. Or you have questions now? Okay, please.
We can wait.
Split it up.
Would you-
It's easier
Yeah.
To not crowd.
Right, go ahead.
I mean, we can wait till the end. I'll be happy. Anyway, you want to handle it.
Do you want to
It
ask
doesn't matter.
questions now?
I'll do whatever folks want.
Okay, let's get the questions
Go ahead.
now.
Very well.
Elizabeth?
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you had. Sotelo?
I'll wait. I can wait.
Okay,
Wait.
we're gonna wait, so please, I thank you for your patience.
No problem.
I'll wait.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle, board members, CEO Jackson. I would like to share the CPS response to the OIG performance review. And I will basically take a look at three areas as a part of this objective. One, I'll give you a little bit of an overview and some historical context behind the use of NWEA, along with a summary of the IG performance review, and then provide the board with a status update on the recommendations that we will be adopting. I want to start first by calling out the remarkable progress that the district has experienced over the past decade. We have experienced real sustained academic progress that is supported by numerous independent studies, two of which I want to highlight today. One, the landmark Stanford study that was conducted by education researcher Sean Reardon, which found that CPS students are outperforming students in 96% of the districts nationally for student growth. And I also want to note that that study did not include NWEA. It was based on the Illinois Standards Achievement Test, as well as the National Assessment of Educational Progress, which is also called the NAEP, both of which are timed assessments. Another study that was done by the University of Illinois at Chicago by Paul Zabatowski and Steve Tozer in the report titled Upstate Downstate really looked at CPS students in comparison to their Illinois peers and found across similar demographics that CPS students were outperforming their peers academically. That study also did not utilize NWEA. It utilized the Illinois Standards Achievement Test, the ISAT, as well as the PARC. So what you see here across multiple measures is that CPS has shown real progress. And as a district, we want to make sure that we're showing support for the hard work of our teachers, our students, our principals, and our school communities, and we support the progress that they have achieved. A little bit about the NWEA use in the district and adoption. One, I want to start with what NWEA is used for, which the OIG pointed out that we do use it for promotion purposes. We use it for teacher evaluation, principal evaluation, selective enrollment, et cetera. And it's administered to students in grades 2 through 8 in both reading and math. The first administration for NWEA was in this school year 2012-13, and it really was in response to the No Child Left Behind era. During the No Child Left Behind era, there was a heavy focus on attainment, and what we found is that it prompted schools to focus on what was called bubble students. Those are the students who were near the state assigned line of proficiency, and that produced school ratings that mirrored school zip codes. With NWEA, which is a norm reference assessment, that allows CPS staff to focus on the importance of the growth for every single student in the classroom. It also incorporates growth within our school quality rating policy. So we're looking at both the growth towards attainment as well as attainment, and that remarkable progress that's happening in the classroom can be measured, and it's just regardless of the zip code that the school is in. Also, I want to call out that our educators have come to value NWEA because it provides them with timely data about student performance. And it's more than just the end of the year high stakes accountability of the assessment. There's 3 snapshots across the district, which is beginning of the year. So when students first come into school, teachers have an opportunity to capture BOI data to determine where students are for next levels of instruction. And then at the MOY administration, they can look at progress towards meeting in-year targets for their students. In talking about the growth that we now are able to utilize within our SQRP, what we found is that measuring growth offers a more complete picture of the progress that our students are making. I referred to the NCLB era. So if you look at the 2 maps that are shown here, these 2 maps show a comparison of SQRP ratings. The first map to the far left is the year 2013-14. And that map shows SQRP ratings prior to the adoption of NWEA. And that's where assessments were focused primarily on attainment. And the distribution of level 3 schools could be predicted by zip code, as you can see here on the map. And this is what our district looked like in the NCLB era. The map on the right shows SQRP ratings today. With NWEA, we're better able to recognize the academic progress and effort of our schools, regardless of their zip code. We have a more complete picture because we're incorporating the growth that is happening in the classroom in addition to attainment. CPS initiated an audit that was conducted by the Office of Internal Audit and Compliance, which produced a report in April 2018. So that was our own internal audit. And from that audit, we made several improvements to our testing procedures, which included improvements to training and auditing more than 80 sites. There were 17 total recommendations. 13 of the 17 recommendations were implemented. And I do want to go over the 4 recommendations that were not implemented due to operational challenges. The first recommendation that was not implemented was the recommendation for the Department of Student Assessment to have basically teachers, peers audit each other. And so that was a recommendation that we were not able to implement due to resource constraints for training. That means all teachers would have to be trained to be able to do an audit. And as a district, we would have had to have some way of monitoring the peer audits across the district. The second recommendation that was not implemented was a recommendation to survey students. So surveying students at specific schools or classrooms that have been flagged for test irregularities. We did not implement that recommendation because in cases of irregularities at schools, we had internal investigators that were already interviewing students at those schools. The third recommendation was for rotating test administrators to ensure that teachers are not administering tests to their own students. NWEA's guidance for administering the MAP growth assessment states that a teacher should serve as the primary proctor during testing because he or she is the most aware of the learning needs of his or her students and can likely keep students focused on the testing process better than other instructional personnel. We took into account a couple of things also. When it comes to younger grades, it's particularly true for students in the younger grades who do not experience classrooms in a departmentalized setting. And for our second graders particularly, it's their first testing experience. So it would be very challenging for them developmentally to have someone that they're unfamiliar with in the classroom administering this first time assessment. Also, when you look across the district, some of the burden that will be created because unlike the ISAT or timed assessments, when you have a time assessment, you basically shut the whole bell schedule down and all students are testing at the same time. With NWEA, the reliance on technology coupled with the fact that it's untimed, the entire school bell schedule is not shut down and teachers test at different times. And because it is untimed, you're unable to follow that same practice. So it makes it difficult for schools that don't have the human resources to be able to not only change teachers, but to also provide additional staff. And then finally, the last recommendation that was not implemented was around language in the test security agreement. We did specify in the test security agreement language around test integrity. However, this language did not go far enough to specifically call out actions and consequences for those that do not follow the protocol with integrity. And so we will be instituting stronger language for clear consequences for bad behavior, beginning with the 2020 spring administration. Finally, for the overview, just looking at NWEA's overall flexibility. NWEA is an on-timed assessment. NWEA has not set a time limit for the test administration in all of the years of it being administered. NWEA released test duration norms for the first time in August 2018. NWEA is an adaptive assessment, and as a protective feature, when the test is paused or timed out, students are given a new question upon resuming the test. Prior to 2019, December of 2019, NWEA had not supplied data on the frequency of pause usage or provided guidance on pause usage. Also want to call out with pauses and timeouts, we also do not know the role that technology freezes and outages actually contribute to the number of pauses, because NWEA is unable to give us that kind of data analysis. Overview, a summary of the OIG concerns. First, the OIG report found that CPS students took longer to complete the NWEA than national norms, with some students taking more than twice the national rate or higher. Some CPS tests displayed unusually high pause counts. Again, we're unable to determine how much of that is timeout from the student, a pause that is initiated by the proctor, or if it is contributed by technology outages, system outages, or freezes. Potential violations of test proctoring protocol occurred in a minority of cases. The OIG identified the need to provide additional clarity for NWEA protocols and procedures. The OIG did not identify or substantiate systemic or individual wrongdoing, nor did the OIG conclude that the NWEA MAP results are invalid. I do want to, at this time, call forward Jeff Broom to review the data based on the two graphs that show the percentage of unusually high growth tests by test duration, as well as the percentage of unusually high growth in comparison to pauses.
Good afternoon, all. Just very quickly, we wanted to take a side note on some of the data that were presented in the OIG's report. I think the headline from those slides that are in IG slides is that the data didn't establish any causal relationship between pauses and high growth, or duration and high growth. There were some concerns, though, that the way the data are presented, it does, potentially risk some misinterpretation or overinterpretation. So we did some very basic correlation analyses to provide some additional statistical context to help mitigate that risk of mis or overinterpretation of the data. And so very, very quickly, I just want to point out that there is no statistical correlation within the OIG's data between duration and high gains in this example. So we did a basic R analysis, correlation analysis to find the R value as context. Correlation coefficients that are less than 0.3 have very little, if any, correlation. So we looked at the entire data set. For all students, the correlation between growth and duration is about 0.195. We looked then just at the very high growth students, which are just at the high end of the distribution of scores, and that correlation was even smaller, an R of only 0.041. Similarly small and actually smaller R values for the data between pauses and high growth. 0.078 for all students, 0.021 for just the high growth students. So again, the headline is, I think, there in the IG slides, that there is no causal relationship, but just to sort of, again, help our stakeholders interpret this data, we don't want to draw conclusions that aren't warranted or substantiated by any evidence. And so we thought this additional context might be helpful in that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So in summing up our response, and then I'll go into a status update of the actual recommendations that we'll be adopting. The NWA test was intentionally designed to have flexibility as it is an untimed adaptive assessment. The OIG performance review has revealed that the NWA assessment flexibility has resulted in long durations and inconsistent pause usage. These findings illustrated the need for additional guidance, clearer policies, protocols, and strengthened training. To protect instructional time, as we know that, long duration tests can cut into instructional time, which we want to protect instructional time, as well as strengthen the consistency of NWA administration. CPS is adopting all of the OIG recommendations. CPS will continue evaluating the full assessment landscape and determine if opportunities exist to reduce testing time while ensuring actionable academic data is available to support our students. An update on the recommendations. The first recommendation is to hire a test security expert to help and give guidance in addressing the OIG's recommendations and other OIG concerns. And so as an update, we have hired Cavion, which is a test security firm, to help develop, institute, and implement recommendations. And they have already begun looking at some of the policy recommendations that we're putting forward. The second recommendation is to reduce durations, preferably by setting a time limit. And we are establishing policy designed to reduce test duration. And the policy will be providing associated guidance, and it'll be included in the test administration manual, in the test coordinator training, and in test proctor trainings for beginning this spring administration 2020. The next recommendation is to take concrete steps to limit pauses, including providing clear instructions on the right and wrong way to use pauses. Again, we want to call out that NWEA for the first time in December 2019 established or published guidelines that give some guidance around pauses. And so we are going to be, we're currently working on establishing a policy to provide proctors with greater clarity of the proper use of pauses and the timeout function. And it will be in alignment with the NWEA guidance that is now available. And we'll make sure that that is included in the test administration manual, as well as all trainings that will be administered for proctors and coordinators beginning for the spring administration. The next recommendation is to prohibit teachers from being the sole proctors of their students if their evaluations are tied in part to their students' NWEA results. We are implementing a revised test proctor policy for spring of 2020 that takes into account the OIG's recommendation in some cases, which I mentioned earlier, where we have primary students that are testing with their homeroom teacher or a teacher of record. We will be looking at having proctors that may be available to support those classrooms. The next recommendation is to find an auditable way to record the proctor of each test taken so that analysts can look for trends among proctors. We are working with NWEA to be able to obtain test proctor data. Right now, NWEA is not committed to being able to provide us with test proctor data, but we will augment with additional procedures for capturing auditable proctor information, whether it be electronically or even having hard copy proctor rosters at the school that captures who's proctoring the assessment. Another recommendation is to focus on auditing proctors rather than grades and subjects by using new proctor data. So as we capture proctor data for this year, looking at auditing, in the past, we've done audits based on grade level and subject area. In this way, with data around proctors for the assessment, we would be able to, with this recommendation, we'd be able to obtain test proctor data and then be able to monitor for particular proctors that on an as needed basis where we observe patterns with testing where there may be irregularities, and we can use the proctor data to do that auditing. So we'll be working with NWEA to be able to obtain that. We have discussed with them opportunities where they may be able to provide us proctor data, but even if they don't, with the data that we'll capture on our own, we can use that in order to audit, observe testing patterns with particular proctors. The next recommendation is to bolster training and the exit slip that must be passed for someone to proctor. Include guidance on improper pauses and long durations. During training, cite the OIG as an office to be contacted with concerns about test irregularities. And we are requiring training for test coordinators and test proctors using the Safe Schools platform, which is the same training platform that we have used for protecting Chicago's children, which was highly effective in terms of, I took it myself, going through it electronically, being able to see the questions and how you fared on those questions. This training will include all updated policies, test administration protocols, and it will be a required quiz at the end of the training to confirm understanding that we will be able to capture electronically. We will also cite the OIG as an office to be contacted with concerns about test irregularity. The final recommendation is to add penalties for test cheating to the test security agreement that all proctors must sign. While the OIG did not substantiate systemic or individual wrongdoing, penalties for test cheating will be included in the test security agreement for the spring 2020 administration and aligned to all current district policy. All school personnel who support test administration are required to sign the test security agreement before the school is approved to begin testing, which is something that we already do. So we already have coordinators signing the test security agreement, but we will include more specific language around the penalties for those who do not protect the integrity of the test administration and follow through with the policy and protocols as communicated through training. That concludes the CPS response to the OIG performance review of NWEA administration.
Thank you. Dr. Jackson?
That's it. I'm sorry. That concludes our report. Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll now open it up for questions from both CPS and the IG. Yes.
So I guess I have two sets of questions. Two sets of concerns that I see here, and I'm actually glad that both parties were able to present because it's helpful to think about them together. So I think one question is the larger question about the ongoing uses by the district, the NWEA, and I'd actually like to put that to the side for a second to talk about the report in particular first, but I do want to make sure we get to that at some point. But the questions about there are two main questions I have about the report. One is around the conclusions. So on that conclusions page, I think it's slide 32, there's the first sentence or the first 2 points say that this was not an investigation of test cheating, and it says the review did not establish malfeasance. But the third bullet point is talking about cheating. And so I guess to your point, you talked about like defining terms and what we mean by these things, particularly when we say cheating, because I do think that, saying cheating is a pretty, it's a serious accusation. It's a serious accusation to our teachers and our students and our school communities. And so I don't see the evidence here that substantiates that as a claim. And so that's one sort of question set of concerns. And then I was wondering if you could also respond directly to the correlation data that CPS presented that showed no correlation between either pauses and duration and growth, and what your response is to that.
So regarding the cheating, this review grew out of complaints about cheating with the NWEA test. So over the years, we had numerous complaints over the years, and so it grew out of concerns about test cheating and a desire to learn more about the test. And frankly, what I said in the opening remarks is that we've become a fairly big office, but the original sort of office that does the traditional investigations, not the sex allegations, is the same size it's always been, and it's extremely understaffed. And we thought, that we formed the performance analysis unit to sort of look at bigger system problems and figure out if there's a way to address problems in a better fashion than, as I call it, like pinning the misconduct tail on the donkey all the time, which is a super valuable thing that our office does. And but it's time consuming, and to look at thousands of tests that would have been flagged through this process, there just wasn't able to do it. So it grew out of, that's a long way of saying it grew out of cheating concerns. And it's the other things here are that it's clustered in certain schools, right? So we've got clustering, we've got this spiking during the high stakes test, which you can't discount the possibility that at this high stakes level that people are going to game, push the boundaries, push their toe over the line in the sand, etc. So those just frankly, they can't be ignored as possibilities, while admitting that all of the you can't, I think it's a mix. There's a mix. Gaming, cheating, undefined, clearly articulated behaviors that weren't adequately defined, are all these things are in the mix. And undoubtedly there are cases probably of super student achievement and super teaching. And so, but it's we haven't identified it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I?
I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. If you want to finish up.
So I mean the clustering, and then I'll let my team speak a little bit more. I don't know what else I can add besides the correlation, but the correlation, the correlation analysis questions you have. I mean, we have a relation. The relationship. Our expert, the expert, agrees with our approach. He thinks it's the right approach. He thinks the correlation analysis would mask the problem, because we're trying to figure out what's going on. We're looking at the high duration, high extreme, that very long duration, very long pause counts tests. And so our leading national expert agrees that this was absolutely the right approach. So, taking when everything's taken together, and then of course, then we talk to, admittedly, a small amount of students, 20 students, 10 teachers, to try to get a feel for what was going on. But those students and teachers were, by and large, in these grades, in these classes, where in the grades at the schools where the problems we identified were. So, we thought it would be irresponsible, frankly, to not talk to students. And even the CPS audit from 2018 suggested that, that the students be surveyed to try to figure out what's going on. So, we would definitely be questioned if we hadn't tried to talk to anybody. And the small sample size goes to the physical limits of an office, or really probably of any inspector general's office, sort of a national, a national agency. We tried to talk to as many people as we could. We got parental permission to do it. It took a long time. I think my team tells me we tried to talk to maybe as many as 100 more students, but we just weren't able to connect with them or get permission or get access to them. So, I mean, it's extraordinarily, so we did our best to try to show what this might be. And, I think what we reported was I think it's very measured. I think it's very, I think it's a measured, conservative report. And but I think as I've said, as I've told the administration and members, board members in the run up to this, I think it would basically be naive to not mention the possibility of cheating or gaming. And I think we've been pretty fair about, that it's in the mix. We can't quantify it. And that. So, and then I guess I'll let my team, maybe Roz or Pete might be best suited to speak to our charts that we think are the right charts. We think it reflects what's going on. But I will say that I think the correlation analysis that has been suggested is probably that we do this 0.7 is too high. I think that's a standard I think that's a standard that's used in hard sciences like chemistry. And I think the core, that's too impossibly high for a situation involving these human factors. And the consistency of the.
Up there again, just.
So I'll let my team talk. They can speak to.
Well, Member Rome has a
Yes.
question, and then Member Sotelo. And then, yes.
It feels irresponsible to make the claim to say cheating in gaming and with such a small sample size and then not be able to quantify it. Can you give us specific evidence? How are you defining? We know that you said it's ill-defined, but you still said we found evidence of.
Well, I think
gaming
I'll
and
let Roz
cheating.
answer.
And
I mean,
yet,
so
no-
that, I think it was remarkably consistent answers we received from the people we did talk to about what was going on. I'll let Roz talk to that.
How many did you substantiate as gaming and as cheating? And could you tell us what the
Can you
nature
move
of that
to the
is?
microphone, please? Move to the
Well,
microphone.
we didn't substantiate any. I mean, so what we're saying is
Then
we're
why is the conclusion that there was cheating?
there's no conclusion that there was cheating. There's
Page 32.
Well, that's as I said, it would be naive to not think that that's in the mix of possible solutions, although we can't establish causality in any one single case.
I think that's where we're feeling, where
Yeah.
my question comes from and where there's the sense of disconnect between what we're seeing as the evidence here and the assertions being made. I think.
Yeah, so I think people are making assertions that we have. I think people are saying that we've said things we haven't said. And I think we've taken, like I said, a very measured approach. But I'll let them talk about the evidence. I think some of this information has been shared already with the board, but about the nature of the complaints we had.
So, of the 20 students we talked to, 14 of them described something. 14 of them described a total of 25 occurrences of tactics that could be considered cheating. We reported this to the board previously.
Can you explain what some of them
Okay, so we counted as cheating proctors who intentionally pause the test to skip a hard question, proctors giving hints, rewording questions, telling students to rethink questions, providing math formulas, proctors reading the test out loud, or proctors reading the reading test out loud, or proctors advising students to use their scratch paper to copy down hard questions, as well as all answers to those questions for future class lessons, or to write down hard questions and then keep their scratch paper for future study. You are supposed to dispose of scratch paper immediately. So 5 students described use of intentional timeouts to skip hard questions during 6 tests, and 9 described 10 testing situations with apparently accidental timeouts. So the main point here is that our unit is focused on looking at data to find system-wide issues so that we can prevent recommendations to solve those issues, to stop and halt everything and investigate every allegation we came upon. We wouldn't be here today trying to fix the next administration of this test. We saw many red flags here, and rather than have the board bury its head in the sand, we thought it was best to proactively try to address any situations, be they benign or not. That was our goal here, to try to improve the system, not to prove individual cases. That was our call.
May I add real quick that the
Member
test?
Rome still has a follow-up question, and then we'll go to
Well,
Member Sotelo and then
so are you?
Luciana.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yes.
So I don't think we're burying our head in the sand by pretending that this isn't happened. I think what we're trying to point out is the dissonance between the claims and the actual evidence that supports the claims.
Well, let me speak. I'll agree that the board is not, I think she just meant that we want to deliver a report that would be publicly actionable. And I'll let Roz speak again in a second, but the one thing I wanted to add is that the test expert, we talked, we spoke to people through this process, and the focus of correcting the test going forward, we thought was the more valuable goal, and as I've already said. So, proving any individual case of what happened, it would boil down to intent, and it's just very hard to do that and very time consuming, and there aren't the resources. So,
And so there was not an intent established.
no, that's why we think we need to, but it's the aggregate of everything I said. I mean, I won't beat the point too much, but between our concerns about test cheating, the cases coming in that only we knew about in the first instance because the cases weren't even coming to our office, the allegations that were directed to assessment in the past, but we still had a concerning number, and we were trying to figure out how we could deal with these cases because it's very hard to investigate them in the past. So that colors it, but aside from the data itself, it boiled down to we did our best to try to get some insight into what was going on. And, what we heard were things that could be described as gaming or cheating or as possible answers. And so we thought it was the test integrity and the ongoing use of its validity going forward is the most important thing. And, everybody, I mean, the big issue here is that I think everybody's concerned about cheating and gaming, but even set aside that and assume the best possible case scenario that that there are benign reasons for all of this. What the report details and what it highlights is that the validity of the test going forward could be in question if the standards under which the test is given are varying so long from the national norms. And so that's the main takeaway. I mean, everybody's saying, there's a lot of concern about cheating, gaming, what's going on. We don't know. And so, even if it's benign, and I would say it's benign to think that, I think it was naive to say every last case would be benign. But even if that were the case, we're still, based on this new guidance regarding durations especially, the board, CPS, would be facing real questions about tests going forward. And so just based on the duration and, that there are 2 hours, we have tens of thousands of tests that are taking, 2 times the national average and longer. So that's sort of the key takeaway, and that there's a lot of reasons behind what could be going on here, ranging from superstar teachers. CPS undoubtedly has tons of superstar teachers, superstar students, sure, but it's the clustering, it's the concerns about gaming, it's the proctor concerns. That's a huge part for not being able to get to the bottom of this, is that there just weren't enough. There's no data about the proctors, and that's CPS recognizes that and needs to tackle that. So there's a lot of things that go to making it very hard to even take a backwards look at a test that's 2 years old at this point. Just if you can't even establish who the proctor was in the room, you're going to have a hard time moving forward.
Member Sotelo?
So I want to come back to as well to the application of the test, because that's a different topic. But first of all, thank you for following up. Thank you for the recommendations. I think that putting controls in place to make sure that we have an adequate duration, adequate number of pauses. I think we absolutely need to do that to make sure that we have the right controls. We absolutely need to do that. And we also need to make sure that we establish what the norms are, right? We can't tell students that you have as much time as you want and then tell them, oops, we made a mistake. You don't have as much time as you want. We can't tell the students you can take pauses and say, oops, sorry, you weren't meant to take those pauses. So I think I agree with, in fact, I know I agree with the recommendations and the controls that need to be in place. What I do find irresponsible is the headlines that I'm reading. What I do, and those headlines are taken from the way this report is being positioned. And when you
We
talk to
didn't
your
write any-
expert,
We didn't write any headlines.
I know you didn't, but the word cheating shows up. And whoever your expert is on correlation, look at the second R square, where you're only looking at the growth, right, of the ones that were 2 standard deviations above. So they're not looking at even at the total students. So it goes back to your experts that only look at the ones that had the outstanding growth. And yeah, put up that chart. And you do not have to be a scientist to have an R square of 0.7. But when you have an R square of 0.02, not even 10%, there is zero correlation. So it's irresponsible of the press, it's irresponsible of you to put the word cheating here. And I actually would like to also see a chart where you plot out where the clustering is happening of growth, right? And then say, you know, if you did find cheating, who are they, where are they, and let's address them. But if you can't do that, don't make those assertions, because now you are taking away the credit of all the hard work of all the teachers, first of all, because the teachers deserve most of this credit, and then the students that actually deliver upon that. And when I think about, I do know one school that's in that report called Dixon. And I think you were not here for this morning, right? But when you saw the student from Dixon that shows up in that kind of report, and I don't know what her test scores were, and I frankly don't care what her test scores were. But when I see the work that she's putting in, when I see the effort that she's putting in, when I see the work that the parent is putting in to deliver that growth, there's a reason why there's no correlation on this data. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that you don't have to be a 0.7. But when you have less than 10% correlation, whether it is 0.04 on the duration, which didn't concern me as much as the pauses did, the pauses did concern me. If you go to the next slide, it's even less correlated. It's 0.02. So there's zero data to substantiate any kind of correlation whatsoever, and then you're drawing conclusions that have no factual basis for
You're
it.
free to disagree, but you're free to disagree, and I don't know what else I can say. You know, a leading test expert agrees with our approach to this, thinks this is the correct way to do it, has suggested that the correlation analysis is the wrong way to try to figure out what's going on, because we are concerned about these long tests. And that's such a small part of what else is going on here. It's very clear that the testing conditions, test administration is deviating from the national norms by such a great level. So, and I don't think it does anybody such a service to just, I mean, that word, I keep using it, naive. It doesn't do anybody any favors to be that naive, and you don't have to be, have gone around the block very many times to guess that something else is going on here. And we tried to, and we did our best. We talked to as many people as we could to deliver a timely, actionable report. And in fact, this gaming / cheating is in the mix. It's in the mix is a possible explanation for some of this. That's a very qualified statement. It's not reckless in any way. And, you know, we're trying to be fair, but at the end of the day, this is what you get with it from an independent office. And we're going to say what we think we need to say. So, and you know, it's not reckless.
Member
Can I
Melendez?
just add that in a December 2nd, 2019 memo, CPS said that it thought it was unfair and unnecessary to release the names of schools. And we had told CPS administration that we did not intend to release the names of schools, but for some reason, CPS released the names of schools.
Member Melendez?
I want to reiterate that I think myself personally, and I'm going to take the big leap of saying the board as a whole, is not questioning the need to take these, the pauses and the high pauses and high durations very seriously. And I think that Chief McDade's response is an example of that. Now, I do have a couple of clarifying questions. I want to know, how were the 20 students and the 10 teachers that were interviewed for, to sort of clarify some of the trends that were naturally concerning? How were they chosen? Or
Given our
recruited, or
given our limited time and resources, we focused on the schools where there were unusual results.
Mm.
And we contacted as many students as we could from those schools. And when we reached 20, we felt that we had enough to say there are red flags here. We need to act on this quickly. We need this cleaned up by the next administration of this test. And it took us a long time just to reach those 20 students.
Raise the question to the students. Did you tell them we are concerned about the results of the test, or was there another way in which they were invited to participate in?
We told them we were studying the administration of this test and the protocols as to how it was given. And we asked them how it was given in their classroom and what they observed in their classroom. And we always had parental approval first.
And all these students, were these 20 the first 20 that agreed, or was there a larger pool of people that you approached and then got 20 that agreed?
These were the first 20 we reached that agreed.
So everybody that you approached
There were
said
many
yes.
people we called. We did this by calling people.
Okay.
Didn't answer the phone. Had bad CPS phone directory number, was wrong. Wasn't there. So whatever.
Or
it
you
took,
know,
it
or
took a long time
yeah,
just to
so
get
or
20.
people decided that, parents.
They could see who, I don't know if they saw a caller ID, said,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, I'm not going to answer." We don't know, but it took quite a while to get the 20
Yeah,
that we
because
did get.
and my question is because maybe those students that answered were in a way self-selected. We have no proof of substantiating that, but it is another.
They were not meant to be a representative sample.
So
if you have a store where sales are falling, to find out what the problem is, you have a limited amount of time. You don't go to the store where the sales are up. You go to the store where the sales are down.
Yeah, but
we went to where the flags were.
But that has
intentionally.
the potential in terms of a statistical validity of making certain claims. It subtracts from the strength of those claims.
It's not meant to be a representative sample. You can't extrapolate across the system for what we were seeing. The point of it was to find out what could be causing this so that we could write proactive improvements for the system. That was the point. And if we hadn't talked to them, the board would probably be sitting here and asking us, why do you have, tests with 10 pauses?
I commend
what could be going
you
on
for
here?
doing that. My question stemmed from the fact that is not made clear in the, I think, like 80-page report, which I did read, very thoroughly. That was not made clear how
What was
the
not made clear?
how the students recruitment and whether there was very little information about the population on which you were basing the claim.
We did say repeatedly that we talked to students from schools with unusual
But
results.
the process of selecting them, of recruiting them, of how they got was not clear. And, that is something that I'm usually looking for when
Well,
I
I'm glad
read
we could
that
share
kind
that.
of report.
To be clear, I mean, we talked to the students, but, we acknowledge that is, that it doesn't have the same weight as the data, but we talked to them to try to get a feel and an understanding for what might be going on. So, all the evidence in our report, is probably not weighted equally, and we're not saying that evidence is as strong as the data. And if we had said something like that, we would have made different conclusions. So, and I think Pete wants to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Member Melendez, I appreciate the feedback about giving more detail when we talk to students about how we select them. But I do think we were careful never to try and generalize or say, well, 1/4 of our students said this, so here's the number of CPS students who must have had the same thing happen. I think we always tried to make clear that these are a small sample. We're looking for the most unusual results just to try and understand how these could come about.
And I understand that and respect it, but I think also when the sample is so small and in a way, selected from a particular pool of schools that tends to also raise the issue of could this be biasing the conclusions that we're reaching. To a certain extent. And then I do have a question regarding the correlation and the recommendation that that was not the best way to show the reasons behind the potential reasons behind the hypothesis and times. I wonder if you could briefly tell me a little bit more about that, because I'm not understanding very well what that is.
Sure. So essentially, and I think we sent sort of a summary of what he said to us over to the board on Friday. Essentially, what our expert was concerned about was that when you do a correlation, most of that correlation is going to be driven by all of the tests at the left end of these graphs that are in sort of normal test taking conditions. And we're not really concerned about the relationship between duration and growth if you're talking about a student with 60 minutes or 80 minutes, because those are normal test taking times. So what he said is essentially those are going to drive the correlation down towards 0, and they're going to mask anything that's going on with your small number of tests that are not in normal test taking conditions.
So show your expert that chart, because that chart shows.
We told him the correlation. We told him what it was.
The total is the top. The bottom one is only the ones that you analyzed that had that substantial growth.
We analyzed all of them. The question we asked was what % are in the high growth category.
Right, but the bottom one is only looking at the high growth category. There's the correlation of the ones that are in the high growth category. It's no correlation whatsoever. It's even less predictive than the total.
Right, and if you look at these first few bars, which you could say are maybe normal test taking conditions, it's only up to 4 pauses. Almost all the correlation is going to come from there because most of the tests are there. So that's his point, is that he's not interested in the correlation because the correlation is driven by the tests in the normal test taking range.
What I'm telling you is that the second point excludes the normal one.
No, it doesn't.
You're looking at only the ones that had the 2 standard deviation above it.
Could I please clarify? When I say normal test taking, I'm not talking about growth. I'm talking about the duration or the pauses. So we have never said that all of these 1.9% with high growth are improper. That's why we gave the legitimate reasons for high growth, because we don't think they're all improper. So just to clarify, when I say that most of the correlation comes from normal test taking, I'm talking about normal durations and normal pauses.
That's showing that. That's showing that there's even less correlated when a normal test conditions are excluded.
I mean, I don't know what we can say about this. We've presented our case, and we have our expert, and he thinks this is the sound way. This is the correct way. He thinks correlation analysis is the wrong way to go about it. I mean, we can spend all day debating that, I guess, but we have very good reason to believe that the correlation analysis is the wrong way to go about this. And broader points about the cheating and gaming are that CPS is adopting our recommendations, and they're going to provide better training and provide examples of what cheating and gaming are. And without that being in the mix, you wouldn't have those kind of corrective actions coming. You wouldn't be able to. You want to tell people what you're going to consider cheating, what you're going to consider appropriate behaviors, and you've got to give concrete examples. And to leave, I'm sorry, but to leave that out, we wouldn't be at the same place right here, because we would have a sort of bland, platitudinous training that wouldn't get to the core of what is partially probably at play in here in the mix somehow.
Member Truss?
Yeah, definitely disagree with, just constantly the last couple statements you made, you have to keep putting the word cheating and gaming within that, because it repetitiveness, drills into the mind. And that definitely, it's fair that, again, the data that you brought to CPS in terms of duration and pauses. That's good in terms of trying to improve best practices versus it creates this narrative. I think, as I told you straight up, that when people are on the outside looking in, they're not going to get into all that. I mean, right now, like correlation and this and that, what they're going to do is pinpoint in terms of you're saying that there's some type of potential systemic cheating that's going on with the district, which there's no conclusion.
We didn't say that.
No, you didn't say it, but
No,
it
we
was,
didn't say-
I didn't say you said that, but it's just that you just said it. But it's just when you put it in a conclusion, it's like if you're going to be here and we're dealing with families and children and trying to, again, come with best practices, it seems like it would have been more, and this is just my opinion, my opinion, is that it seems like it would be better to work with the district to identify those issues that can be corrected and come up with best practices and working with the district versus, okay, this is our conclusion. Now you can still have your data and present it to the district and say, hey, you may want to take a look at this and work with us to maybe go a little deeper dive and do a little better. Like, for instance, maybe on the north side, in other schools, for instance, with a sample size, you had those same questions with those students who probably taken the test with less pauses, you may find out the same things may be happening. But again, the goal should be improving best practices versus just saying that, well, we're not saying this, but you're saying it.
I think we're not that far apart. I think this is a battle about semantics that you are waging, but we agree. We want to make the test stronger. We want to make the test available, or make sure you can use it for the things you want to use it for. And if not, then maybe some other test is better suited for these high stakes purposes. And you've had the administration, the board and the administration's had our results since September and October, and you submitted questions, we submitted responses, and so there's been plenty of opportunity to sort of hear both sides about this. And this, these concerns that you're raising today only came up, I can tell you, in the last couple of weeks, and they hadn't been raised to us before that.
Vice President Revelori?
I mean, specifically about the correlation
What I'm
analysis.
agreeing with you on is, first, I think the use of the review methodology is a powerful methodology because it's focused, as you described, on continuous improvement and not on what you called pin the tail on the donkey. That's not the important thing. The important thing is that we get to a point where we have an assessment system that everyone understands, that everyone is using in a consistent enough way that supports growth in student learning. Because I won't speak for my fellow board members, I don't care at all what my kids' MAP scores are. I do care that they're learning, and I care that that learning sets them up for future success. And I suspect, I have no data behind this, but I suspect that most parents would agree with me. They may have exceptions in the particular situations you've highlighted where there are stakes associated with MAP scores for students. And that is definitely a bigger conversation we need to have. That's not about your report at all. So first, I want to start with, I really applaud the review methodology and the focus on what can we do to improve. I also agree with most of the recommendations. The one that I have a question about is the test security firm hiring, which I'll get back to in a minute. Because the reason that I have an issue with that is that while the review methodology was good, and I think, Russ, you gave a good explanation of how you targeted the interviews to learn what we need to learn, the analysis and especially the presentation seem kind of problematic. I'm going to bookmark that there. I have a quick question for you. You mentioned that you asked an expert about untimed high stakes tests, and they responded, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the right slide, but that it was a bad idea to have them in multiple sittings and so on. I'm curious, did you ask about untimed adaptive high stakes tests or just about high stakes tests in general?
Well, I think I'll let Roz answer the question, but I think that's the, this test was designed as an untimed adaptive test that wasn't really intended as a high stakes test. So
fair enough.
I think that's sort of, that's a problem baked into the cookie here, but
fine. Was the question to the expert around adaptive tests or tests in general? And I don't know as a fine answer, I'm asking you a detailed question.
Both of the experts we talked to are familiar with the NWEA.
Yeah, but what was the
test.
question you asked?
The question was in regards to NWEA. So they
Okay, so
would
then I have
known
a
it was
follow-up question. That's
They should have known
helpful.
it was adaptive.
No, so then I have a question for me because I
So
don't
what-
understand. My question is, if, NWEA for competitive advantage reasons doesn't disclose how many questions are in its pool, but they have said publicly that there are thousands of questions in the pool for each test. So let's just say it's thousands. Why would it matter for, if there are thousands of questions and the test is architected to give a student a different question that, I finish today, I go home, sleep, come back, and then I get a completely different question? Why does that cause concern about the validity or the reliability of the test?
Because the typical student nationally is sitting down and taking this test
Yeah, but why?
in 1 hour. So the one expert's concern was that when you have all these multiple breaks, you don't know exactly for sure what could be going on during
So
those breaks.
that's what I'm
It's
asking.
more
What are we concerned
it's-
about going
it's-
on during those breaks?
Well, I don't know that I want to be spreading best practice,
No, I mean,
poor practices here.
But,
well, I think what we're being concerned about
I've administered
is,
MAP.
I think
I've
what we're
administered
saying,
it to hundreds of students, and I've worked with hundreds
you-
of teachers who in turn have used it
if they
with tens
weren't,
of thousands.
so what could be going on is somebody could be trying to study for the test during the break.
You mean they could be learning?
Well, or cheating. So
God
this has to be
forbid.
this has
But
to be
it's not
defined.
cheating. You don't know what question you're going to get. You're going to get it from a pool of thousands of items. So,
Well, you could see what you don't know. You could try to, and then.
and you may never see it again because you've got 50 questions.
Well, these are maze, but we're concerned.
They're not
we're
maze,
concerned.
they're probabilities.
We're concerned about what is going on. That's.
So this goes to my point.
Either by the student, by the teacher, whatever's going on. We're
When you
concerned
say
about the
I'm
test
concerned, that
administration.
connotes a certain thing, right? And I'm asking you for concrete examples, and all I can get from you is maybe the student goes and learns something, and then they continue with the test. Oh no, is this going to give us a bad
I
idea?
think that's an oversimplification of our position.
Well, it's not. Well, I'm not trying to state your position. I'm just trying to state what could actually be happening. So this goes
I'm
back
really
to
trying
the.
Can I just say?
You may.
This is answered in our summary report.
Which one
very
is the summary
specifically.
report?
The longest.
The one we got in October?
Yes.
Okay, I've read it twice. It's been a while.
It is in there.
I don't remember the answer there. And I
really am
believe I
sort
asked
of
the question.
I really am sort of uncomfortable spreading bad practices in this kind of a forum. If
I'm
you
not
want to
clear on why that's a bad
If you want
practice.
to email us, we will be happy to
Okay,
answer
I'll
it
email
for
you. That's fine. I'll email you the same email I sent in October. But the point
I
is,
didn't get this question.
that's fine.
before. It's the
I'll send it
first
to
time.
you. The issue is, you're saying, we're not saying this, as my fellow board members have said.
I think I can tell you she's worried about giving out proprietary information about the test.
Okay, well,
So
I'm not
that
asking for
she's-
anything proprietary.
And she's afraid it'll lead to
That's fine.
further
And
gaming.
I will
of the
not
test.
press you to say these things in public if you're concerned about kids learning the night, that between them taking a
Well, the
test
test
for
is
whatever
supposed to
reason.
be taken in one session.
Fine.
So it's not
The
supposed to
test
be
is
taken over
also
several
not supposed
days.
to be used for stakes. So,
And then the other thing the other thing is that the long durations, people taking over multiple days, that is I don't think anybody thinks that's a good use of
No, I don't think it's a
education
good-
time, classroom time.
Yes, but.
And so
okay,
again,
can I pause you for a second, IG?
I'll take the cheating out of it. Then we're still facing serious questions about the validity of these
Okay.
long tests.
So you said that,
So
not me.
So you could, that's a tomato question at some level.
Okay, may I
If
finish?
you're gonna have invalid tests, that's a tomato question.
May I
So-
finish? Okay, so the issue I have is not with the review. As I said, I think the review was really good. The methodology was smart. You got a lot of good data. You got more from the test maker, which is great. We should be getting that as a district, and you've shown us that that's possible. All good. My issue is with the analysis, and the issue is with the presentation. Because if we're going to drive change, we need understanding at scale. Your own slide that you have up here shows that there's 274,000 students, many teachers, many parents who are trying to understand what's going on here. And your analysis, no error bars are included, no standard statistical comparisons are offered. You may say, hey, the correlation's not right, but when you had the duration graph, you have no error bars on that graph. You also, you're presenting it in a way that's probably inappropriate for something that's not a line graph, because it's not progress through time. It's different categories of kids. But my point is, I personally want more of these kinds of reviews, but I want them to be accurate, and I want them to be understandable, and I want them to drive productive action. You are now putting us in a
We've
position.
given you that and you're taking productive action here.
Well, kind of.
We've given you that and that's what you have.
Okay,
And
kind of.
You disagree about some of it at the
No,
margins.
but it's not
but
about.
overall, it's sound.
Sorry, you kind of interrupted me. So I want productive action. You're now putting us in a position where you're like, oh, well, we can't rule out cheating. And everyone's super concerned about cheating, rightly, especially after what's happened in other districts over the last 2 decades. And we're not focusing on the important questions. Fine, maybe this is taking hours for a kid to take the exam, but it's also driving instructional practices that are kind of bonkers. I'm speaking kind of as a math teacher, not necessarily knowing much about what's going on the ELA side. Teachers, 24 teachers who I've spoken to individually say, yes, I teach my students content that is far beyond the grade level standards, probably without much understanding, because I suspect they're going to see it when they take the MAP test, and I want
What
them
does
to
that
score
have to
better.
do with this review?
It doesn't have anything to do with the review. You're
Okay,
saying
okay.
that, oh, well, we're not saying there's cheating, but there is. Now you're bringing the conversation back to stuff that is actually not the important question. So that's what I hear from my
Well, it
fellow board
is.
members, and that's what I'm saying myself. Please be clear about what you're communicating, what you have found, and what you are concerned about
My
but
opening,
haven't found.
my opening statement.
Yeah,
was
your opening statement was great. It's kind of went off the rails since then.
My best attempt to memorialize my position, and
Okay.
our position, and that is.
Maybe we should have stopped there. Because that was accurate.
Oh, there you go.
I
And
mean,
you know,
we've had this conversation before.
Honestly, you're saying the important things are, you admitted that cheating is an important thing, and that's a concern, and we want to make sure this test remains a valid test going forward. And that's, so
You're
so we all
confusing
have the same
reliability
concern.
and validity, which is fine.
You're
It's not,
overstating our conclusions.
it's not just me,
The
unfortunately.
board is
as,
the
Member
board is
Sotelo
overstating our
mentioned.
conclusions. And you might not have had the headlines you had if it weren't released on Friday as a surprise to us. And it was able to be spoken about here mutually as had been agreed on for months.
Okay, that really has nothing to do with me.
It has
But
everything,
what my
it has
point
everything
is,
to do with your questions. So I'm sorry about that. The headlines you're complaining about were driven by CPS's decision to dump that test.
I'm not worried about
For that
headlines.
reason,
What I'm worried about is that our response is actually going to promote students' learning. And our response, dropping 5 or 6 figures on Cavion, will that help? Maybe. It may lead to a marginal improvement in reliability that probably we have mostly achieved through the great recommendations that you already recommended to have clearer test administration practices and ensure more consistency.
Well, we want,
But-
to be clear, we want to make, CPS is acting, I think, quickly because they want to act quickly and they're concerned about the spring test. But, I think the retention of the test security expert was meant to be included in all of the actions that are being taken. But I think they're taking some actions quickly and necessarily to do what they can. So I agree with you. I think in a perfect world, we would have had the test expert sort of do a deep dive and weigh in on all this before any actions were taken.
I think
So I
Chief
tend to-
McDade wants to
Yeah.
make a comment.
I would just like to, for the record, respond to the question that was posed here by the IG in terms of why CPS released the report. In full transparency, which the IG office knows, the entire report, along with all of the appendices that list schools, is subject to FOIA. So I don't understand why we wouldn't release the school names or the full report. That was why we released the full report with the school names, because everything within that report is subject to FOIA. Additionally, with the schools that are listed in the appendices, we know that that Nick is on his way out, and we want to make sure that schools that are listed there, if they do have questions, that anyone has questions, that they're able to respond to that. But the number one reason is that that full report is subject to FOIA. So it is available to the public.
Thank you. Member Todd Breland?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna try to keep it quick. Can you say the schools that you said had unusual results, how were those identified? How did you figure out which schools what did unusual results mean? How did you identify those schools?
We sorted the results by number of pauses. We looked at, we sort. Yeah.
I think we were looking for hydration and pauses, just like we're saying here. I'm trying to remember exactly what we used, but I think it would be the percent that maybe the school's averages by grade and subject were above the national norm in duration, and then average numbers of pauses within classrooms. And we were particularly interested in schools where there were multiple grade levels with similar high durations or high pauses. But I don't remember the exact analysis. We'd have to get back to you on exactly what it was.
I mean, it's been a while.
We focused on things with more than 5 pauses, focused on.
Can you use the
Could
microphone?
you use the microphone, please? Yes.
I mean, why don't you, I think it's not a, we know what we did. We focused on, are you talking about the charts at the end of the report?
No, like where you went out and did your interviews, you decided like, you know, oh, these are schools that were unusual. Like, what was it unusual result? Was it because if it was because they had more growth than expected, what was expected based on, if it was was it just because of sheer number of pauses and duration? How was unusual? What made a school unusual?
We would have to get back to you, but I don't think we looked at any schools just based on growth. I think we were mostly interested in the longest durations and the highest pauses.
Okay, so I'm sorry, did you want to?
Yes, please.
I think you're referring to the list of schools in the back. There were 3 main appendices. One appendix had the top 25 schools with the longest pauses, average pauses, and it wasn't by school, it was by grade and subject. So 7th graders taking reading, how many, you know, what average number of pauses, top 25. And then the next one was duration, which was grade and subject, top 25 of average duration for that grade and subject. And then the last one was just, did not consider pause and durations. It was just 25 or 30 or so schools with the highest growth, full stop. And so there's no, if you look at that appendix, there were some with very few pauses and very short durations, some with very long. There's a full range of pause and duration data, but they just picked the ones that had the, again, grade levels with the highest growth.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And then the last thing I just wanted to say, just to clarify, and Russ, this was to something you said, that part of the charge of your office is to investigate system-wide issues. But I just want to be clear, and I think this is like a yes or no. It is that you could not establish cheating on this test as a system-wide issue. This is a small, whatever pauses, durations, all the things you had, none of this is system-wide. These are issues that you see happening at a high on the pauses and durations at a very high concentration in a very small number of schools. And with cheating, you are not making a claim that that is a system-wide issue, correct?
That's absolutely correct. We never said there was system-wide cheating.
I mean, they're clustered at certain schools. I don't want to be clear that there are probably instances of this across the board, but there's clustered.
So it is system-wide.
I mean, I'm talking other individual tests across the system. I just want to make sure that I'm just qualifying that every questionable or red flag sort of test aren't only they're clustered. They you know, like we said, you have to refer to those slides. You know, 20% of them were at 3% of the school. 20% of them were at 1.7% of the school.
1.7% of schools. So this is not a system-wide issue, correct? Correct. All right. I'm ready to move on to the end. What's the future of NWA, unless others have questions about this?
Just on the last question on the clustering analysis. I know that the schools are in a table format in the appendix, but also be good if you actually plotted them to the point about, are they the schools that were selected, are they in select zip codes as well in terms of clustering? I would like for you to see that and then comment on that as well, so that you can comment on the observations that you're making. And specifically, just to be very clear about my question behind the question, is there an assertion happening here that you're questioning the growth in Black and brown neighborhoods zip codes and questioning the validity of the growth that you've seen there.
We make no assertions about that. In Black or brown schools is not raising this school. We did data and we reported schools based on the data alone.
I would like to see the chart similar to this one where you see the growth and the reds and then the
Well, I think-
allocation and the other ones.
I mean, you could make that chart. Our analysis is complete. You can make that chart if you'd like. You can ask the next IG. I'm leaving in 2 days. We'll put it that way.
Member Todd Breland.
Can I move on to ask about the NWEA,
Well,
please?
okay,
Unless other
if there are
people
no other questions for the IG folks, we want to move on to ask questions about NWA and the future of NWA.
The question about NWA, I first would say that, of course, with the spring assessment upon us, NWA will be administered for 2020. But we are currently, which was mentioned earlier today in my remarks, we are currently engaging schools, communities, families around SQRP 3.0, which is an opportune time to really discuss and analyze the full landscape of assessment within the district, and also looking at assessments at the state level so that we can make informed decisions about what the future of assessment looks like in the district as it relates to SQRP. So I think taking advantage of this time of engagement and input and feedback is critically important to inform what the future state of assessment is in the district.
So will the engagement around assessment be through the SQRP 3.0
Through the
process?
SQRP 3.0 process, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I want to thank, of course, both the IG folks and as well as our CPS personnel that's dealing with the issue of SQRP and assessment, and led by Chief McDade. I think this performance review now serves in part to inform the process that we're undergoing. And I think that as a result of that, wherever we land will be better than where we're at today. So I really thank you for all your work. I thank the IG's office, and I thank our school leadership for all the tremendous work that you're doing to ensure that what we do in terms of rating our schools, or the process that we use, the weightings, all these things that are now being looked at as part of this move to come up with a 3.0 is a process that is based on solid information. And I thank board members for asking not only all the questions they've asked today regarding this performance review, but the questions that have been asked in briefings and that have been forwarded. Heaven knows there have been plenty of questions. And I appreciate the responses that we received, and how seriously everyone took this matter, because I think we all want the same thing, and that is what is best for our students and our teachers and our system as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, I'm sorry, Dr. Jackson, did you want to add anything? No, I think okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Do board members, do you have any additional questions or comments regarding items on the public agenda?
No.
Okay, thank you. We will now proceed with the vote on public agenda items before going into closed session. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will begin with items on the public agenda. Read the board report numbers and brief titles. I will begin with resolutions. These items do require a vote. RS1 is the resolution abating the tax levied for the year 2019 to pay debt service on unlimited tax general obligation bonds. RS2 is the resolution abating the tax levied for the year 2018 to pay debt service on unlimited tax general obligation bonds. RS3 is the resolution for the appointment of LSC members to fill vacancies. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
I second.
Is there a second?
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Sotelo?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Truss, Todd Breland?
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri?
Yes.
Member Melendez?
I think she had to
She
go.
left the room.
She stepped out.
Stepped out for a minute, so she will not be included in this vote. And then we have Member Rome
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. Those matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I'll continue with policies and board rules, and these items do require a vote. We have PO1 is the amendment to the compensation and pay plan policy. PO2 is to rescind the current acquisition, ownership, conservation, and maintenance of Chicago Public Schools artworks and adopt a new one. PO3 is to rescind the behavioral interventions policy, physical restraints and isolated timeouts for students with disabilities, and adopted in final form. RU1 is to amend Board Rule 1-10, and adopt it on a final basis as it relates to the functions of the Finance and Audit Committee. RU2 is to amend Board Rule 4-10 in a final basis with respect to the holiday pay and makeup days. And RU3 is the amendment for Board Rule 4-14B to adopt on a final basis with respect to bereavement leaves. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections from my fellow board members, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you. So I'll continue with a communication regarding the location of the March 25th, 2020 board meeting. And it reads, this is to advise that the regular meeting of the Board of Education scheduled for Wednesday, March 25th, 2020 will be held at the South Shore International College Prep High School, 1955 East 75th Street in the gymnasium, and you can enter through the main entrance, which is located on 75th Street. The board meeting will begin at 5 p.m. Public participation guidelines are available on www.cpsboe.org or by calling the board office at 773-553-1600. For the March 25th, 2020 board meeting, advanced registration to speak and observe will be available beginning Monday, March 23rd at 10:30 a.m. and will close on Tuesday, March 25th at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled. You can advance register during the registration period by the following methods: online, by phone, or in person. To ensure equity of access to address the board, an individual may not speak at 2 consecutive board meetings. In the event an individual registers to speak at a consecutive board meeting, the individual will not be called to address the board. Although advanced registration is recommended, you can also register to observe a meeting on the day of the board meeting via same-day in-person observer registration at the South Shore International College Prep High School, and the registration time opens at 4:45 and will remain open for the duration of the board meeting. Same-day in-person observer registrations are taken on a first-come, first-served basis as seats become available, and the public participation segment of the meeting will begin as indicated in the meeting agenda and proceed for no more than the 60 registered speakers. And Mr. President, I would also like to note that this information will be updated on the cps.edu website as well as our cpsboe.org website. So, Mr. President, I will continue with additional items on the public agenda that do require a vote. And I would like to note for the record that a separate vote will be taken on ED1. ED1 is the academic calendar for the 2020-21 school year. And this separate vote will be taken after the last delegable board report on agenda, which is AR1. So I'll continue, Mr. President. So the next item is EX1, which is the transfer of funds. EX2 is to close Hope College Preparatory High School. We then have EX3 to approve tuition payments for various universities for coursework leading to ESL or bilingual endorsements. We then have OP1, which is the amendment for the lease agreement with Shopping Center BF LLC to be used by Pierce Elementary. OP2 is to approve a lease with Invescomex for use of space for Columbia Explorers pre-K program. PR1 is to authorize a new agreement with Schoolment. PR2 is the authorization for the second renewal agreement with the Library Corporation. PR3 is to authorize the first and second renewal agreements with vendors for roofing consulting services. PR4, Mr. President, is the board report to authorize a new agreement with Joel Strauss, and I would like to note for the record that PR4 for Joel Strauss Consulting will be withdrawn from the agenda. I'll continue with PR5. That's the reports of construction contracts for the capital improvement program. We then have PR6. It's to authorize the second and final renewal agreement with Sentinel Technologies for information technology and security systems management. PR7 is the to authorize a new agreement with Genesis Works. PR8 is the board report for a new agreement with Google LLC. PR9 is to authorize a new agreement with Sentinel Technologies for data network. PR10 is to authorize the second and final renewal agreements with various vendors for the custom print services. PR11 is to amend the board report that was adopted in November of 2019 to authorize Denton's US LLP for investigative service. PR12 is to authorize the first and second renewal agreements for various vendors for court reporting services. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote. And I would ask, Mr. President, if we can have a motion and a second so that I can proceed with the new roll call vote so that I can include Board Member Melendez, please, on these items. So we do need a motion and a second, and I will take a roll call.
Second, is there a second?
I second.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Sotelo,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Chad Breland,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Member Rome,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes and 0 nays, and these matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I'll continue with additional items on the agenda that do not require a vote, and we have PR 13. This is the Chief Procurement Officer report for December of 2019 for the delegated authority exercised under Board Rule 713. EX4 is the report for principal contracts new. EX5 is the report on principal contract renewals. And AR1 is the report on board report rescissions. And Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you. And Mr. President, as noted previously, I will now proceed with the separate vote on ED1 for the academic calendar for the 2020-21 school year. And I believe that Board Member Todd Breland has a motion, please.
Yes, I move that ED1 academic calendar for 2020-2021 be revised to reflect the October 12th holiday as Indigenous Peoples' Day and not as Indigenous Peoples' Day / Columbus Day.
Is there a second?
Yes.
I will proceed with a roll call. I'm sorry,
I
Board Member.
want to have
Yes, discussion. Yeah.
opportunity for discussions or questions.
Can I have a moment to say why? I made the
Yes,
amendment?
please.
Sure. So I'm asking for this amendment because I believe it's the board's responsibility to lead on this issue. While I know that CPS has been in talks and is working on responsive curriculum, I would like to accelerate the full transition to Indigenous Peoples' Day, and therefore I'm proposing this change. I'd also just like to say that as a historian, this is something that's both personally and professionally important to me. I believe in the transformative potential of culturally responsive education. In addition to our Indigenous students in CPS, more than 80% of our students are the descendants of survivors of European settler colonialism. I think this is important for all of our school communities, and I think it's the right thing to do now.
Any other comments or questions? Not, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will now proceed with the roll call vote to revise ED1 as noted in the motion by Board Member Todd Breland and Board Member Sotelo.
No.
Board Member Truss,
No.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Member Rome,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 5 ayes and 0 nays.
2 nays.
I'm sorry, and 2 nays. I'll strike that and repeat it. We have 5 ayes and 2 nays. This matter is adopted by the board, and for the record, ED1 will be adopted with the revision to reflect the October 12th holiday as Indigenous Peoples' Day, and the final board report will be included in the agenda of action reflecting that revision. And Mr. President, there are no further items on the public agenda.
We will now move into executive session. Board Member Trust, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I move for the passage of motion number 20-0226-M02 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under section 2, C, of the Open Meetings Act, subsections 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 21 as specified in the motion.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Sotelo?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Todd Breland?
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri?
Yes.
Member Melendez?
Yes.
Member Rome?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays.
This meeting will now go into closed session. Okay, the meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will start with closed session items from the General Counsel, and I will begin with attorney appointments. These items do require a vote. The first report is appoint Assistant Deputy General Counsel, Department of Law, Patricia Sexton. Second report, appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Fabian Guana. Third report is appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Elena Emerick Andrade. Fourth report, appoint Senior Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Lindsay E. Goldberg. Fifth report, appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Elliot G. Cole. The fifth report is to transfer and appoint Senior Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law for Marlene Fuentes. The seventh report is transfer and appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, John Anders. Eighth report is transfer and appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Cecilia Blue. And the ninth report is transfer and appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law for Melissa Mazzaro. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Sotelo,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Rome,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. I will continue with council retentions and settlements. These items do require a vote. The first report is to authorize retention of Brendan M. Carnane. The second report is to authorize retention of Klaus ADR Inc. And the third report is to authorize continued retention of the law firm Henshaw and Culbertson LLP. I will continue with settlements. These items do require a vote. The first report is workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Gwendolyn Kuntz, case number 12 WC 41974. The second report is workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Malik J. Johnson, case number 16 WC 003398. The third report is workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Virginia D. Clausen, case number 10 WC 045092. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So noted. I will continue with items from the Chief Executive Officer and proceed with a talent recommendation and warning resolutions, and these items do require a vote. The talent recommendation is to transfer and appoint Chief Officer of Teaching and Learning effective January 19th, 2020, and ratify all actions taken as Chief Officer of Teaching and Learning since January 19th, 2020 for Shirley Chavarria. And I'll continue with the warning resolutions. The first report is the warning resolution for Habibola Aliabadi, a tenured teacher assigned to Multicultural Academy of Scholarship. The second report is warning resolution John McKinney, tenured teacher, William Howard Taft High School. And the third report is the warning resolution for Defina Witt, tenured teacher assigned to Morgan Park High School. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
There are no objections. Please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with items from the board, and these items do require a vote. The first report is the resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. And the second report is the resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss probationary appointed teachers. And Mr. President, for the record, I would like to note that on February 21st, 2020, the board members and the office of the board received the CEO's recommendation to dismiss probationary appointed teachers pursuant to Board 04-1 and 105 ILCS 5/34-84. Her recommendation included the names of the teachers affected and the reasons, and she also noted that the teachers affected will be notified of their dismissal after adoption of the resolution. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
There are no objections. Please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I believe that Board Member Sotelo has a motion, please.
I move that the board adopt the minutes of the closed session meeting of January 22nd, 2020 pursuant to section 2.06 of the Open Meetings Act. Board members reviewed these minutes and determined that the need for confidentiality exists. Therefore, the minutes of the closed session meeting held on January 22nd, 2020 shall be maintained as confidential and now be available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Sotelo?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Tad Breland?
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri?
Yes.
Member Rome?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and I believe that Vice President Reveluri has a motion, please.
I move that the record of proceedings of the regular board meeting of January 22nd, 2020, prepared by the board secretary, be approved and that such records of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I proceed with a roll call. Member Sotelo?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Todd Breland?
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri?
Yes.
Member Rome?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. And Mr. President, there are no further items on the executive agenda.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.